610. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on Nation's 50 The Bet.
Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy, with air quotes around it, happy Monday to all of you today as we come back from a weekend that had big hope going into it, and Friday night, tremendous hope going into Saturday and Sunday, and then here we are, 103-89, the final score last night. The Rockets season is over. We will do the autopsy on that game and talk about what the offseason has in store for us and a whole lot more as we welcome you in. Other than last night, hope you had a great weekend. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne with coffee in hand and ready to go. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I felt upbeat as I heard the music in the intro, and then you and your morose tone brought me down.
Sorry.
So I don't know what the hell drug I was on, what brandy slipped into my coffee this morning. But that was, I was perfectly willing and ready to accept a loss in Game 7. I didn't expect the Rockets to be down by 10 early in the game while Steph Curry was over on the night.
Yeah.
I somehow, like an idiot, I had let the Warriors lull me into a sense of complacency over the last couple games, over games 5 and 6, into thinking that Buddy Hield couldn't show up as it's Klay Thompson. No, as Klay Thompson reincarnated. It was the catch and shoot.
Yep.
And I think I'm gonna take more of a break on Udoka than some people are right now, just because clearly you got to give credit to Kerr for making the adjustments, realizing that the Rockets and their big men were giving you this hassle, making Looney somehow an important factor in this game. But also, I'm still left wondering, okay, what exactly is Udoka supposed to do when this team has no shooters on it?
Yeah.
The offense desperately needs more ball movement. They need cutters. They need to be a better offense. But they don't. I'm sitting here saying, after the first round of the playoffs, they don't have a Buddy Hield on their team.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Udoka's supposed to do about it.
Yeah, well, and that'll be a big theme of the show today. It'll be the offseason for sure. I mean, they've got to find some shooting, and I don't know that it exists. Well, it might exist on the roster, but Reed Shepherd is rotting over there while he learns how to be a professional basketball player. You know, they've got guys that can shoot, but we're talking something more high level than, okay, maybe our third overall pick from last year evolves into something for us.
Well, and Sean, you look at what could have happened last night. What did the Warriors do? They said, hey, man, Fred VanVleet's been killing us.
Yeah.
We got to give Fred VanVleet the treatment. We got to just focus our energies on him. And let's see. Oh, no Gary Payton in the game. How on earth are you going to defend Jalen Green? Oh, Jalen Green will do it himself. He's just not going to show up.
Yep.
He's just going to I see some people actually upset. Why on earth would you be upset with that?
No, he was a big zero last. He's a big zero for a lot of the series. No, I was the other way. Like when he would come back in the fourth quarter, I'm like, okay, why are we doing this? I thought it was really interesting. We'll have some audio from Draymond Green a little bit later on in the show. I'm just kind of pulling together some of the audio from last night after the game. But Draymond Green, very, very complimentary of the Rockets last night in his post-game availability. And it was funny. He singled out Jabari Smith Jr. as one of the players that really impressed him. And Jabari was one of the ones where I thought, I'd have given him more minutes in this series. I'd have taken some of Jalen's minutes and in one game they did. They took, Jalen was on the bench at the end of that really close game in Game 4, I think it was. So I think, look, as far as last night goes, they picked a really bad time to have their worst offensive game. In the building where they played more comfortable offensively in this series at home, they looked lost out there. I don't know if the stats back up that this was their worst offensive game.
No, it wasn't their worst offensive game, but they shot 40% from the field and they were horrible in the paint.
Well,
the Warriors were better from three than the Rockets were in the paint.
Well, this is why I say it was their worst offensive game. They weren't even getting threes in the game last night.
Yeah.
They weren't even. The Warriors are making 7 threes in the first quarter. I think the Rockets took 2. And that's what I mean. Like, I know the percentages are what they are, and the Rockets made a bunch of shots in garbage time that probably skewed things a little bit. This was a horrible game. I mean, they're still in the 70s midway through the fourth quarter of a game 7 at games where it looked like you took the life out of the Warriors in those two games. I mean, the same people that were completely dismissing the Rockets both going into this series and they were down 3-1 were picking them last night like they were the Warriors of the 20 teens. And so that's why I say it was their worst offensive game. I'm just talking aesthetics. They weren't getting any good shots. The good shots they were getting, they were missing. Alperen Şengün had a good series. I'm not here to these graphics where they're putting Şengün's face next to Larry Bird and saying these are the only two to ever do this, this, and this. I guess that's true. I mean, there's just counting stats that you're giving me here. Alperen Şengün offensively was not a good player in this series. He was good defensively. He's improved defensively. He himself after the game said he needs to improve offensively.
Right. This is one of those days where you could actually use, if you just rephrase Şengün's quotes a little bit, you're going to get 29 people from Turkey attacking you because you're criticizing Alperen Şengün.
He said this, now, not me.
But this is where I am with Alperen Şengün, because I know that you've gotten very frustrated and disgusted with Şengün because you feel like people are giving him too much credit. I can see, I will make the 22-year-old excuse for Alperen Şengün. For one, I mean, yes, he has criticized himself that he needs to make improvements offensively, but also when there's just no spacing and everything is all cluttered up and the Warriors are playing that zone and they don't have the offense where Alperen Şengün can find the open shooter or what have you, they're just stagnant. There's only so much he can do at this moment. The problem with Jalen Green is that he had every opportunity. And even, listen, when you're paying somebody $35 million a year, it doesn't excuse getting blitzed and getting double teamed doesn't excuse scoring in the single digits.
Right.
That's not, you know what really good players do? They still produce, they still find ways to make the offense go. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't excuse that whatsoever. But Şengün has a pulse. And Jalen Green in 6 of the games in this series just didn't have a pulse.
No, Şengün, you're absolutely right. Like that, there's a level to where you go, well, they're just young. You know, Alperen Şengün, you're right. That he had a series where you go, okay, he'll be, and he's going against Draymond Green. And you and I have taken our shots at Draymond Green in this series offensively. Defensively, he's still very good. He was excellent last night. Yeah, Şengün, the three guys that really matter in terms of, okay, they're young and this is going to get better, are if they're going to be on this team moving forward, and that's a whole other conversation, are Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, and Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson, by the end of the series, looked like Amen from the regular season. He was fine. Other than the calf injury, he was fine. Alperen Şengün, did enough at both ends of the floor where I'm like, all right, he needs – if Alperen Şengün just made the easy shots that he's creating for himself, he would be fine. Jalen was a disaster other than game 2. He scored 38 points in game 2, and he scored 55 in the other 6 games combined. Like, he was a mess this whole series.
I mean, you talk about the difference in how do you feel about this young player and how many excuses are you going to give him. Thompson was not himself games 1 through 4, and then all of a sudden games 5, 6, 7. Oh, I mean, you talk about the difference in pulse.
Yeah.
Like, Jalen Green's dead on arrival. Amen Thompson is out there breaking stethoscopes with his incredibly strong pulse.
Yes,
the doctor's hand. He sprained the doctor's hand as he held the stethoscope to his chest.
He's got a wrap on his wrist after taking his pulse.
They're out there. They're in the doctor's office saying, "All right, who's going to go in there and take his pulse?" And they're all like, they've all got that Jalen Green look in their eyes, like, I don't want to go in there.
Yeah, it's going to be. We're going to get a ton of texts today about what they need to do this offseason. I think this is just one person continually sending this text. Appreciate you being up early this morning with us, texter. Game 7 at home with momentum. Rockets are frauds. Didn't even show up for Game 7. Rockets are frauds. I can't wait to see how else I don't think they're frauds. I just think they're a young team who has some growing to do. If this were a football team, Seth, the offensive coordinator would be getting fired today. That's how I feel about this team. That's how I feel about this team. They need shooters. There is no excuse to look as discombobulated as they do offensively, even against a good Warriors team. Throughout 48 minutes, like there's nothing easy that they get on offense. Like, their best offensive games were because Fred VanVleet was unconscious. Games 5 and 6 were their best offensive. Well, really 4, 5, and 6 were their best offensive games. Well, how did they do it? Fred VanVleet shot like he was like he showed up from another planet.
If I could fault the Warriors for anything in games 5 and 6, it would be that they probably overcorrected for Jalen Green's 38-point game.
Yeah.
Because when they gave Fred VanVleet the treatment that they'd been giving Jalen Green, Jalen Green did nothing with it in Game 7. So, would you fire the offensive coordinator, and then what else would you do? Is your appetite for superstar coming in here greater or less than it was before this series began?
Mine's great. In generalities, I'd need to know who the it's a horrible answer to your question, but it's true.
Right.
I need to know who the superstar is. I need to know what they're giving up. I need to know all those. In general, I am open to it, because there are people that are just closed to it. There are people that are like, one more year, run it back, let them grow, and see if it looks better next year.
I can't. If all they do is run it back, I cannot envision how Jalen Green is part of that equation. If you bring in a superstar and Jalen Green's not one of the trade pieces, I'm open to Jalen Green being an overpaid guy, but who still does contribute. He just can't be the sole focus of attention in your future, or one of the focuses of your attention and future. But when it comes to, like, if you have a chance to bring in a Devin Booker, but you got to leave out, you got to lose Jalen Green, I'm hook, line, and sinker for that.
I'd even be if it's KD. Like, whoever you're bringing in is bringing in to get buckets for you. Like, that's any argument about who's untouchable leaves Jalen Green completely out. Right.
He's the difference between Amen Thompson and Jalen Green is just night and day.
Yep, I would say that. I think you nailed it. All right, a lot of texts rolling in about Ime Udoka not using his bench. We'll listen to all those things. And there's a lot to dig into from both this game last night and this season for the Rockets. Overall, how are we feeling about it? That's what I'm curious about. And I know that the sting, the wounds are still fresh from last night, but undoubtedly this is a team that's moving in the right direction. And the lottery is a week from today, by the way. So we'll get, and which, by the way, that's a huge talking point for the offseason, is the NBA draft lottery coming up in a week. So we'll keep digging into that game. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. Big day for the Astros yesterday, too. A loss that we might look back later as one of the worst of the season, but within that loss, some good things going on, and we'll talk about that coming up next.
Don't take
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 Pendergast.
All right, we'll circle back to the Rockets later in this segment. They lose 103-89 yesterday to the Golden State Warriors. That'll be the lead topic today. We'll be digging into that game, looking ahead to the postseason. Quick text message, Sean. I think before the series, you were no greater than a 5 on the Rockets getting Durant. Curious, has that changed? It's certainly increased for me. I am curious. I will say the text, I'll answer your question in a second. The text page every time we brought up Durant, really throughout before the trade deadline and then throughout the second half of the season, and definitely when this series was going in the wrong direction, the appetite for Durant still was not very high. Now that the series is over, I am curious if people feel differently. As far as I don't know that I ever put a quantity on it, Seth, or that you and I put a quantity, like 1 to 10, what's our appetite for Durant? 5 is probably around where I was. Do I have a higher appetite for him, depending on what the trade package is? Sure. I think he's the one that you easily can seamlessly most fit into this team at this stage of his career to get what you want out of Kevin Durant.
And does his team seem like one of the teams most likely to fall for the upside of Jalen Green? I think they are. I think the Suns could be talked into. I almost said duped. They could be convinced of his upside and just how great a player he'll become when the Suns are relevant again.
Yeah, I guess, that not to turn this into a Phoenix show, but there's a lot of overlap, obviously, with Jalen Green and Devin Booker. Do they move Devin Booker? Do they feel like both guys can be on the floor with each other? All those things. But that's a probably deeper conversation. I don't know how you can watch that team offensively last night and feel like just another season, and they'll start like they looked like they don't play intelligently offensively, this team.
They are, at the end of this series, you look at it and you say, okay, they are what we thought they were, which is they are a really good defense, but they doesn't have any kind of definition to their offense. And when you go up against really good teams in a 7-game series, you're only going to do so much with turnovers and offensive rebounds. It just, you go up and get better. It's like going into a playoff game just hoping that Tom Brady's going to throw 4 interceptions.
Yeah. That's right. Well, and even like last night, so much was made after the games, the wins in games 5 and 6 about the double big lineup, as it should be. Easily their best lineup that they played was the one that was Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün on the floor. So when Steven Adams comes in early in Game 7, everybody's rubbing their hands and go like, all right, here we go, the double bigs. And then, of the first 3 or 4 possessions, it's Steven Adams who's shooting baby hooks, and they're getting him, they're feeding him the ball. And I'm like, no. We don't want him to get touches in set offensive. We don't want him. We don't want you running plays for him, or we don't want him backing somebody down and taking shots. We just like having his big body out there. So to dial, but that was weird to me too. I'm like, no, we want you in, but we don't want you shooting. Okay.
Well, in terms of the offense too, it's one thing that, listen, moving screens aside, there's one thing about Steph Curry is that he works his ass off to get open. Yeah. I mean, there's just so much movement off the ball with the Warriors in such a way that it just ends up looking and feeling. Whenever I watch, and this goes back to every damn James Harden series, it's versus the Warriors. Like, this team just looks lazier than the Warriors. Yeah. And yes, they get away with moving screens, and yes, they get away with a lot of crap, but they work their asses off for it.
Yep.
Frustrates me.
We'll as it should. We'll read some of your thoughts on the Rockets. We'll get back to them later this segment, if not in headlines. They lose last night in Game 7. Overall, positive season. Last night stunk. Yesterday stunk for the Astros, too. This weekend wasn't great for the Astros. Had it not been for Jake Myers turning into the Buddy Hield of baseball players on Saturday, this would have been a really awful weekend for the Houston Astros. The one good day was Jake Rake Day on Saturday, where he had 7 RBIs. He said, screw this, I'm not getting a cycle. Instead of a single, I'm going to get a second home run. How do you like them apples?
Right. Yeah. Let's not be cute here. Let's just mash.
That's right.
And both of those, they were nice home runs. Both of those home runs would have been home runs in all 30 ballparks.
Yes.
He just crushed them. All of his hits were over 100 miles per hour exit velocity. It was nice to see. You wonder, okay, how can we put that in a bottle and bring it back to Houston? Because it seems like he thrives in the cold weather, and he had a bunch of family there at the game as well. I mean, can Can we get a dormitory for his family to come stay in Houston or something?
Family,
and keep it in 55 degrees all day long?
And those big blowers that they use for us out on the pregame for the Texans when it's hot out, can they wheel like 3 of those out there and just put them around the batter's box when he's up in the plate? Cool things off a little bit, you know?
Likewise, McCullers pitching in his first game in 900 days or whatever.
Yeah.
I would have preferred that it wasn't quite so cold and rainy and miserable yesterday.
Yes.
Because Lance fought his... Look at the box score. It looks pretty good. He fought his way through 3 1/3 innings that a lot of us, I think almost everybody was surprised he came out for the 3rd inning. And then he came out for the 4th inning, and it was even more of a surprise.
It was 3 2/3, and I know that because that last pitch that got cut, because that would have closed the inning out, and he would have been, he would have gotten 4. Yeah. He got squeezed.
Yes.
He got squeezed. That's the only reason I bring it up. Yeah.
He'd gotten some beneficial calls in that at bat. Like he could have walked him several pitches earlier.
Yeah. Well, even in the 2nd inning when he loaded the bases, some of these pitches I'm like, oh, this ump sucks, but I'm not going to say anything right now because he sucks in our favor right now.
One of my people on X said, like, in fairness to the ump, nobody knew where the hell those pitches were going.
No, yeah,
the ump to try
he was wild. Okay, so let's dig into this because there was some good and some bad with Lance. The good obviously was when he needed to bear down, he did, and he didn't give up any runs. Pitch count, I think the other positive, and for those who didn't get to see that yesterday, maybe you were prepping for the Rockets game. The Astros lose 5-4 in the game itself. If Lance weren't pitching, the big story would be they somehow found a way to blow a game where they were rushing to get it through 5 innings because the rain was coming in and they're up 4-0. And then by the 6th inning, they're like, "Rain, please stay away. We just gave up 5 runs." The bullpen blew that game, and Zach DeZenzo just had a horrific dropped fly ball that opened the door, scoring all the runs. But yes. The big story yesterday was Lance McCullers. This is what his box score looked like. Then we'll hear from Lance, and then we'll dig into it ourselves. 3 2/3 innings, trafficky. He gave up 3 hits, walked 3 guys. He hit a batter, did have 4 strikeouts, so some of the stuff was looking good. I would say the 3 walks don't begin to describe just how wild he was in this game. Like if we're judging, if we go with the theory that not all balls can be judged the same in the box score. No, he got his money's worth on some of these sweepers and curves and sinkers that were tailing way the hell out of it.
They were extra balls.
Yeah,
they were balls plus.
They were ballsy.
There should be when you score it, you should be able to write a ball plus on it. It was like 3 and the count was 3 plus and 2.
He was wild, but again, at the end of the day, he was able to get out of there unscathed. Here was Lance McCullers after the game on his performance yesterday.
Overall, solid. Just felt like overall stuff was pretty good. I just, for whatever reason, just didn't feel the slider was not obviously very good. So you got a team that's 5-6 guys deep with the righties. One of my main weapons, main game plans is kind of, evaporates kind of in front of you. But overall, I was happy with the overall stuff. Physically, I felt strong through the game. And wish there in the 2nd, after those couple quick outs, I did a better job. Didn't let the inning get long on me. That's kind of with the count, I think, throwing, another 20-plus pitches there in the 2nd, and was 1 pitch away from getting out of it with mid-30s. So
they let him throw 87 pitches in this game. The most he'd thrown in his rehab starts was 71. So they let him throw 87 pitches, and Seth, he nailed it. That 2nd inning was the one. That's the one where they loaded the bases, but it was all with 2 outs. If he can just get out of that inning, and they were going to let him go into the mid-80s pitch-wise, he might have gotten 5. You might have gotten 5 full out of him pretty easily.
Well, and I can see, everybody was wondering if they were going to, because Taylor Scott was warming up in the bullpen in that second inning. You're wondering if he's going to come out for the 3rd, and he does, and he faces 3 batters, looked great, and then you're wondering, okay, but he's getting up close to his pitch limit for the day. Mm-hmm. Are they going to send him out? They did. Taylor Scott continues to warm up. And then I was starting to worry about Taylor Scott, if he was going to come out kind of too far off of his routine from the warming up for so long. I think the weirdest thing, right from the get-go, his slider was 80 miles an hour, and it just didn't look like it had the right kind of movement on it. And a lot of the classic Lance you just didn't see. So you started leaning on his changeup. This is where things get weird with Lance, because all your sense of time and like how much time has elapsed kind of evaporates, because I was thinking as he's throwing all the change up, it's like, yeah, didn't he just add that? And kind of, but it was in 2018 where he really tried to really work on it, changing his and improving his changeup. But that was only a couple seasons ago.
All feels like a long time ago with Lance. The whole thing. Yeah. So didn't throw any fastballs, not a single one. It was all off-speed stuff.
Yeah. And his velocity, and that's where I wonder with the cold especially, if hopefully that's something that comes back with a combination of just getting out there more and then also with some more comfortable environments. Can they break the air conditioning again this year at Dyken Park when Lance is pitching?
Yeah, when Lance is pitching.
They got to be careful because they can't do Framber needs all the help he can get though too. So it can only be on Lance Day.
Yeah. So I guess overall, what are we grading? If you had to give Lance a grade for how are we feeling about his performance yesterday?
I'll give him all things considered, and given the fact that as they were talking about during the broadcast, and people have realized that it's a different strike zone. They didn't change the strike zone specifically, but the umps are calling a tighter strike zone this year because they get less of a buffer when they get graded.
Yeah.
They moved the buffer outside the strike zone from 2 inches down to 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah.
And so for Lance, who hasn't seen it, the other pitchers have been dealing with it all season long. This is Lance trying to adjust to really a tighter strike zone. These guys were calling a tight strike zone.
Yeah.
And that's where I get nervous about Framber too. So I give Lance a B.
I give him a B too.
Considered.
B was what I wrote down. I give him a B. And the things that buoy the grade up, that pull the grade up. He threw 87 pitches. I don't think he looked weaker in the fourth inning than he did in the first inning or anything like that. And I think the 1, 2, 3 inning, Seth, that you pointed out, I think we should point out that was the middle of their order. I know it's a bad team, but it was their 3, 4, and 5 hit.
Yeah.
So I thought that was good too. So I'll give him a B also. A B for
they're the worst. They're the worst offense in baseball, or one of the worst offenses consistently. So it was a nice soft landing for him.
Yeah.
But obviously he'd be the first to tell you he's got to pick it up. He's got to just look more. So that was a great for him, and what you're hoping to get out of him. It's not he got out without allowing any runs, with a tip of the hat to Taylor Scott on that one. But I trust he'll get better.
I do too. All right, text messages coming in on the Rockets. I know it sucks today, but these young players overachieved big time this year. At the season start, we would have been happy with 40 wins. Looking forward to seeing them grow and get better. All right, I don't know who we is, sir. I don't know if you have a frog in your pocket, but I would not have been happy with 40 wins for two reasons. One, I had a ticket for over 43.5 this year wins.
Good job, Sean.
Thank you. And number two,
in advance, I thank you for the dinner you're going to buy me. Yes.
And number two, trust me, that over 43.5 pays for a lot of stupidity with the other bets. Trust me.
I gotcha.
The other reason I wouldn't have been happy is they won 41 last year. They won 41. We would not have been happy with 40. Take that back, sir. We would not. You might have been happy with 40 wins. We would not have been happy with 40 wins.
There would have been no happiness about it. You might have been happy if because that's what you predicted for them, and you could have said, "I told you so." But as far as they needed to show some improvement, they had to win more than 40. You're right, 100%. The 35,000-foot view is yes, this is a team that improved dramatically, but with that improvement come increased expectations. Yep. Let's look at guys who are making the most money and what are they providing for you, and how much longer do I have to wait for Jalen Green to turn into the version of Jalen Green that's worth $35 million?
And what are the moves that are available to us to improve this team? I would submit that nobody has more moves available to them than the Rockets do for two reasons. One, other than OKC, who seems to have first-round picks from now until Rapture, and there's a couple other teams that have a lot of draft equity that they've stockpiled. The Rockets are one of those teams. They might have the best draft equity of any of these teams, especially if they want to make a trade with Phoenix, because they've got all of Phoenix's picks. They just go, here's your picks back. There you go. Number two, I think this is a really desirable team. If you're trading for a veteran who's going to have some say-so as to where they go, this ain't getting shipped to Utah or Milwaukee or somewhere. Like guys they not just the team, not just ownership. I think people like playing for the Fertittas as well. But the city, like a lot of NBA guys really like the city. I think the Rockets are in the catbird seat if they want to make a move. They got a lot of control over what their offseason looks like right now.
And we do still have the lottery coming up in a week from today, right?
Huge. It's a week. It's Monday night next week. This lottery is absolutely massive for the Rockets if they can do what happened last year, which is land in the top 3. That pick for Reed Sheppard last year was forecasted before the lottery to be like the 9th pick. It was one of the picks they got in the James Harden trade from Brooklyn. It lands in the top 3. I mean, look the hell out. Like, if somehow the 3.7% chance or whatever it is pops up and you get the number 1 trade talks, that they're the fantasy basketball trade booking that's going to go on this text page on Twitter is going to be phenomenal. If you like that,
let's do it. Let's do it, Rockets. Can you be clutch?
Yes.
Can you be clutch at the lottery?
Yeah, clutch in the lottery. Yeah.
How are you going to slip that cold envelope in there, my friend?
We need to find out who they're sending. Like that's always a big thing. Like, who did they send last year, and who are they sending this year? Whoever they sent last year, send them again this year. They did a good job. 3rd overall pick. All right. So there you go. Off and running on a Monday. Off and running with the Rockets offseason, which we will talk about in headlines. Headlines Rockets. We'll circle back to the Astros. A little bit of NFL news as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you want to be ice cold in the clutch in a good
898.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Rockets lose last night. The season is over. Overall, I would say a success, but last night, disappointment in Game 7 at home against the Warriors team that through 6 games, it was 3-3 through 6 games, and I would say the Rockets the better team through those 6 games. Last night, not the case. Buddy Hield was just unconscious for the Warriors. Steph eventually woke up, but Curry hadn't scored a point yet. And that part was where you go, all right, this is disappointing. And eventually Steph is going to wake up, and eventually he did, and the Rockets lose in just a really painful Game 7 to watch last night.
It was tough because there was even a point where they were lucky to be down 10 in the first half because Steph Curry hadn't scored a point yet. Yeah. And Buddy Hield, I did an emergency hex on Buddy Hield at the end of was it the end of the first quarter when he hit that circus shot?
Yes.
Yeah. He hit that one from about mid-quarter, so the 3 at the end, and I put a hex on him. And it worked. It worked a little bit in the third quarter, but then he showed back up in the fourth.
He finished 12 of 15 from the field.
It worked in the third quarter, Sean.
He didn't turn the ball over. I'm trying to see where it worked.
Yeah, it worked in the third quarter. That's what happens when you don't do it publicly. I can't just text it to you that I put a hex on him.
No, but that's true because I don't think he might not have even missed a shot before the third. You're right. All 3 of his misses may have come after the hex. So you may be right about that.
Yeah, it only really works its full force when you've got it. I should have put a reverse hex on Jalen Green.
God.
Maybe that would have been the key.
Steph was awful through the first quarter and a half of this game. He still finished 8 of 16, 4 of 10 from 3. He had 10 rebounds in this. He almost had a triple-double last night.
Look, if I were going to power rank the 3 of the young guys that are or may not be the key to success moving forward, I would say guys who just met the challenge and grew and showed up in the playoffs. Amen Thompson, numerous you want in terms of swarm or whatever you want to call. Şengün, I know it wasn't efficient, but Şengün defensively did a lot of really good things. He himself last night said he's got to improve the offense. That could be helped out a lot if the Warriors don't realize they can just clutter everything up in front of you because you don't have any actual shooters on the Rockets.
Yep.
And then Jalen Green just
no show.
Yeah, sweet 38 points, dude.
Yeah.
Like the other 6 games, just absolutely nothing.
Yeah, what did you like better, Jalen Green's 38 points in Game 2 or the 55 that he scored in the other 6 games combined? Yeah,
I felt like I could savor each one of those 55 points. Because they were, it was like you're only going to get 2 spoonfuls of sugar, and you got to really just make them last,
Absence does make the heart grow fonder, and the absence of points from Jalen Green made me grow fonder of the points he actually did score when he scored them. Here was Draymond Green following. Draymond was a pain in the ass the whole series, and he was a pain in the ass for basketball. He was a pain in the ass the whole series with all the flagrants and the technicals and the yapping and the chirping and everything else. He was really good last night. He was one of the best players on the floor last night. Here was Draymond giving the Rockets a whole lot of credit in the postgame.
The way he had those guys fighting, I gained a lot of respect for that team throughout this series. One of the tougher series I've played in, personally. But that's a young team to be reckoned with. And I told myself I was going to talk crazy because they have been talking crazy all series and on the internet, but I gained so much respect for those guys. Şengün is an incredible player. The way even I led those guys, they had no experience, and they led them, took us to the brink. That team's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I hope they understand it. Things can change fast in this league. You're only on the up until you're not.
Yeah.
But they got something promising that they can continue to build on. Jabari Smith, incredible. He played like a vet this whole series, getting his spots, knocking big shots down. A lot of respect for those guys.
I thought it was interesting that Jabari was the guy he brought up. I agree with him on Jabari. I thought Jabari should have got more minutes in this series. I just thought it was interesting. The one guy he brings up by name was the Rockets, the second guy off the bench who probably was under-minuted in this series. But I agree with everything he said, and especially the part, Seth, about things can change fast. Let's remind the Rockets, they were the 2 seed. They were 2 games above a cluster of teams that at the back end had to play in the play. Like this Warriors team had to play a play-in game to get the 7 seed. The difference between the Rockets and the Warriors in the standings was very minimal. So yeah, like they've got to understand. Like ask Memphis, they were the 2 seed a couple years ago. They're the 8 seed now. They were the 8 seed. They're getting destroyed by OKC. Getting swept in the first round. So yeah, man, especially in the West, this thing can change quickly on you.
I got a lot of criticism from our dear listeners for wanting the Warriors in round 1. I didn't want to mess around with the Grizzlies and whatever. Just give me the Warriors right away.
Yeah.
And I still stand by that. I do wonder if some of the young guys, including Amen Thompson in the first 4 games, if they'd had a break-in period against a lesser team like the Grizzlies, and then you go and face Minnesota. What it may Jalen Green needs an entire series to get whatever the hell is up with him out of his system. But by and large, you take it to Game 7 with the Warriors, and I think you learned a lot about the basketball team.
I think playing the Warriors gives you a much clearer measuring stick as to where you are right now. It's not the Warriors of old, but as you pointed out several times going into this series, once they got Jimmy Butler on this team, it is a team that defended at a very high level. They played and kind of the computers, I guess, viewed them more as like a 55 to 60 win team with Jimmy Butler on it than the whatever they were 48, 49 wins, whatever they got in the regular season. So yeah, I think you got a pretty clear picture as to where you stand right now if you're the Rockets in the West, I would say. Clippers losing a Game 7 over the weekend, so that was the other big thing we had circled. It's like, hey, Saturday we get a James Harden Game 7, and boy, did we ever. 7 points on 2 of 8 shooting, and we'll talk more about this later in the show. This reminded me of the closeout game against San Antonio back in 2017. Where
he was launching it into the stands.
It was halftime and they were getting killed at home by the Spurs, but he had only taken 2 shots in the first half, and that was back when James was the only star on the team. That was when Eric Gordon was their second best player. So that. I think people are as upset about the 8 shots as they are the 7 points. Sean, it's crazy when people start showing the elimination games and how bad Harden has been. They don't even get all the time. It's a post-COVID. Yeah. The number of elimination games that he's been a no-show is incredible. Podcast. You need a whole podcast.
I feel bad, man. I honestly feel bad for him.
For James?
For Harden, yes.
Get out of here.
I do, honestly, because it's not my problem anymore. At the very least, I think that last little contingency of people who somehow thought that Harden needed to be back on the Rockets, hopefully they'll shut up finally for now, because my God, what are you talking about? I feel bad for him. He's not our problem anymore. And this is going to be his legacy, man. I genuinely feel bad for him.
I can't do too many Pender polls at once. You and I already want to do one about Rocket fans' appetite for Kevin Durant. I suppose I could do multiple at the same time. It just gets tough to follow. What percentage of Rocket fans do you think share your pity for James Harden right now? You feel bad for him. What percentage do you think?
Why should I not feel bad for him?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you how to feel. I'm just asking you. How do you think Rocket fans feel similar to how you feel right now?
I don't think nearly as many people are as petty as you are, Sean.
Or maybe as compassionate as you are. That could be. So
we'll have to. The pettycast is going to be tough tomorrow for me to. I got to muster up some pettiness for James Harden being awful.
If Harden shows up there,
didn't speak to the media in any of the last 3 games.
And you feel sorry for this guy. He doesn't face the music in any of it. Like, what the hell is going on?
When you're the veteran leader, one of the veteran leaders on the team,
and they lost the game. Like you stunk. Astros, as we mentioned in the previous segment, they lose 2 out of 3 to the White Sox over the weekend. They lose 5-4 yesterday in a rain-shortened game that they were up 5-0 after 5 innings. And it's like, all right, Rain, come on, get in here now. The game's official. We don't need to play. And then the 6th inning, things just completely unravel on the Astros. And we were like, no, Rain, stay away. We need to retake the lead. At any rate, they lose 2 out of 3 to a horrible, horrible White Sox team. One NFL nugget, the 2027 NFL Draft will take place Washington, D.C., right there in front of the Washington Monument. So there you go. Pittsburgh next year, D.C. in 2027. Houston, who knows when. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Where does this elimination – this is the 5th time the Rockets have been eliminated by the Golden State Warriors in the last 10 years. Where does the one last night stack up against the others? Where does this elimination rank alongside the other ones at the hands of the Warriors? We will discuss that. And how did the young guys do? First dose of big boy basketball. How did each of the young core players do for the Rockets? We will get to that coming up next.
by you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, there were some pretty jubilant scenes with you and Steph late in the game. There's been some hostility with the Houston crowd. Do you guys enjoy playing in?
Always fun winning in the city and winning in this arena. So Fred had made a comment earlier in the series, said this ain't that team. It's that organization, though. And we like coming to this city and playing in these situations. It's been good to us.
Yep, he's right. That was Draymond Green, and he's referring to Fred VanVleet when he was Fred VanVleet before the series was asked about the history between these two teams in the postseason, which dates back to 2015. And VanVleet's answer, which is the right one, was, well, those are different teams. There's not any of the same guys on this team that there were back in those Warriors series in the 2015 through 2019 period. What is that screaming going on? What is that noise going on in the background right now?
Sorry, that was Jalen Noel. That was Jalen Noel getting drafted. I apologize. I was trying to record Jalen Noel getting drafted, the Iowa State feed.
Okay.
So there you go.
Gotcha.
I apologize.
Who is screaming? Yeah.
I didn't think my mic was going to be picking it up. It was Jalen Noel's family upset about the Rockets loss.
Okay.
That's what it was.
They were, it's understandably so.
It might have sounded like jubilation, but it was actually sometimes like you can't tell when somebody's wailing out of happiness or grief.
Yeah, like the screamer at the Rockets game on Friday. It looked like they did a good job of eradicating, or on I guess it would have been Game 5, but they eradicated that person. I didn't hear them last night on the broadcast. All right, so back to what Draymond was saying. And Draymond, you can understand where Draymond, Steph, those two guys in particular feel like, yeah, I know, it's a different group of guys, but it's the same court, it's the same arena, and it's the postseason. And we like coming here to fight. Where, Seth, so they've been eliminated 5 times by the Warriors now, the Rockets have.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Where does the one last night stack up compared, and I don't know if I need to rehash what exactly the other ones were.
Okay.
The most infamous one, obviously, is the Game 7 where they could have gone to the NBA Finals and they missed 27 three-pointers in a row.
I think at no point this year did I delude myself into somehow thinking that the Rockets were the second best team in basketball.
Yeah, there you go.
The Warriors throughout the entire James Harden era are all up above this one because there were times where the Rockets were the second best team in basketball those years, and you got eliminated by the team that was the best team in basketball.
Yeah.
So the feeling of, man, the devastation when you lost and knowing what you could have done if you'd made it to the finals, that was paramount. This was frustrating, and yet at the same time, you could see going into a Game 7 and understanding that the Rockets had utilized their big man lineup very effectively. There was no doubt in I don't think there was doubt in anybody's mind that Kerr was going to have an answer for it, and then it was just a matter of whether the Rockets could respond. Mm-hmm. And they really couldn't respond versus that zone defense by the Warriors when they don't have any shooters and when Jalen Green just decides to do what he did eventually in 6 of the 7 games in the series. So which is just not take advantage of the out. It's one thing when you're getting doubles and you're getting blitz or more than single digit, but when the Warriors are focusing all their attention on Fred VanVleet because he's the genuine danger and you're not doing anything with it, it's frustrating, but not at the same level of I don't feel like, oh boy, they missed their opportunity to win a championship this year.
For me, this one definitely wasn't at the top for sure. Nothing will match 2018 where Chris Paul pulls a hamstring in Game 5 and then you lose Game 6 and you lose Game 7. You only lose Game 7 by 9 in a game where you shot like 14% from 3-point. Like, nothing will beat that. That's 2018. I think 2019 is more frustrating because that was the year Kevin Durant tore his Achilles mid-series, or not mid-series, but like in Game 5. And then you lose Game 5 and Game 6 with no Kevin Durant out there. That was bad. I would put this one to me because of the opportunity and because this is a beatable Warriors team. Like, you were favored in that game last night. I have no idea what the odds were on any of these other elimination games with the Warriors. This one was more frustrating to me than you lost in 2015 in 5 games. Like, that was a clearly better Warriors team. And in 2016, you were the 8 seed playing the 1 seed. Like, that was everybody was just playing. That was a year, like, at the end of the year where, like, Dwight was gone and you know, like, James hated Dwight and everybody was just waiting for the season to end. Like, that one, there's no way I can put that one in terms of frustration above last night. You know, where you were the better team. You're the more talented basketball team.
And this is the part, though, too. It's that, I mean, it's astounding, this stretch of Game 7s and elimination games that James continued this weekend. And going back to all of that, I mean, I don't miss being in that position of figuring out a way to defend James Harden and that, no, it must be some kind of fluke. No, he's not that bad in elimination games, where now it's just written in stone that this is who he is, that you've got a top 5 player in the NBA who just somehow is atrocious when it really, really matters. I have no more confidence in Jalen Green right now than I had before him in this series, but the fall is not so precipitous as it was with James Harden. The difference between James Harden regular season and James Harden playoffs was just so drastic. You go from a top 5 player to a guy who's actually a drain on your team. That was, and to watch it unfold year after year, that was way, way, way harder than watching last night's game.
That's the biggest thing for me. Like, I posted on Sunday afternoon, I said, man, the things I want to come in talking about on Monday are, you know, the matchup with the Timberwolves, finally exercising the Warrior Demons. You know, did Alperen Şengün get another double-double? Like, all those things. What I didn't want to have to come in and talk about was Kevin Durant, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Zion Williamson, you know, all those guys. Yeah. And what is Jalen Green? What is Jalen Green? Like, that is the most important conversation going on in the building over the next couple of months, is what exactly do we feel his potential is? He gets compared to Devin Booker a lot, in large part because that's a guy that reportedly the Rockets would love to trade for, is Devin Booker. And if you know that Jalen Green goes to Phoenix in that trade, and you're just upgrading at that position. But a lot of people point out, Seth, that, you know, before Chris Paul got to Phoenix back in 2021 or whatever it was, before DeAndre Ayton grew into something for them, before they made it to the NBA Finals in 2021, Devin Booker was a lot like Jalen Green, where he was just piling up points and getting a big contract extension for a bunch of Phoenix teams that were frankly a whole lot worse than the Rocket teams Jalen's been on the last couple of years. You know, high volume scorer on bad teams, and now Devin Booker is viewed as a guy who plays winning basketball while scoring these points. That's the big question. Can Jalen Green become a lead guy and an efficient winning scorer on a championship level team? And he is solar systems away from that right now. Like, he is so far outside that conversation right now that's what makes the conversations in the building over there over the next couple months very interesting, because he didn't show anything in this series that would tell you he can be that. Nothing other than the 38-point game in Game 2. The other 6 games in this series, he was a complete non-factor, if not a negative for this team.
The Devin Booker, just by way of illustration, and this is where it gets interesting when you bring in Jalen Green's youth into the situation. Yeah. So by the time Devin Booker played in a playoff game, he was in his 6th year in the NBA. Yep. He was 24 years old, a couple years older than Jalen Green. But he scored, the lowest production he had in 6 games was 17 points. You know, he scored 34, 31, 19, 7th play in Game 6. And, like, it's night and day what Devin Booker did in his first time ever in the playoffs, but he was also a couple years older. Mm-hmm. Do you sit around and wait a couple years and see that to show up with Jalen Green?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, and I think and I think the other big question with Jalen Green is how much damage did this series do to whatever his stock is? You know, I would think that if a team trading for Jalen Green is going, all right, we're getting one of the up-and-coming young scorers in basketball, but when it came time for him to play really important basketball, other than one game, he was atrocious in this series.
Yeah,
you know?
And that was a series that that Devin Booker series was against the Lakers. They started off down 2-1 and then won 3 straight. And then the closeout game, I mean, Devin Booker was the exact opposite in Jalen Green.
47.
He wasn't fighting for minutes. Yeah.
What year was that?
2021.
Yeah. So you're going against LeBron and Anthony Davis in a playoff series, and those are the defending champs.
And you score 47 points in Game 6 to win the series
against the defending champ. Now he had Chris Paul as his point guard, and he had probably a I would say maybe not an overall more talented supporting cast. I mean, the Rockets have a lot of talent on this basketball team, but I'm guessing the offense they ran. I have to go back and watch, but I'm guessing the offense they ran looked a lot less discombobulated than the Rockets have looked.
I'll say that, I'll say this for Jalen Green, at the very least, he did put out defensively.
Yeah.
It's not like he was a total, nothing. He did put out defensively, but you're paying him $35 million a year.
Yeah.
He's not your defensive specialist.
No. But again, but you're right. That was ender, but the effort was definitely there. So, yeah, this is middle of the road for me as far as frustrating series against the Warriors, just because, man, you had a home game, and you had a home game after having kind of figured things out in games 5 and 6, and that effort last night was just so disappointing. So I'm curious, who do you think, that now the Warriors face the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now Minnesota all of a sudden is a 6 seed, gets a home series in the second round because they're playing the 7 seed. Who do you think Minnesota last night, who do you think they were rooting for in Game 7? Do you think they wanted the Rockets or the Warriors in this series?
I'm guessing they wanted the Rockets.
You think?
It's still, especially if they've been watching. I think the names loom so large, and Steph Curry and his ability to just turn a game upside down.
Yeah, man.
Hey, look, and you know who the Warriors have? They've got Buddy freaking Hield. They've got. Honestly, this is what you guys have to understand about Buddy Hield. They make fun of him in Northern California. He's the guy that dribbles too much and turns the ball over. He's the guy that he'll take a shot instead of dishing it to an open Steph Curry. He's a joke in a lot of regards. And he was your death blow last night.
Because he didn't do any of the things you just talked about. He would just catch and shoot the whole time.
Yeah, like if the Rockets had a Buddy Hield on their team that could get the best version out of. If they had any shooters at all that you could trust, then that game goes a lot differently.
Yeah.
They don't. It's the simplest, and it's where I give Udoka a pass somewhat. It's man. Offensively, I want to see more movement off the ball. I want to see a lot more, and yet they just don't have any shooters that can do anything with it.
Yeah, if I were in Minnesota, I don't know. I think there's a definite case to be made for rooting for the Warriors last night. For one, you're going to get home court advantage. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
If it goes to 7, you've got it at home. Although we saw how much good that did for the Rockets last night, I think Minnesota's that's. I think they match up pretty well with Golden State too. Rudy Gobert, like Golden State had trouble dealing with size. Minnesota's got a lot of size on their team. They've got Anthony Edwards, which is something the Rockets definitely don't have. They've got a guy who, the Warriors had closers on their teams. The Rockets largely didn't have closers on their team, and that hurt them, at least in Game 4. Anthony Edwards can take over a game. I would have been rooting for Golden State last night.
Now, if the teams were different compositions, it would be one thing, but both the Warriors with Jimmy Butler and the Rockets are both very, very good defenses.
Yes.
And ultimately, that's where the matchup, take all the names out of it and everything else. The Rockets were going up against one of the very best defenses in the NBA, and they're just not constructed the right way to play a team like that, whether it's got Steph Curry or anybody else out there.
Yeah.
And so Minnesota's looking at it, and if you really simplify it, it's okay. Both teams have great defenses, but the Warriors can score.
Yep.
And the Warriors were just in the regular season and in enough games this year offensively, they're just different than the Rockets.
All right, text message. We've given Jalen 4 years to prove himself and a contract extension. Last night, just stay away from the Toyota Center until I call you with the trade details.
And it's hard to use youth as an excuse when Amen Thompson especially shows all of those things where it's the dog factor is just so much more. He's everything you want in the way a guy is constructed at his core.
Yeah.
That guy is just, including after kind of struggling in the first 4 games, he figured it out and he turned it on. and he's all of the intangibles. You feel like, oh yeah, Amen Thompson has got it. Şengün, as inefficient as he was, will be the first to tell you he's got to prove offensively. But you could see that he was a factor, and that they had to account for him. He's got to get better, but it's just you can see where the menace and the threat is, and the growth potential is. Jalen Green, it was just that 138-point game, but then six games of nothing.
Yeah, I think if the question is, how did the young guys each do with their first taste of big boy basketball? Because that's what this was. This was 48 minutes of effort, end-to-end, both teams. As you point out, Seth, two really good defensive teams going at it with each other. I'm most encouraged by Amen Thompson because he was almost like one of these cyborgs that just started figured out how to play the game 4 games in, and then by Game 5 he was the regular season Amen Thompson again. He was the Amen Thompson who I have been saying since he was put into the starting lineup, and they've been playing him 40 minutes a night. He's the best player on this team. By the end of the series, he was the best player on this basketball team. Best offensive player, but the total package with Amen, he was the best player. Şengün, I'm encouraged by. I think his numbers were a little bit deceiving in this series. I don't need to see how he and Larry Bird are the only two guys to ever do this many points and rebounds and steals and blocks. I don't need to see that because I watched Larry Bird early in his career. Larry Bird won an NBA title his second year in the league in 81 or whatever. Well, I don't need to see that. That's a little deceiving. Now, what I think is indicative of where the good with Şengün and where he is as a player is that two of those stats they were showing, I believe, is nobody's done this, this, and this. I think were steals and blocks, which I think is indicative of the improvement that Şengün has made at that end of the floor, the effort and the improvement he's made at the defensive end. He was a positive defensive player in this series. I think overall, if I had to guess, the numbers bear out that he was a positive offensive player, but the difference between what it was and what it could have been with Şengün, if he could just I get it, Draymond was covering him this whole series, and Draymond last night was outstanding against Şengün. But there were several times in this series that even with Draymond on the floor, Şengün had worked himself into a position for a layup or a baby hook, and he's just short-arming it.
The point-blank stuff.
Yes.
It was, his shot, the shot chart from last night of everything inside.
Disturbing,
all the misses
man.
inside the paint were very, very disturbing. Yes.
Yeah, yep. Jalen, I think you nailed it. Jalen was he was, other than Game 2, a disaster on every level. He's the one, and I'll throw Tari and Jabari in here. Like, Jalen is easily the one that I'm least confident about playing big.
Low-key disappointment last night because you get focused on other things also was Dylan Brooks. Which I just don't have I don't feel there's other things I want to complain about and whine about this morning, and so he's not one of them because Dylan Brooks has his role, and you can't expect him to be the star in Game 7.
Right. Well, and I think Game 6, too, with Dylan, when he got that fourth foul really early in the third quarter, and earlier in the series, and definitely during the regular season, you'd be like, oh, man, Dylan got his fourth. He's got to go out. Because he had a good season for them. He was their best three-point shooter this year. In that particular game, the way that series is going, again, this is Game 6, not last night, but I think it backs up your point. I was like, all right, cool, let's get to Steven Adams earlier than we normally would. Dylan's going out and Steven Adams is coming in is what you say? All right. And, again, Steven Adams winds up playing 31 minutes in that Game 6, but you end up closing out the game.
Speaking of Draymond, Stan Van Gundy last night I had no idea what he was talking about. Maybe I misheard it. When Draymond clocked Fred VanVleet, did a kung fu chop to his neck.
Yeah.
Stan Van Gundy said it was obviously unintentional or obviously incidental. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Okay, that's funny. That's funny because I was watching. I was watching the Space City feed, the home feed. And Craig Ackerman lost his bleep on that play. You are, and rightfully so, and he's the home announcer. He should. He was saying, you are a professional athlete. No professional athlete loses control of their limbs.
It's a second effort. There was a second effort for the shove chest chop.
He was punching him with his offhand.
Yeah, if his hand had come down on Fred's shoulder or what have you, then so be it. Yeah, I get it. But there was a second effort there.
And they didn't call a flagrant on him. They called a technical. So it was only a one-shot. It was a one-shot technical foul. And Golden State got to keep the basketball after that.
Right.
Like,
one game after he'd already Deacon Jones to Jalen Green.
Right.
Well, I don't. Of all the things in sports that don't make sense to me, I get that some players get preferential treatment. You know what? And I try not to get bothered about it anymore. All right, the Pat Mahomes stuff, I just couldn't even just latch onto it. Like, whatever, it happens. How is Draymond one of these guys? I don't understand it. Well, I don't get it.
And it's not just the actual fouls and the kind of these calls they make on him that allow him to stay in the game or that he won't get his second technical. It's the antics of Draymond after, like, it's how put out he
backs
is.
Down the officials.
Yes.
He's like, the officials, instead of giving him a technical, are like backing up. Like, oh no. I've got a family.
They talked about that. Here's Doris Burke and Mike Breen talking about. I think this was in Game 6, Seth, the game you're talking about here, where ESPN had the game on Friday night, right?
It was Game 6.
Yeah, so it was Game 6. Here was Doris Burke and Mike Breen just completely bewildered by the same thing you were.
So how many guys get this kind of leash in the league to get a flagrant one and continue the discussion?
And in his face yelling at him. Again, the officials in this case, game rough. They're going to give players a little extra rope in a playoff game because they don't want to have an effect, but it just gets tired. It just gets really tired.
This is that's not Craig Ackerman. You know, that's not somebody coming at it from a Rockets perspective, where understandably the emotions would be running high. That's Mike Breen, who is as unbiased an observer as you can be. Like, it just gets to be a little much.
It's just so strange.
Yeah.
Like, okay, giving guys, hey, you know what, Jordan's going to get away with, giving a little shove on the shin before he hits the three. Whatever. How is Draymond Green the guy that's protected?
It's unbelievable.
It feels, it's so weird.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yep.
I don't get it.
Yep.
I'm not even mad at Draymond Green because they allow him to get away with it.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
And yet I'm about to be an enabler here because we're about to do Acknowledge Me. Our segment where we acknowledge big performances from over the weekend or noteworthy performances from over the weekend. And this is this whole thing I'm looking at who's getting acknowledged here. And granted, I was the one who chose these people, but I can be a bigger man. So let's do this. Let's do Acknowledge Me. We do it 7:20-ish every Monday. Acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend, noteworthy things happening in the world of sports. I will say a name, and then Colin, our producer who's in for Ben today, will play the Roman Reigns. Acknowledge me. So let's start with old Draymond. Old Draymond Green.
Acknowledge me.
For all the things we just said about Draymond operating with his own rule book, the referees giving him preferential treatment when it comes to arguing, he was one of the best players on the floor last night. He did an outstanding job defensively. Against Alperen Şengün, all those misses, not all of them, but a lot of those point-blank misses, Draymond had a lot to do with, a lot he didn't have to do with. But he backed it up in the end. You know, Jalen Green was the one talking mess about Draymond after a loss in which he scored 9 points, Jalen Green. Said, well, that's all you
can do is talk.
All he can do is, I wish you would talk louder, Jalen. I wish you would talk louder, like Draymond does sometimes. But Draymond, you got to give Draymond, and he was, and it feels awful to say this in a Game 7, Seth, but he was good at the offensive end for them last night too. Draymond had a good game shooting the basketball last night, getting to the rim, facilitating. He was 7 of 15 from the field. Oh, you're the one who feels sorry for James Harden. I'm just giving credit where credit's due.
James Harden didn't beat the Rockets last night.
I'm just giving credit where credit's due, man. I can be magnanimous that way.
Call him your pappy, Sean.
Yep.
Call him your pappy.
Plus 18. He had the best plus minus of anybody on the floor last night. I'm going to acknowledge Draymond Green. All right, so there we go. Draymond Green acknowledged. Okay, I think we'll be on the same side of this one.
Yeah.
Warren Moon.
Acknowledge me.
So Warren Moon, a big topic for whatever reason. Post this draft, jersey numbers have been a topic. We'll get to Abdul Carter. We'll get to Abdul Carter. But the big talk in Tennessee had been Cam Ward, who's worn the number 1 jersey going back to when he was at Washington State, jersey number 1. I don't even want to say, obviously, that jersey number's retired for the Titans because there may be people that are new to Houston who don't realize, no, in Tennessee, they've retired all the Oiler jerseys that deserved retiring. And Warren Moon is one of those. But here's what I love about this, is that Warren Moon, by explaining why he's going to allow Cam Ward to wear the retired number 1 jersey, in a way, unintentionally, pointed out just the ludicrousness of Amy Adams Strunk and her cosplay with this Oiler Titan thing going on. Here was Warren Moon on why he's allowing Cam Ward to wear jersey number 1.
I've had that number for like 50 years, right? From the time I was 18 years old until here I am today. And Cam's had that number for about the last 4 or 5 years when he was at Washington State. But I looked at it as my Houston Oiler number 1 will never be worn again. He's going to wear the Tennessee Titans number 1, and he has a chance to start a legacy with that number with the Tennessee Titans, which I'm a member of as part of the organization. So I just thought it was the right time to do it, and he can create his own legacy just like I did, and hopefully he'll surpass my legacy.
Yeah, translated, it's really stupid that we're treating the Titans like they're the Oilers. It's really to the extent that Amy Adams Strunk does is really dumb. Warren Moon didn't say that there. But by saying, like, hey, man, the first snap he takes as a Titan, Cam Ward will have worn that particular jersey more than Warren Moon did as an Oiler.
Right.
You know, he's so stupid.
The retired number stuff, it makes sense with it's a dicey situation. I'm not cutting Amy Adams Strunk a break here or whatever. But if it's retired, it's retired. And if you're going to claim the organization's history, which they own, it feels wrong. But then, at least, and she's an owner allowing it. This Abdul Carter stuff with the Giants is out of control. Because Abdul Carter, the first-round pick for the Giants, first asked Lawrence Taylor if he can wear his retired number. Lawrence Taylor says, "No, young man, go on and make your own legacy in this world."
Well, this is, and we should point out, like, that wasn't the number is 56, and that's not the number that Abdul Carter wore at Penn State. He wore 11.
So then he goes and he asks Phil Simms if he can wear his number,
which is 11. Yeah.
And Phil Simms says his family vetoed it, that Phil was considering it, but his family vetoed it. Honestly, this is one of those things that it's very easy to look at and say, why are you getting worried about that?
Red flag.
If I were a Giants fan, I would be worried as hell about
that.
What the hell is this kid worried about?
Dude.
What are you doing? Go do something on your own. Why are you hung up on this?
The first one is just offensive. To ask for Lawrence, if it were your number that you wore at Penn State, if you wore 56, okay, I mean, like, casually ask him or at least try to bring it up in a conversation with him, and maybe he says it's okay.
He made it public.
Whether the gall to ask Lawrence Taylor if I can wear your number is if to say I'm going to be. That's him saying I plan on being the next. Well, you could make a case that Lawrence Taylor is the greatest player in the history of modern football. Like, there is that case to be made. He certainly a case to be made that he's the greatest defensive player of all time. And you're asking him if you can wear his number when you've never worn it before, or at least not at the collegiate level that I know of. You've never worn 56. I'm with you, man. You will not get acknowledged. If there was a way to play "Acknowledge Me" backwards, we would play it for Abdul Carter right now.
Get out.
Yeah, get out. That's a good job, Colin. Good job. All right. This is another one that's going to be painful. Russell Westbrook.
Acknowledge me.
He's really good in a closeout game for the Nuggets. 16 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals. Had a dunk off of a steal in the fourth quarter where he just hung on the rim for about 10 seconds and got a technical when they were up by 30.
After the game was they were up by 30.
I don't hate it.
Doing it just to do it.
I don't hate it. You're in front of your home crowd. Do it, young man. Yeah.
This is why I had reservations about Stephen A. Smith having that worst take of the week and Take-A-Mania when he said that Russell Westbrook would be the X factor for the Clippers. Is that it is true in a lot of regards. It's that, okay, if you can get that version of Russell Westbrook, then it's a huge factor. X factor.
Yes, no question. And this is why he's getting acknowledged. Not for that line. It's a 16 points, 5 rebounds. That's a good day. 5 assists. Russ described Russ better than I've heard anybody else describe Russ.
My ability to be able to be a force of nature on the floor is what I pride myself on. So whatever that looks like, a miss shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed 3, maybe a made 3. It's gonna be all of that. It's gonna be everything. So you just take it for how it comes, and whatever happens, you go with it. And I've always been like that. As long as I leave it on the floor, and God willing, to be able to go out and continue to compete, I'm grateful for it.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's the perfect description of Russell Westbrook right there.
What's your greatest strength? Randomness.
Unpredictability.
Unpredictability. That's like when you're planning a bank heist and you got one guy. It's just he's got a certain skill set, but he's also psychotic.
Yes.
Like, all right.
Right.
We're either all going to end up on death row or this guy's going to make it work.
He's the guy that can carry the most bags of money out of the bank, but he's also the one most likely to trip the alarm on the way out.
Yeah. And call up his cousin and tell him about it.
Film it on social
hey, just
media.
so you know, I gotta miss the cookout tomorrow morning because I'm robbing a bank tonight.
Right.
Don't tell anybody.
Russell Westbrook will have the biggest bank heist of all time, and he'll tell everybody about it on social media. Yes. All right, a couple acknowledgments here. Sovereignty.
Acknowledge me.
Won the Kentucky Derby. If you're wondering who that is, he is a horse who won the Kentucky Derby. The most amazing Kentucky Derby stat, Amy and I watched the Kentucky Derby at our buddy, our buddy Wallace Marsh, Seth, with Wallace and his wife on Saturday over at their house. Wallace is a big horse racing guy. All the horses in the Kentucky Derby were descendants of Secretariat.
Yeah.
That was wild. All 21 horses were descendants of the greatest racehorse of all time.
Tired of this nepotism.
It's like a family barbecue.
They're like the Matthews family.
Yeah.
Secretariat is like Clay Matthews Sr.
Yeah.
The grandfather of Clay Matthews III.
That's right. All right, but here's the part I wanted to get to. So congrats to Sovereignty, and thanks for having us over, Wallace. We had a great time. Xavier Legette,
Acknowledge me.
wide receiver from the Carolina Panthers, was at the Kentucky Derby. He's a huge horse enthusiast, as many know who follow him on social media. He owns a bunch of horses, 14 to be exact. He was on with Kay Adams. Kay Adams was at the Kentucky Derby doing her show there. Had a lot of really good guests. None better than Xavier Legette. Was asked about the 14 horses, and can you name them all?
How many horses do you actually own?
We got 14 now.
You what? Where? Where do you keep them? Where do they live?
They all back in South Carolina.
They're at Mullins?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And do you know them all by name?
I can name about 8 of them. I can't name all 14 of them.
You can't name all 14?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of them now.
What is the dream? I should say, what is the goal? What is the goal with the horses?
Man, I see it as like kind of a big investment. And one day I want to get into the Derby.
Into the Derby. I love him so much.
Now, normally I would hear about a young athlete who's bought a bunch of racehorses and get nervous as hell. I wonder where the Xavier Legette, because he's from rural South Carolina.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he comes from somebody in his family has either a horse or farming background or whatever.
I would guess so. Yeah.
They're genuinely treating it like a business.
Yes.
So I actually worry some of the guys that I knew in the NFL that just basically put money back into their family farm did quite well for themselves, as opposed to deciding they're the next Warren Buffett. So I'm not, with Xavier Legette, I'm actually less worried about him owning 14 horse races. I'm guessing he's got a father or a grandfather or somebody that knows what they're doing.
I actually like that he couldn't name all of them. You know what I mean? Like, it shows the
he's looking
level
at them like
of
numbers
detachment.
more so than actual,
for sure. All right, now they did talk a little football, Kay Adams and Xavier Legette. And he was asked, the Carolina Panthers actually used their first-round pick on a wide receiver, Tet McMillan, out of Arizona. Have you texted or been in touch with Tet McMillan, Xavier Legette?
Have you talked to Tetaroa?
Tetaroa? No.
You haven't? How does that work with wide receivers and wide receiver rooms?
You see, man, I didn't want to text him yet. I want to talk to him when he come in so I can build that relationship with him once he get in there. But he's a good player, man. I was even watching him play last year, seeing what he was doing. He's making some incredible catches. I think he's going to do good.
Ted McMillan's going to meet Xavier Legette and be like, can you please we text this?
Can we text? Yeah, I would prefer we text.
Adam Thielen reportedly is the only guy in the receivers room that understands what Xavier Legette is saying.
He's the Legette translator,
Adam Thielen basically has to translate for Xavier Legette.
Kay Adams actually brought that up with Xavier Legette. Thielen touting himself as the translator.
Thielen, that's my guy, man. He swear he know exactly what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't know what you just said, but he still be like, oh yeah, okay.
He'll still be like, yeah, okay. So there you go. Xavier Legette thinks that Adam Thielen's actually faking it a little bit when he's, acting like he knows what he's saying there. You know?
Oh, yeah. That's what, like when you're talking to somebody from Scotland or something.
Yeah,
You're like, oh, yeah. You're trying to
read
into the body language as much as you can.
Yes. Okay, this is the best cut out of all of them.
I'll be honest, man. Like, some of the guys I met, and this crosses all, like, racial boundaries and what have you. The guys I met from a rural, deep South, man, it's a struggle in person at first to really understand. Because, what was his name? It was offensive lineman my rookie year who was from Tifton, Georgia. I didn't know what the hell. He was my roommate. Todd, whatever. Anyway, I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. I really genuinely didn't. And I think I ended up, I prayed with him a lot because he was very religious. I don't even know what we were praying for.
Do you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, I would want to know.
About this.
Yeah.
We're going to pray about this. And go, yeah, sure. I don't know.
I would want to know what I'm praying about. Can you write down here what we're praying about?
Todd Fordham, that was his name.
Todd Fordham.
Yeah.
All right, well, you're going to like this cut then. Kay Adams asked Xavier Legette for his pick in the Kentucky Derby. Here's his prediction before the race for the running of the Kentucky Derby.
How should I pick my horse?
Well, me personally, I'm always trying to go for the underdog.
Okay, underdog.
Yeah, so I'm going for Chunk of Gold. Everybody, they think that he going to lose.
Who?
Chunk of Gold. That's his name.
I can't understand what you're saying. What?
Chunk of Gold.
Chunk of goat?
Gold. Gold.
Chunk of gold?
Yeah.
Gold.
She couldn't understand it after asking him to clarify twice. Like, chunk of goat. Did you say goat? No. Spell it for me. Yeah. Gold. Oh, my God. He's the best. He is the absolute best. By the way, chunk of goat.
Yeah.
Finished 9th. So, yeah. A little off on that one. But that's okay. All right, we love Xavier Legette. That was Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances and great interviews from over the weekend. All right, speaking of outrageous statements, AFC South GMs talking about their picks. This is what, could we ever envision the general manager of the Texans saying publicly some of the things that are being said about the high picks, what GMs are saying about their high picks in the AFC South? We have that coming up next.
Hey, Mother's Day's coming up.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood. Under the live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You got at least one person with you on the text page, Seth, about no regret in wanting the Warriors in this series to face the Rockets. Text message, and we'll get to the GMs in the AFC South here in just a second. I don't regret saying I want the Warriors. Exercising those demons would have been sweeter than that. The chance to do that sweeter than playing the Grizzlies or whatever.
Yeah, there is something now. If you get that win in your back pocket, series win versus the Grizzlies, which isn't a guaranteed, obviously.
No,
but they would have had a better chance of having it versus the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Do you get a better version of Jalen Green against Minnesota? Right now, I would guess no. And yet, it's probably you couldn't get a worse version of them.
Do you get a? Well, do you? I just want to make sure you said Minnesota. Do you mean Memphis? Or like?
No, I think getting all the bugs out of getting used to playing the playoffs and everything, and then let's say Jalen Green has a game or two that's really nice against the Grizzlies, but then he goes into that Minnesota game or series and just. Do you see a better version of him? He's learned and adjusted to what the playoff basketball is like.
I think it's reasonable. Look, here's the thing: if the question is, would you have gotten a better version of Jalen Green and just leave it blank? The answer is going to be yes, compared to what he was in this series, because he was. Yeah. It's hard to be worse than what he was in this series. I
don't know. I mean, you do, and then he showed promise, and he did some nice things in game. In Game 6 before he got injured, it was just, I just don't know that. I don't want to go too deep on that. Memphis was coaching with an interim coach. Steve Kerr. Yeah. Steve Kerr made a lot of moves that made life hard on Jalen Green. They got it. You know what? Yeah, they're real welcome to the NBA playoffs. Might not have happened until the second series. Anyway.
Yeah.
So it would have been it. Then Jalen Green could have been even worse in his second series.
Maybe.
Emboldened with a false sense of confidence going into it.
That's fair. I think that's fair. All right, so AFC South GMs, talking about their top picks here. All right, I got sucked in on the headline porn with this one, Seth.
Yeah, this was, I feel bad because I was in the bad, I'm in a bad position of having to defend Mike Borgonzi, who comes via Kansas City, because all the headlines were, Titans GM compares Cam Ward to Pat Mahomes, and I thought, this is going to be juicy.
I'm like, this guy is trying to out Gladstone here,
Yeah. So, but
because Gladstone actually did do that in his introduction to Travis Hunter. Saying he's going to change the game, change the sport.
And in classic headline porn fashion, though, the question was specifically about Pat Mahomes.
Oh, okay.
Some of the things I mentioned about instincts and spatial awareness when we studied Patrick coming out, I thought Cam showed that. Now he's got a long way to become Patrick Mahomes, future Hall of Fame with 3 Super Bowls right now. But there were certain traits that I've been around Patrick a long time. His ability to process and the instincts kind of stood out to me.
All right, so that was pretty measured. The question was specifically about Mahomes. So he was
the guy, and the question was very much. It was like, hey, Pat Mahomes has been compared to this, and Pat Mahomes does this and that, and I felt like Borgonzi was trying to be politely. If you were in a casual conversation, you'd be like, all right, get out of here with that Pat Mahomes talk right now. Okay, we want to teach him he's going to be Cam Ward, and we're going to be. So he just kind of looked at some of the positive attributes, which you can do about any quarterback prospect with any great quarterback.
Borgonzi is in that honeymoon phase still with the media in Tennessee, so he's trying to play nice with them a little bit, not shut down the question. And he scouted, to your point, you said he's part of the Chiefs, so he scouted Mahomes back in the day.
Yeah, he was the assistant GM with the Chiefs.
Yeah, so that's a logical question. And so what you're saying is that the headline porn, sucked a lot of people in, like, oh, look at this GM making comps to Mahomes with their new number 1 overall quarterback. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're saying.
So I defend Borgonzi.
Defend Borgonzi, okay. And I think by way of illustration, because you're right, I thought that was a very measured answer. It wasn't outrageous. He was asked directly about a Mahomes comp, and he accommodated a new to him media member, So what you're saying is it wasn't like this.
As we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself.
What have you been hunting?
Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Okay. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
The dumbest part of all that, the applause.
And the clapping at a press conference.
The dumbest part of all that was the sport of football igniting my belief in others. It ignites belief in ourselves and belief in others. There's so many opportunities I feel like I've missed, Seth, in, say, like a pep talk to one of my kids when they're lacking in confidence in something, or they need better grades, or my daughter's got a big race coming up and she's not sure how she feels, and I look at her and I say, Judy, I believe in you. And she's like, yeah, where's this belief coming from? The sport of football. The NFL has me believing in you running this completely disconnected cross-country race with
the people. And remember, though, this is what's so annoying about it is this is after a draft selection. This is like talking about igniting belief in that, hey, you too someday could go 4-13 in a regular season.
Yeah.
And then trade up to take a draft prospect who did incredible things in college, but who any actual NFL GM who's been around a while knows that, look, you still got to prove it in the NFL. But I'm going to go, just know that you too can also be bad enough to be put in a spot where you can take a big swing on buying a lottery ticket. Yes. It can be done.
Yes. You can overpay for a player near the top of the draft.
Yes, you too can do this.
Yeah.
You too can be the NFL equivalent of the Los Angeles Angels. Go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Up to and including a Shohei comp for Travis Hunter, yes.
I felt bad for Travis Hunter in all of this because, for one, if Travis Hunter, it's almost like if you're going to get up and say the things about, that a lot of high draft picks will say is like, hey, I got to earn my spot on this team. I got to prove to my teammates that I'm going to be good and everything. It almost feels like you're kind of taking some of the juice out of your new boss's statement.
Yes.
He gets up and says, this guy's going to redefine the game. It's hard to sit there and say, hey, I just want to come in and earn the respect of my teammates. Meanwhile, the GM's over there and like, and Travis? What else are you going to do? I'm going to challenge, set expectations for not just football, but the world?
Right. And yet I think like Travis Hunter's teammate in college was Shedeur Sanders, and Shedeur was probably really jealous of that introduction right there. I feel like Shedeur's like, hey, you got sent the wrong copy. That's about me challenging all the boundaries.
I'm the one that's going to change the culture and everything else.
Like
it really is a testament to Travis Hunter's personality and everything else that, like, he was completely left out, and his playing ability, that he was completely left out of any of the Deion and Shedeur hoopla.
Yeah.
It was Travis. It's just he was in a different category. The other part of it is the difference between how D'Amico Ryans talked about his high draft picks with C.J. Stroud, and then especially Will Anderson when you trade up so aggressively for him. D'Amico would specifically say, hey, these guys have enough pressure on them. I just want them to be themselves. They don't have to do anything more than that. I need to take pressure off of them. Meanwhile, you got the magnificent Gladstone saying, like, this guy's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize someday.
He did say all he has to do is be himself right after saying he was going to change the sport and push the boundaries into the...
Yes. All of these things.
Just be yourself. Yeah, just be yourself.
I wish Travis Hunter was a jerk, because then we could really enjoy all of this. But he's not.
He's not, but he's in the division, so that'll be enough. Like, you see him twice a year. That'll work for me. And yet still the thing that bothers me the most of what any GM in the division has said over the last couple of years was Chris Ballard.
We had the best rush in the draft.
We just got the bleeping best rush to with the 15th overall pick. Yeah.
Right, you got him midway through the first round, okay, Chris? Yeah. That's where if it's a genuinely incredible prospect, not to say you can't really work out, obviously. But
right.
The way he said that was like, yeah, with the 15th pick, we got usually the best pass rusher goes in Abdul Carter's territory.
Yes, it's the cackling. If he had just said it, hey, we might have got the best defensive player in the draft, I'd be like, all right, I don't know if I agree with your take. But it's the laughing as if he got over on the other 14 teams in front of him.
Yeah.
Like some bridge
troll. And we're going to follow up by we've got the best track athlete at quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we're going to sign a second one that can't throw.
The best track athlete that never actually makes it to the Olympics because he's always injured.
We got the most inaccurate QB competition in camp.
That should be Chris Ballard. Yeah, Anthony Richardson was built to defy expectations.
Yes.
A lot of people these days will tell you that 50% completion rate can't hack it in the NFL.
That's right.
Anthony Richardson will prove them wrong.
Damn right.
We're going to win with 50% completions, my friends.
Oh, my God. All right, was this Rocket season a success? Weigh in, 713-572-4610. Was this Rocket season, following last night's Game 7 home loss, a success? We will discuss coming up next.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, how we feeling about the season? Rocket season, they get the 2 seed. They win. They lose in 7 to the Warriors in round 1. Credit to the Rockets for fighting back to get it to a Game 7. Credit to the Warriors for winning a Game 7 on the road against the Rockets. And I would say whatever the opposite of credit is for whatever that offense was last night for the Rockets. That was tough to watch, man. That was tough to watch. And to me, Seth, the biggest number last night wasn't a field goal percentage or turnovers or anything. To me, the biggest number was just their inability to get good shots, to get open shots. They had only shot 12 three-pointers for the entire game at about the time the game was turning into garbage time at the end. I think they wound up shooting 18 of them. I think 6 of them were in the last 3 or 4 minutes. You get Alperen Şengün with nobody walking out to, they're letting Alperen Şengün shoot set shots with 3 minutes to go in the game because the game's over. When this game was still contested, when this was still a game, the Rockets just couldn't find open shots all night long last night.
And that's where, like you had said earlier, if this were a football game, this is the kind of thing where you fire the offensive coordinator afterwards. And because Bobby Slowick is not going to get it done. Yeah, you got to figure something out because they cannot manufacture when they need to manufacture. Part of that's just roster construction, and they don't have enough shooters. They don't have a Buddy Hield. We're stuck in the position of saying we don't have a Buddy Hield, but then there's no movement away from the ball. Like they don't do anything in the half court versus really good defense. We knew going in, and you're just wondering, all right, can you do you really think in the modern NBA at some point the recipe for people who just want to run this back, the recipe is going to be to play a 2 big man lineup, plus Jabari Smith Jr. and that's what's going to get it done versus the really potent NBA teams. It's a nice. I don't want to call it a gimmick, but it's kind of a gimmick.
That's a wrinkle. It's a wrinkle.
Yeah, it clogs up spacing and does a lot of other things that make it difficult if you're not a genuinely good shooting team to take advantage of it. And that's what ends up happening when you play it in heavy minutes for multiple games.
I think the season was a success. I think they overachieved expectations. There were not a lot of people out there saying they would have home court advantage in a playoff series this season. So we've got to acknowledge that the 82-game regular season itself was a tremendous success. Alperen Şengün became an all-star. Amen Thompson is going to be an all-star at some point here. There's not, the young guys that they've drafted. I think at a minimum, I would say, and I'm talking about the 7 guys they've drafted in the first round, the last 4 drafts. They drafted Şengün and Jalen Green 4 years ago. 3 years ago, they drafted Tari and Jabari. And then it was Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore a couple of years ago, and then last year Reed Sheppard. I would say the least complimentary thing I would say about any of those 7 guys is that they've all still got value at least. Like some team there are teams out there that I'm guessing if they make a trade with the Rockets would like to have Cam Whitmore included in that trade out of all of them right now because I think there's reasons why they weren't even bringing him in garbage time of one of the blowouts a little bit earlier, honestly. But he's got value. The guy scored 39 points in an NBA game in the final week of the season. There's clearly some talent there. And I think Reed Sheppard, I still am confident Reed Sheppard is part of this team's future. The other 5 guys are all, at a minimum, solid rotational NBA players. Anywhere from solid, Jabari and Tari, I would say solid NBA rotational players, despite the fact that Tari's mom tweets like he's Kobe or something like that. I would say solid rotational players is their floor, and then all the way to the ceiling being, I think Amen Thompson has a chance to be one of the 10 best players in the sport once he gets his offensive game refined a little bit. So there are good things going on here, and you've got so much in terms of capital to go make whatever move it is you want to make. You can practically outbid any team. If you want Kevin Durant badly enough and Phoenix is willing to play ball and they want to move on from Kevin Durant, you can go get Kevin Durant this offseason if you want.
You can go, and those guys can everybody you mentioned can continue to improve and be better. Yeah. The biggest just question mark or headache or however you want to view it is Jalen Green and his $35 million. Everybody that you just mentioned, and I would include Şengün in this, they show something in the playoffs, and that you can see where the improvement will be. Şengün was very open about how he feels like he took a step back offensively this year, but you can see, especially with improvement from other guys around him, where a better version of Şengün. You come to this playoff series and you just wonder, all right, are we gonna do the thing we did with James Harden forever, where you just keep trying to act like it's a fluke that he's no good in the end of playoffs and what have you? I can't sit here and act like running it back exactly like this is what you need, with improvement from all those guys we just mentioned, that everything will be just fine. I think they need more than that.
Yeah, I think the thing with Jalen Green, okay, a couple things you said about Jalen there that are interesting. I don't know that people are going to be. He's making a lot of money, no doubt, but he's only got 2 more years left. It was a 3-year extension, so it's not a. It's by NBA terms, by regular people terms, it's ridiculous money. Obviously, by NBA terms, I don't think teams are going to be scared off by that. The basketball part of what you just said, as you laid that out, like, he's clearly the player that was most impacted by the change in what playoff basketball looks like versus what regular season looks like. That's the scariest thing if you're the Rockets or a team trading for Jalen Green. Like, okay, is this a guy who the style of basketball in the regular season was a little more wide open? You got guys load managing. Jalen plays every night, to his credit. He plays every night. Is that style of basketball where teams aren't game planning for you night to night? You know, they're a little looser with their scouting reports. Energy level, back-to-backs, those all factor in. Is he just more conducive to putting up numbers in that environment than the ability to put it up in a series where the guy goes off for 38 points in Game 2, and then Steve Kerr moves with a couple chess pieces, and the guy cannot get out from under.
And then at Game 7, and the Warriors say, all right, no, we're going to go after Fred VanVleet tonight.
Yeah.
And then where are the excuses now?
Right.
It just, okay, well, it's his first Game 7. I can see Amen Thompson out there in his first Game 7, and he's rising to the challenge. Şengün was giving you something, at least, as inefficient as he was. And Jalen Green he had room to work. He had space. He wasn't getting blitzed and what have you. And he just doesn't show up.
Yeah.
And I don't, at some point, how long do you continue giving opportunity after opportunity after opportunity? It's just, he's nowhere near being untouchable as a trade piece.
Correct.
Like, not even in the same stratosphere.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're getting a lot of texts about Jalen to the text page here. You can't blame this all on Jalen. That offense is atrocious. Tari Eason turnovers, Dylan Brooks turnovers, Şengün flopping. Yeah, no, Jalen's not alone in this, for sure. He's not alone. But again, he's one of your highest paid players, and he is the guy that I think for the last 4 years this organization has envisioned being the face of this franchise, and I think it's not evolving that way right now. We have playoff Harden. His name is Jalen Green. That's from Mike and Cy-Fair. Jalen Green equals playoff James Harden. You know, again, I don't want to go down that comparison again, especially on the heels of. Well, you and I were complimenting Harden last week when they were making those comparisons.
No. Well, we weren't really complimenting him. We were just saying, like, no, you got to recognize Jalen Green is not even close to as productive as James Harden has been in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. James Harden, who now is notoriously bad in Games 5, has produced in the playoffs.
Yep.
And when he doesn't produce, typically he's at least scoring in the double digits.
Yeah.
And that's so to even put him in the same category as James Harden, it doesn't really do justice or illustrate what a non-factor Jalen Green was in terms of a guy that's supposed to be one of your studs.
Yep.
In 6 out of the 7 games in this series.
Text message, I'm out on Jalen Green, done with that experiment. Experiment? He's second pick in the draft. Alpi needs to get in the gym and work on his touch this offseason. His touch has been off. He leaves about 6 to 10 points out on the court. Thank you for pointing that out. So I have been pointing that out repeatedly throughout this series and have a lot of people. Those are the defenders I've been seeing, Seth. I know you talk about the Jalen Green defenders. The ones I've been seeing are Alperen Şengün, because I've been more critical of Alperen Şengün in this series than most people have been because of that exact thing. He leaves easy points on the table. I know Draymond's the one defending him, and Draymond sure does make it difficult to get to point-blank range, but there's so many shots, and there's so many shots that Alperen Şengün missed, and I think all you have to do is look at the losses in games 3, 4, and 7. So the 2 losses that put you behind the 8 ball and then the decisive elimination game, Alperen Şengün in those 3 games, in Game 3, he was 7 of 18 from the field. In Game 4, he was 12 of 28 from the field. And the only time he made hay that whole game was the 12 minutes Draymond was out with foul trouble. And then last night, he's 9 of 23 from the field. It's under 40% from the field, whose shots were by and large within 10 feet of the basket. That's a huge reason. I'll give Alperen Şengün all sorts of credit for improving as a defender, and I understand that he affects the game in other ways. He's a very good passer. He can facilitate offense for you. Above and beyond anything else, he is directly leaving easy baskets on the floor in these losses.
This is what he needs to do in the offseason. In keeping with the theme of last week's national topic, how many men would it take to 100 men versus one gorilla?
Yes.
He needs to get in the gym with an actual gorilla. A real-life gorilla from the zoo that learns how to teach him a little bit of defense, and just learn how to deal with physicality and to not accept it. You can drug it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want Şengün dying in the experiment.
Right. A sedated gorilla. We don't need any career enders. Who the hell on the text line is defending Jalen Green? I don't know. Some guy.
I'll look through. It's not like when I go to some of the guys on Twitter, the analysts that I respect or whatever, and I'll just read down the replies to their tweets. When somebody puts out something negative about Jalen Green, there's people popping up that will adamantly defend Jalen Green. So I don't know. I don't think it's legions of people, but there is always somebody.
Yeah, for sure. Text message. Okay, and I would ask this person, you don't need to text it in 5 times. That's an easy way to get blocked if you keep repeatedly sending in the text. But I'm all
you're rewarding him.
No, well, because I want to answer the question. It's a fair question. What's up with the hate on Cam Whitmore? I don't know. Don't ask us. We're not the ones leaving him just sitting there rotting on the bench during garbage time. Like Cam Whitmore, we're making the observation that clearly the team does not believe in Cam Whitmore to the degree that it believes in the other young players that were drafted in the years around Cam Whitmore. So, yeah, we're not hating on him at all. This would have been a game.
Didn't you just say that there's something with Cam Whitmore? Oh, no, you didn't. Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, I said earlier, I said teams are going to want Cam Whitmore because he's shown that he can play in the league. That's not hate. Yeah. We're just stating facts about Cam Whitmore.
Well, that's somebody named Whitmore that texted
probably
him, especially with the 5
texted
times.
5 times. Yeah.
Anybody who interprets like an observation as hate is generally a family member.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Whitmore.
By the way, have you read any of the tweets from Tari Eason's mom in the last 24 hours?
No. I don't. Yeah,
Some good ones there, man.
Yeah, she doesn't show up on my timeline.
Shows up on mine, even when
You know what I do? By the way, on Twitter, what I've been doing lately is I just say not interested in this post, not interested in this post. It seems to do a pretty good job, of doing like anything political. I just don't want. I don't need politics on, which is hard these days. So I do that with Tari Eason's mom just because I don't want to know about the drama. So tell me what she said.
I get her defending her son. That's fine, and that's what she does, and nobody's going to stop her. There was one tweet that she had it's 7 hours ago. So she's still up banging away at 1:15 in the morning with these people.
Yeah.
And she said this to a Warriors fan. You're going from one defensive nightmare to another, and I'm a basketball fan first, Celtics second, Rockets third. I hate the Warriors and y'all creepy-ass fans. Wolves in foe. Now, here's my question then, Momster. And that's what she calls herself, Momster. Celtics second, Rockets third. So if the Celtics met the Rockets, I know she's a Celtic. She's a self-proclaimed Celtics fan in her Twitter bio. Mm-hmm. If the Celtics played the Rockets in the NBA Finals, that means you would be rooting against your son? Celtics second, Rockets third. That's how I read that. That she'd be rooting for Tari maybe to go for 35, but the Rockets lose? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange. What did you say, Colin, that she was in a Twitter Spaces last night?
Yeah, she was also in the Twitter Spaces of Warriors. I think I need to go back and
Was she talking in the Twitter Spaces?
Yes.
So they potted her up. Usually the Twitter Space, you got to give permission for somebody to.
You got to give permission for the person
moderator
to speak.
Does that. Yeah.
It was. I got to go back and find the video because it was.
Is it archived somewhere?
I think it's on Twitter somewhere. I think I can go find it.
Okay. Is there a tease? Was she going off in there? Or was she channeling her tweet persona in there at all?
I I didn't hear the whole thing.
Okay.
The tweet was like Tari Eason's mom's like Wilden or something or whatever it said, and it was a Twitter space in there. I was like, oh no.
See if you can find something. Yeah.
Minnesota, for what it's worth, is about the same level of defensive nightmare as the Rockets.
Yeah, they're good defensive.
And the Rockets gave, as the Warriors players credited the Rockets with their ferocious defense.
Yeah.
They're going into a similar battle in a lot of ways.
I think the Warriors are going to, or I should say, I think the Timberwolves are going to win that series. They're a minus 190 favorite in that series.
Remember, the Warriors, with all of their age, are going straight to Minnesota for this game too. So it's they get, this is where the fatigue might start to set in with these guys.
Yeah, I think that's what we were hoping for, and I think it did to a degree in this Rockets series. I mean, there's a reason the Rockets were able to come back from down 3-1. So yeah, I think Minnesota wins this series, and I think it's I don't think it goes more than 6, honestly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We're still digging in on the Rockets' performance last night in Game 7. Okay, there's more Bill Belichick stuff going on. We're into the 8 o'clock hour now, so we can mix in some of the funky stuff here. Bill Belichick, the stories, the continued anecdotes that come out about his girlfriend and what she forced on not just Belichick, but Ben Affleck as well, I will say.
What?
Yes.
Can Ben Affleck, can he do anything to escape from women ruining his life?
Crazy, yeah. So we'll tell you what exactly it was. We'll do that coming up next. But first,
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Keep sending in your thoughts on the Rockets. 713-572-4610. We're getting some good ones, some wild ones on here too that we will get to. According to Page 6, Jordan Hudson, girlfriend of Bill Belichick, forced her way into Bill Belichick's Dunkin' Donuts Super Bowl commercial, which I will say, if you saw that commercial, that was a commercial with Ben Affleck and Casey Affleck. Very Boston flavor to it because Dunkin' Donuts it's a global company, but it's tied to that part of the world, the Boston area. So the Super Bowl commercial, if you recall, they're among the many characters in that was Belichick standing there next to his girlfriend Jordan Hudson. And I remember that was only a few months after they had initially gotten together. Their relationship became public.
It was public. Yeah.
It became public.
And it kind of felt like, boy, that's kind of that's there for posterity.
Yes.
It felt like a weird equivalent to bringing your girlfriend to Thanksgiving dinner, but she's also in the picture, the family photo.
Big time.
Like, no, the girlfriend takes the picture of the family, unless she's like, okay, when you know that they're definitely getting married.
Yes.
I don't want this little trollop from Northwest State on my, in my album forever. Yeah.
Right. And definitely not in a Dunkin' Donuts commercial, because that's kind of fun to be in a Dunkin' Donuts commercial, with the Affleck brothers.
So she finagled her way into it. Bill Belichick figured it was a way to get her paid, which so she got a nice little paycheck for that.
Here's what it says. So Page 6, which is sort of the gossipy page of the New York Post, said that Jordan Hudson, quote, forced her way into the commercial, but Bill, as you just said, Seth, saw it as a way for her to get paid, citing an unnamed source. Quote, this is the best part. People said they've never seen anything like it, end quote.
I've seen something like it, Sean. I did once in Jacksonville. Brandy got her eyes done, like a LASIK procedure, from an eye doctor there, and he did it for a few of the players for the Jaguars in exchange for doing a little local commercial. A nice little deal. And one of the offensive linemen who did it showed up, and his wife had a commercial to look. So she is handing a script to the actual producers of this commercial. And she brought a football uniform for Jeff to be in, and then she was also in it alongside Jeff. Oh, I shouldn't have said. Anyway, is this player? And it was so weird, dude, because the producers were you could see them like looking at each other and trying to figure out. And meanwhile they planned on spending maybe 2 hours, just a couple of testimonials. Interview a player and his wife who had it done or whatever, and then that's it. They did a whole skit with him in uniform and all. It was crazy.
No, so they acquiesced. She brought in this script and they were amenable to it. Air quotes amenable to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's whatever film crew was in Jacksonville, Florida. It wasn't like it was. They didn't bring out their Emmys to show that they weren't to be trifled
But I'm
with.
guessing there was an agency or somebody there that had an idea of what they wanted the commercial to look like.
Right.
That's what I'm
They wanted to be
about.
nice and simple and cheap, and I think they probably doubled the production time on it.
Right.
So this is an extreme version of that.
Yeah.
The people that are producing I'm guessing a multi-million-dollar Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Yeah.
And that's the thing to me that's really funny. Like if people around a set, Ben Affleck's in the damn commercial. So there's people that are around stars. When those people are saying people said they've never seen anything like it, they've seen a lot of stuff.
Well, okay, so now immediately people say, hey, why is this even being talked about? Because this Jennifer Hudson's reported nosiness.
Jordan Hudson.
Yes, not Jennifer Hudson. Excuse me. I apologize.
Poor Jennifer
to
is
Miss Hudson.
taking a lot. Yeah.
Well, he should date Jennifer Hudson.
She'd be a better
That would be a power couple right
big
there.
time. Yes, yeah.
So this has nothing to do with her age or anything. It's her intrusiveness.
Yeah.
Because the other report is that Hard Knocks was going to do UNC. They were going to go in, which is, for a program like UNC, great publicity in this era of NIL and transfer portal and everything else. And the way it was framed was that Hard Knocks was ready to go on a Friday. They thought it was going to be UNC. But then Jordan Hudson was insisting that she get editorial power, that she was going to be able to review the dailies and all this other stuff. And by Monday, the deal had evaporated.
Yep.
So there's multiple reports of her being very intrusive within the UNC football program in a really weird way. So she could be 25 years old. She could be 65 years old. It doesn't matter. The salacious, scandalous side of this has nothing to do with it. She's sabotaging Bill Belichick's career.
Well,
she's Yoko Onoing him.
Well, and in ways, she's sabotaging the North Carolina program. To your point,
right.
That Hard Knocks would have been awesome publicity in an era where it's getting harder and harder for programs to cut through, and marketing has become more and more important because of the transfer portal and everything else. They missed out on a huge opportunity, reportedly, because she was being a jerk. Peter King, former NFL scribe, he's retired from writing about the NFL, but still very, very out there. He's very present. He was Richard H. covers media for The Athletic, does a really good job covering media for The Athletic. He had Peter King on his podcast, and among many things they discussed the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson situation at North Carolina, specifically the interview on CBS Sunday Morning, which if you listen to this show, you already know about that, where Belichick, it was just a bad look for everybody. The interview went terribly. It was an effort to promote his book, and it went awful. Peter King, who has a rocky history with Bill Belichick, we should point out, from when he was covering the Giants and Belichick was on the staff there back in the day, said this whole thing is just embarrassing.
This is a guy who owned every room he ever walked into, and now he's got a 24-year-old muse telling him what to do, or trying to control situations that, quite frankly, she has nothing to do with, or should have nothing to do with. Bill's got to get a hold of himself here. He's got to get a hold of this situation. This is embarrassing. It's totally embarrassing for a guy who's as great at his job as he is.
Okay. So it's embarrassing. One more here. Peter King says, why would you buy this guy's book after watching that interview on CBS Sunday Morning?
If you're going to be promoting a book or you're going to be doing interviews, you can't be the sullen that Bill Belichick was for CBS. You just shouldn't do it then. Why do it? Anyone who watched that piece, anyone, look, I'm just saying, for me, if I'm watching that, I'm not buying this idiot's book. Why would I buy this guy? I hate this guy. That is going to be the impression I get.
Yeah, so that I had not heard anybody make that point yet, and it's a pretty basic point, but Peter King's the first one I've heard making it, which is, the goal of that interview is to sell books. If you didn't know who Belichick was and you watched that, and someone told, like someone who did know who Belichick was explaining to you, like, so what, this guy's book is about what? About winning. Guy with the torn T-shirt who won't answer questions. What?
People were trying to criticize CBS for asking the questions they asked. But when you're in an interview with somebody like that and they're giving you nothing, there does come a point where, like, all right, give me something. I'm going to ask about your girlfriend. This woman that keeps interrupting our conversations or whatever. Yes. Yeah. Like, you asked us for the interview.
Right.
You're trying to promote your book.
Right.
We're not here. You ask us for the interview so you can promote your book. I think that Belichick, I could see where Belichick, and from some of the emails that are out there, it looks like he's being dragged. It really does not want any part of the publicity tour because he knows everything that goes along with it. Yeah. So he's reluctant to do this stuff anyway. But I wonder if he even really cares all that much about the commercial success of the book, because Bill Walsh has a book out there that I don't think it's even in full for football coaches, and it was one of those things where he initially wrote it and it was like 1,000 pages long and they had to try to whittle it down to 500 pages or something. It wasn't fit for mass consumption.
Yeah.
But football coaches really respect the book.
Yeah.
Like, they trade it around. If somebody gives you a copy of this book, it's like handing you one of the original scrolls of the Bible or something.
Oh, really? It's that well respected. Okay.
Yeah, so I would imagine he'd rather have a book like that than one that's a #1 bestseller.
Yeah.
So this publicity tour, he's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you want to buy the book, all right?
Belichick made SNL on Saturday. This was a little skit from SNL, little Trump satire spoof of him signing off on a bunch of different bills.
Sir, this order will make it socially acceptable for a man in his 70s to date a 24-year-old.
That's right. We're calling it the Belichick Law. We're going to make girlfriends young again, okay? Old men can now date far younger women. We like that. It's hot. But in reverse, it's quite disgusting, right? Very Dateline, you know? Did you see Belichick's girlfriend? She's pretty hot, right?
Yes, she is a beautiful creature.
God, you're creepy. This is why we don't hang out outside of work.
I don't like that SNL impersonator, the guy from the cast that does the Trump. He's not. I don't like him. I don't like his Trump. It's just not.
Is that who? I don't watch SNL, but
I think it was. Yeah, like there's who aren't. They're not as good an impersonator, but they're just funnier. Like, I feel like this guy's trying too hard and he doesn't bring any charisma to it.
There's the very beginning of that impersonation, I'm like, this isn't very good. And then there's certain words in there, just certain enunciations that he makes. I'm like, holy cow, like that just hit. That was spot on.
Like that comedian Shane Gillis, he does a good Trump impersonation.
He does,
like
yeah.
That even like it doesn't. It's almost like a bipartisan Trump impersonation.
Yes.
A lot of people from both sides of the aisle like it. But it's not like he's as good an impersonator. He captures the spirit better.
He does that one really, really good. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to the Rockets at the top of the hour and dig into last night's Game 7 loss. And where do they go from here? Prediction on the TV right now from Kendrick Perkins. Kevin Durant will be a Houston Rocket. Actually put up a poll. More, less, or the same? Your appetite for Kevin Durant. We'll get to that top of the hour. Was yesterday a day that can change things for the Astros materially in the division moving forward? I know they lost, but there was something else. We'll get to that coming up next.
Into the future. It can be stressful. Advisors with decades and decades of experience.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's assess Lance McCullers from this week, and we'll circle back to Game 7 and the Rockets at the top of the hour. Keep texting in, 713-572-4610 with your thoughts. Anything, you can text about anything. Most of you are choosing today to text about the Rockets. I did put up a poll about people's appetite for Kevin Durant on the Rockets, either increasing, decreasing, or staying the same. I'll get to the early results of that as well at the top of the hour. 713-572-4610 is the text page. Lance McCullers yesterday, Seth, was on the mound in 2.5 years. It did feel like it felt a little surreal to me if I'm looking for an adjective. Like, holy crap, it's been think about how long ago the 2022 World Series feels.
Right.
Based on all the changes that have gone on with this team, the new faces, the playoff success appearing to be on the back end of the bell-shaped curve now with, getting, beaten by the Rangers at home in a Game 7 in 2023 in the ALCS, and then obviously getting swept by the Tigers in the wild card round last year. It just feels like that World Series feels like a long time ago. That was the last time Lance McCullers pitched in a big league baseball game, 900 some odd days. And I would say you and I gave him a B earlier, and that feels right. Like having, just had a chance to sit and think about it a little bit. No, didn't give up any runs, ton of traffic on the bases, got squeezed on what would have been, I think, his final out of this outing, which would have allowed him to walk off the field with 4 complete innings, 3 2/3 innings, no runs, but 3 hits and 3 walks. 87 pitches is the big number to me. That was good to see his pitch count get up that high.
Yeah, his 87th pitch was a strike. I mean, it was definitely a strike that was called the ball.
Yep.
The batter walks. It's hard to get overly upset about the call because he'd gotten some pretty generous calls in that count and earlier. So he was classic Lance in that, man, he was really struggling for 2 innings and then reeled it in and then came out in his 3rd inning and looked great. And I think most of us were surprised that he came back out for the 4th inning because he was already up close to his pitch limit for the day, and he ended up going over his pitch limit. But There's a part of me that's like, okay, he's probably going to, it's going to be limited pitches today. They're probably going to try to keep him well under whatever limit they have for him. And who knows how many innings he pitches, because Gusto was going to be playing in that long relief role. He just didn't have control. And immediately from the get-go, I'm looking at the clock and looking to see what pitch it was, and it's 81 miles per hour slider. And he's always been like 81 to 86 or 7 miles per hour on the slider, but it wasn't getting the movement. And you're not seeing the control and the movement on his pitches and everything else that you expect to see out of Lance. But it's a cold day, and he fought his way through it. And at the end of the day, he doesn't let up any runs, but it was a B effort. He had to really fight through some stuff.
Yeah, I have a hard time giving like a C grade to 3 2/3 shutout innings. But I have a hard time giving an A grade to one where there were guys, other than the 1-2-3 inning in the third, he was doing a tightrope act the whole time out there. So B feels about right. And he's going to get better. Let's hear from Lance. Here was Lance's assessment of his performance yesterday.
Overall, solid. Just felt like overall stuff was pretty good. I just, for whatever reason, just didn't feel the slider was not obviously very good. So you got a team that's 5-6 guys deep with the righties. One of my main evaporates kind of in front of you. But overall, I was happy with the overall stuff. Physically, I felt strong through the game. And wished there in the second, after those couple quick outs, I did a better job. Didn't let the inning get long on me. That's kind of the main issue with the pitch count. I think throwing another 20 plus pitches there in the second, and was one pitch away from getting out of it with mid 30s. So
I think, Seth, if you can, we've got experience with Lance with this one other time, and it was back in 2022 with him coming back from an injury, a long rehab, coming back in season. Now he's coming back from a deluxe long rehab here, 2.5 years. But back then, he got hurt in the 2021 postseason, couldn't pitch in the World Series, goes through a lengthy rehab, comes back, I think, in August of that year. So he's out for several months, comes back, and was excellent down the stretch for the Astros. He was 4-2 with a 2.27 ERA. He pitched the closeout game in the. He pitched the first. I forgot about this because they did their Stro poll during the broadcast was all about McCullers. What's your favorite McCullers performance? During his time with the Astros, and it was interesting because it was 4 different closeout games in playoff series. It was the 24 curveball game against the Yankees in Game 7 of that ALCS. There was another one from the teens in there. Oh, it was Game 1 of the World Series, which he pitched like 3 innings in. And then the 2, I had forgotten he was the starter in that 18-inning game against the Mariners that was a one. Lance pitched the first 6 innings of that game, 6 shutout innings in that game. He also pitched the closeout game of the sweep against the Yankees in the next round. So he pitched some, and then he got shelled by the Phillies in Game 3 of the World Series with all those home runs. Where I'm going with this is if Lance... Look, yesterday was not good enough to back up what I'm about to say. Like, he was not as good, even though he gave up no runs, he was not as good yesterday as the version of Lance that you got by and large when he came back in 2022. But he's going to improve. He's going to be pitching certainly in better weather conditions for the most part than he pitched in yesterday.
Yeah.
If Lance gets back to that version, and that's your number 3 starter, obviously Framber needs to straighten some things out too. I'm working with the assumption that Framber is eventually going to start pitching like an ace again here at some point. We'll see. But just to complete this thought, if Lance is your 3 after a hopefully deluxe Framber and then whatever Hunter Brown has morphed himself into, that's a pretty good 3 at the top of your rotation right there.
Framber, no, that would be very good. And it's just a big if at this point. I think that he's going to look better over the next few outings, I'm guessing, unless he gets injured. I think Lance is still relatively young at the age of 31. I think the velocity is going to improve a bit, especially maybe with some better weather conditions. And I'm relatively confident that as long as he can stay healthy, I'm going to be feeling really good about Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
A few people had asked, hey, why didn't he throw any fastballs yesterday? That's largely been Lance McCullers since 2018. He went early in his career, he was like 50% seamers fairly fit at all. And since he came back in 2020, like, he just doesn't throw fastballs. That's just who he is.
Yeah, that's
so.
fine.
So the answer is no. He's not going to start throwing fastballs all of a sudden, I don't think. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was interesting to see the breakdown of his pitches, like mysteriously absent fastball.
Yeah.
But I guess not. To your point, he hasn't been
right.
He
Yeah,
hasn't been
that's just
using
who
it in
he's.
a while.
Yeah.
You're just used to seeing it with a lot of guys in the big leagues these days. So, and as far as the weekend goes for the Astros, just terrible. I mean, you lose 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. I don't care that it's on the road. I don't care. And especially the way they lost the game yesterday where, hey, they're up 4-0 in the 5th. The weather is incoming here. They're looking at the Doppler radar. They're like, boy, there's some weather coming in. And I'm like, come on, man, let's get through the 5th here so we can make this game official. And with 1 out in the 5th, DeZenzo lets a ball bounce off his glove in right field. Like drops a relatively easy fly ball, and that just opened the gateway to that lengthened the game, and it opened the door to runs being scored, etc. So
and the other part, the Astros have just been atrocious at holding runners on base. Maydroth there got on base, and then he stole, right? Was it Maydroth that stole?
I forget.
He stole second base with 1 out.
He's their leadoff guy, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, the opponents are 32 of 36 on stolen base attempts entering yesterday's game.
Yeah.
They've just been miserable at it. They take second base whenever they please.
And it's everybody. People are going to point the finger at Caratini and Yainer Diaz for yesterday when guys were stealing. He went to, he had Altuve disease trying to get the ball out of his glove into his throwing hand, and it's rolling behind home plate. But it's on everybody. Like, the pitchers have been strange with their delivery times and with the, it's been a group effort being that bad holding guys on base.
The thing I worry about with Framber is the umpires this year are calling a tighter strike zone because they've been given less of a cushion when they get graded. It's gone from 2 inches down to 3/4 inches. So when they get graded internally by Major League Baseball, they're not getting as much cushion as they used to. And when I see Framber, in some of the calls he's not getting where he's just brushing the bottom of the strike zone, and there's still bad calls even with the cushion, but if it's that much smaller of a strike zone, I go back to Dallas Keuchel, because that year, Dallas Keuchel, the year that they changed the strike zone and they raised it a couple inches, that's where Keuchel lived and made all his money, was at the bottom of the strike zone, and he was never the same pitcher again.
No.
So when you compress that strike zone for a guy like Framber, who, man, when he's on, he is just like that stupid commercial from a couple years ago said, a pitcher who paints the corners is known as a Rembrandt. Yeah, he's the version of whatever that commercial claims they call a pitcher who paints the corners. He can't exploit it like he used to.
Well, and there's also the ripple effect with Framber that you don't account for with some other pitchers, which is, okay, what is this doing to his headspace right now?
Well, yeah, what is it when he's not getting these calls?
Like, it's hurt. Is it going to hurt him with the next 4 batters after that?
There's nothing more nerve-wracking with Framber than he's still going through his breathing routine to calm himself between pitches, except he's got to do it at an accelerated pace. It's like somebody's screaming at you to relax.
Hey,
you're like, relax now, do it, maggot.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to let you be the judge of this. I made the prediction on Friday that Lance McCullers would hit at least 1 batter. Technically in the box score he did, but it was a grazing of the shin pant leg on a hitter. Does that count?
I can't believe he didn't actually hit anybody.
Right.
Yes, he did get an HBP.
Yeah.
I know. I thought somebody was going to lose an eyeball or something at some point.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. So if that were the only if that were the only hit by pitch and everything else was awesome, I would say that doesn't really count for me. Because the spirit of what I was saying was he would be all amped up and jacked up, and like in the World Series,
he'd get somebody in the ribs,
where he's beating guys in the shoulder or something like that. Like, this is I think this was the second inning. It might have even been the 4th inning. I can't, whichever, because he didn't put anybody on base in the 3rd. And so it grazed the pant leg. But you bring up the point that he was wild all day. I feel like maybe I should get credit for that.
It's a victory.
It's a victory.
He didn't even hit a body. He hit a cotton poly blend. Okay, that was. I'll take the under on it.
Do I get to gloat though that he hit somebody? Does that really count as a hit by pitch, even if it wasn't?
You can because in spirit he hit 3 people.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if
God for it. Clock hour, it's flying by today. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the Rockets. All right. I said on Twitter over the weekend, I don't want to have to talk about Kevin Durant today, but the Rockets did not prevent that. They lost yesterday, so people are talking. Kendrick Perkins just predicted he'd become a Rocket. What is the appetite for Kevin Durant with Rocket fans? I put up a poll earlier in the morning. What are the early returns telling us? We will discuss coming up next.
The Rockets' comeback came up just short with a Game 7 loss. The series and the season are officially over. Ime's young squad grew up. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I picked the game again from last night with the Rockets in the 9 o'clock hour for sure. The texts are already rolling in and people are already looking ahead to the offseason here with the Rockets. And they've got a fairly substantial to-do list, even if you didn't feel like they need to go out and sign a player. They've got guys that the same decisions they're making on extensions for Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün last year. They're, at least I would imagine, having discussions about what the future looks like with Jabari Smith Jr. and Tari Eason. This time next year, Amen Thompson will be the topic about an extension, all those things. It happens fast, man. Comes at you quick. Kevin Durant is a topic today, Seth. And you and I were talking about KD earlier. The people still seem very split on the text page when we bring up KD, although it's not nearly the deluge of no. I mean, I think people watch these games. It was a tough watch offensively for this team, whether it's late in games and you just need a guy to go get a bucket, or you need a shooter out there for the general ebb and flow of the full game to loosen things up a little bit. Kevin Durant does seem to address some of those needs. This is how I phrase the Twitter poll. Pender poll for Rocket fans. After this series loss to the Golden State Warriors, are you more, less, or the same when it comes to wanting Kevin Durant on the Rockets?
Okay. Oh, this is a tough one. Yeah. All right. Because I think people were pretty split beforehand. Maybe more so people were more negative about just, hey, let's see what we have with this. Let's see what we have with these guys first.
Yeah.
So they're negative on Kevin Durant.
And again, keep in mind, same might mean like
exactly. I think a majority, and it would be a slight majority right now, want Kevin Durant specifically, but there's going to be way more people that were ambivalent before but now want him. So I'm going to say 62% say that they want him more now than they did before game one.
Okay, that's interesting. No, the answer, and I'll need a buzz here, Colin, if I could. Do you have the buzz sound effect in there? All right, never mind.
Yeah,
buzz sound
yeah. I screwed up the simple math on that already. Okay, I was wrong. I overshot it.
No, that's not the buzz. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's actually there's a tie between wanting him more and wanting him the same, and it's 35% each. 30% want him less. Like this thing is split almost three ways right now with Kevin Durant.
Yeah. That was a really simple exercise that I screwed up. I shouldn't have said as high as I did for people that wanted him more. So the people that want him the same, I guess the tough thing is, okay, are those how many of those people still don't want him or still do want him? Mm-hmm. So it didn't change that much for anything, I guess.
Well, I mean, a third of the people in a potential move that I feel like a lot of people are against. Yeah. A third of the people are saying that this series has at least increased the chances of them wanting Kevin Durant.
Yeah. I think that this is how I look at it. Yeah. I think that all of the young guys that we've talked about that showed promise in this playoff series, which is really pretty much everybody except Jalen Green that played substantial minutes, I see where, all right, you know what? They got some playoff experience, and I like the mettle that they showed. Amen Thompson especially. Games 1 through 4 didn't look like himself. Games 5 through 7, oh yeah, that's what I want.
That's it.
Şengün defensively great, offensively did some good things. Too inefficient in a lot of ways, and he himself after the game talked about how he needs to improve. So I look at it almost with, I feel like you have the places in peace and the guys that can grow, but you also want to capture what you have right now and almost like it's quantitative easing. Let's add something else to the mix that can give you scoring immediately as all of those other young guys continue to develop. And then it doesn't have to be something that's a 2 or 3 year process. It can start right now.
Yeah.
And yes, at the same time, if Cam Whitmore is still on the team, he's going to move. Jabari Smith Jr., he's going to improve. Amen Thompson certainly is just on the right track. And you have the assets to do it. So I would love to have Kevin Durant on this team.
Yeah, of the young guys, you know, you laid out that way, the 5 young guys that really matter in terms of the immediacy, because Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore, there's nothing you can look at this series and go, I feel better or worse about that guy. I guess I feel worse because I would have loved to have seen them get in, and especially Reed Shepherd might have been able to come in and knock down a few shots for you. But whatever. So putting those guys aside, the 5 young guys that homegrown, you drafted, played in this series, the only one I feel worse about after that series, and had his moments, but he had some brain fart moments too. The only one I feel worse about is Jalen Green. Like that series, I don't know how you can come out of that series feeling anything but worse about what Jalen Green, like his performance was below the line to where you can write it off as youth. Yeah. He looked lost out there. He looked better. He looked plugged in defensively. I will give him that. The effort was there defensively, but like offensively, other than game 2, he looked lost out there, you know, and just dribbling into crowds and, you know, couldn't handle a lot of what Steve Kerr and the Warriors were throwing at him. The other 4, you know, I mean, Amen Thompson, I've always been a huge Amen Thompson guy, so Amen Thompson, you feel great about. Alperen Şengün, there's certain elements that I was very critical of in terms of his ability to finish around the rim or in the lane or in the paint. That stands, that criticism, but I feel like Alperen Şengün, I saw enough in this series to where I feel good about what future Şengün is going to look like. And then Jabari and Tari are role players on this team who did some good. I thought Jabari should have got more minutes in this series. So, yeah. You know.
And especially when it comes to Game 7 when your offense is just not working and you can't get a shot off at some point. And it's at no point in that game, despite them reeling it in a few times, did you feel like they had it working the way they wanted to work? No. That's when I wish Udoka would have, I don't know, maybe he would have felt like it was too much of a desperation move or what have you, but get some shooters in there somehow, some way. Yeah. Maybe your defense will falter a little bit, but the issue was you've got to score points.
Yeah, I thought there were 2 points in the game last night, Seth, where I was like, oh, that point hurt. One of them was Buddy Hield's three-pointer at the buzzer at the end of the first quarter. Like you had worked your way back into that game. Jalen had just made an and one to make it 19-17 Rockets, and he misses the free throw. The Warriors come back down, hit a 3 to go up 20-19, and then Buddy Hield hits a circus 3 from midcourt to make it honestly, like I get it, it's the end of the first quarter, but in a low-scoring game like that, like for it to be 2019 or for it to be 23-19 instead of 2019 at the end of one just bothered me. The other point where they had in the second half, they came out at halftime. They were down by whatever it was, 8 or 10 at the half, and came out at halftime, and they were down by 15 at one point in the third quarter, and they'd whittled it all the way down to 63-60 with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. So you kind of got the Warriors playing in the muck with you. It's a game that's being played in the low 60s late in the third quarter, and they had a chance to cut it to 1 or even tie the game, and the shot they got was like a contested Jabari Smith baseline J from 17 with the shot clock running. They started doing that thing again where they initiate the offense with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Like, guys, they were even saying it on the broadcast, like, guys, you got to go here. Like, you got to get moving. And so the Warriors immediately go on a 12-2. You get it down to 3, you got a chance to sit, and then the Warriors go on a 12-2 run after that. Like, that was demoralizing at the end of the third.
The closest they got in terms of win probability was with 2 minutes and 43 seconds left in the third when it was 63-60.
Jabari hit a three to make it 63-60, and then 40 seconds later was the sequence I was talking about there. That's where it felt like, okay, they got the home crowd behind them. They're into it. You feel like, boy, they haven't even played really good offense, and here they are within three. And that was when Steph had started to figure some things out too. That was when you're like, wow, they've weathered this Buddy Hield storm. You know, like Buddy Hield was like 6 for 7 from three at that point, and now you got it down to 3 with the ball, and you come away taking a bad shot, and then they go on a 12-2 run.
No, and I'll tell you honestly, like, okay, at that point, it was a Houston, before, with 1:11 left in the first, it was a Houston 53% win probability. By the end of that quarter, that Buddy Hield shot was like, that's where everything, it never felt genuinely close really after that.
Those were the two sequences in the game that they felt like look, it's a game where each team's possessing the ball 100 times. Those were two that I felt really acutely. The Buddy Hield 3 at the end of the first, and then when the Rockets cut it to 63-60 and had the ball, and they don't get a good shot, and even worse, they allow a 12-2 run by the Warriors that closed out the third and continued into the fourth. So just a bad night.
So many missed shots in the paint. And that's the missed opportunity there. And that's where I think Şengün was hard on himself after the game, and with doing a great job with their zone and making it difficult. But there's just too many point-blank shots that they missed. And in the series, you look at some of the close games, it was the easy stuff that even for a bad shooting team, it feels like, man, they really just relinquished some opportunities. That's where the playoff experience hopefully makes a difference next year.
If they had won yesterday, would we be coming in talking about them exercising the Warrior demons, or would we have felt more like, nah, this is just a new Rockets crew? And
it would have been, in a way, I don't know if it would have been exercising the demons. I think it might have been kind of putting the veil or the curtain, like closing the curtain on the Warriors.
Maybe, yeah.
And what they have been for the last decade or so.
We would have gotten sad Draymond and sad Steph sitting on the bench at some point. You know, they won by like 10.
Steph's kid would have been miserable.
Yeah.
A lot of people were kind of apologetically hoping that Steph's kid was miserable against last night. After Game 6, Steph Curry's kid didn't want to talk to him.
Oh, really?
He was very upset about that loss.
Wow.
Yeah, Steph walked off the floor and was trying to talk to his cute little kid who's like 5 years old or so. Yeah.
Okay.
The kid's got the competitiveness in him. He's got the genes. Yeah.
All right. Here's an interesting take. I think Jalen Green is a very talented athlete, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't think he puts in the work to take his game to another level like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant do. When Kobe Bryant had a series of air balls in a playoff game against the Jazz in 1997, this fueled his determination to improve his skill, and he went to work. He was consistently in the gym working on his game. I don't think Jalen has that wrong of that, but I strongly believe that because there's no evidence that says otherwise. I don't hear any comments about his work ethic.
Well, yeah, it's not like people are gushing or lauding it or anything, but these guys all work. These guys all NBA players put in a lot of time, and they play in the summer. They play year round and everything.
Yes.
But I don't think that's if we need to compare, okay,
Kobe?
Yes, I know. That's what bothers me. I don't need him to have a Kobe level of preparation. I need him to have I'd like him to have a James Harden level of preparation or work or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Why do people treat? We need to stop this disease of expecting Jalen Green to be some kind of superstar. That is not there. It's just flat out, yes, everything you said about him not measuring up to Kobe or Michael Jordan, why are you setting the bar up there?
Yeah.
I want him to have the same level. I'd like him to be at Doncic level. No. I'm joking. Compared to any of the top 20 players in the NBA, where is that same fire, that same drive, or any of the intangibles? Right, it's not there. So to even bring up Kobe or to bring up Michael Jordan, it's disrespectful to those guys.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Yes. You're 100% right. He doesn't have that same level. Just like 99% of other NBA players. I want him to get up to the level of genuine all-stars.
Well, it's just funny to me, like, just because you don't hear about how he works, you make an assumption about how he works. You You know, like, just going to assume that he's not in there putting it. I mean, the guy literally says, like, I don't think he's got the drive to be great. Like, how the hell do you know what kind of drive he has? I mean, the one thing I'll say about Jalen is one of the few stars who will, and maybe I'm using the term star a little too loosely now. Jalen answers the bell. Like, Jalen will go play. Jalen plays hard. It may be, though, that he, just based on what his skill set is, there's a ceiling on what exactly he can be for a good NBA team. I mean, can he be the best player on a championship-level team? We are so far into hell no right now. Like, we are so far onto the map of that in hell no territory.
Yeah.
So, I mean
there's all kinds of stories about him going back to the gym after, to shoot extra and everything. Like, that's where it's just, and I'm not, yes, it's okay to question anybody's preparation depending on, when they're not showing results. It's just, it's more than that. It's like at the end of the day, you don't have to overly complicate things. The guys, he just flat out did not show up, and he looked like a deer in the headlights at times. And the consistency improved this year throughout the regular season. But it's like, it's this old myth or belief that somehow, it's not like Michael Jordan's work ethic alone is what made him one of the best basketball players of all time.
Right.
There is a talent component there, too.
Well,
there are lots, you know what? There's lots of guys who worked just as hard as Michael Jordan who never made it in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, there's more to it than just the 10,000 hours isn't some unattainable standard. It's a prerequisite.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of people think and don't end up being the absolute best of all time.
Yeah. I guess put it succinctly for Jalen, there are holes in his game. I don't think effort is one of them. I don't think work ethic is one of them. Like, I think the fact that he's not really a pure shooter, he's a guy who can knock down threes, but he's not a guy that scares you shooting threes. I think he loses his head sometimes on the court just in terms of making strange decisions when he's pressing a little bit. I think we saw that a lot in this series, especially early on. When things weren't, other than game 2, when things weren't going well, he would drive to the rim, get his shot blocked. He turned the ball over. The beginning of that one game where he was just careless with the ball for 3 straight possessions in the first minute of the game. Those are the types of things. So, all right, keep texting in. Jalen is always in the gym. They report that he works hard. Thank you, texter.
It's not even, that's where it's an oversimplification sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, really, really hard to be an awesome basketball player.
Yep.
And you can do everything you're supposed to be doing, and it doesn't mean that that's what turns it for you.
That's
like
right.
with Jalen, there's something more than he works. And yes, I have no doubt that he works as hard as a lot of players who are better than him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that now, 4 years into it, his age is less of an excuse. And some of the things that showed up in this series, you just start to wonder, all right, maybe it's just not there with him.
Well, and you can't just write it off to youth as easily when there's 4 other guys who are in your age bracket who did ups and downs. But Jalen looked overwhelmed in that series. None of the other 4 guys, Tari, Jabari, Amen, and Alperen Şengün, none of them looked overwhelmed to me to the degree that Jalen was.
Amen Thompson is a perfect indication of a young guy, in his second year who looked a little bit like he was getting his feet underneath him in the first 4 games, and then comes out in games 5, 6, and 7, and he's classic Amen Thompson. Like, all of that you could see the dog in him.
Yes.
And it's just... Yeah, we saw the 38-point performance, but then 6 games of, I don't want to say absolute nothingness, because there was he had good moments, but it still wasn't the straw that stirs the drink moments.
No. He scored 38 in a game in a 7-game series and averaged 13 a game for the series. You know what I mean? That's hard to do. It's hard to do when you have the ball in your hands that much. All right, rolling on here in the 9 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast. The Sanders family evidently has a new enemy, and I don't know if this is someone, based on his act on social media, that I would want to piss off. We will tell you who it is coming up next.
Mo Karam, injury lawyers. Oh, you don't want to piss them off. I'll tell you what.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Rookie minicamp's already started in some places. Texans rookie minicamp May 9th and 10th, so Friday and Saturday this week. We're going to get Nick Caserio on either Wednesday or Thursday, still nailing down the day, but the Texans GM will join us prior to rookie minicamp. So this will be our first chance to talk to him post-draft and get his thoughts on the team as we move into the summer before the all-important third season of the C.J. Stroud era. So we'll do that later on this week. As soon as we get a date for you guys, we will let you know that. I don't know if Cleveland has started their rookie minicamp or not yet, Seth. That'll be one that people have a lot of eyes on because of the Shedeur Sanders dynamic. And there we go. We got Seth's mic up? Good. Okay.
Let me talk.
Yes.
Okay. Sean, let me talk.
Shedeur, Dylan Gabriel. Does Deshaun Watson hang out at the? Well, it's just rookies. So those two, Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur, will be getting their little run there.
I think it'll be interesting, mostly because I think that for me, Kenny Pickett is still the favorite to start week one. I don't know exactly how you work a quarterback competition with two rookie draft picks, Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. Other than that, Joe Flacco probably, I don't think he needs to get that many reps. He knows the system, and they're probably just going to, keep him sharp and he'll be there as a resource for the other guys. But where there's a realistic chance that Shedeur Sanders could start week one as well, there aren't as many reps to go around these days. And it feels a little bit almost like when Deshaun Watson was a rookie and they're out there, they're running all the Tom Savage is running the starting offense. And, Deshaun Watson is getting what he can, but he didn't end up starting until the third quarter of week one. But now you have Dylan Gabriel in the mix too. The Browns are in a weird situation where I think that Stefanski and Barry, the GM, probably look at Sanders as the better prospect.
Oh, yeah.
Except that they'd been, for various reasons, reluctant to pull the trigger in using a higher draft pick. But when he's still sitting there at 5, they just couldn't turn down that value. And now all of a sudden you've got the lower draft pick who they probably actually feel better about as a football player that's going to have to try to compete with It's hard just because of the way the CBA is now. You don't have genuine two-a-days anymore. The total number of practices are limited. There just aren't that many reps to go around.
So the Sanders family appears to have a new enemy here. Of course, everybody they're under siege from everybody with Shedeur falling in the draft and the way they handled their business. And we'll see. Maybe Shedeur's learned a thing or two. Antonio Brown on Twitter this weekend. This is what he tweets: 2014. I went to Dallas, Deion's house, train his son, Deion Jr. So now we should point out, Deion Jr. is neither Shedeur nor Shiloh. Deion Jr. is the son that's handling all the social media stuff for Team Deion. He's the one with, filming all the videos and things like that. But there was a point, I guess, in time where Deion Jr. was a decent football prospect as well. Mm-hmm. Okay, so 2014, he goes to Dallas. 2017, Shiloh came to Pittsburgh that summer, was fighting, in trouble, rapping. AB got the flight. Deion said, help.
So we wanted him to talk some sense to him.
To Shiloh, I guess. Yeah, yeah. 2020, came to Dallas to run routes with Shedeur and Shiloh. Okay? So that would have been.
There's footage of that one, by the way.
Is there?
Yeah, and a lot of it, it's weird. I was trying to figure this out. There's footage of people, it was Shiloh covering Antonio Brown, and, people were trying to say that Shiloh was doing a good job versus Antonio Brown, and all you could tell was that whoever was throwing the passes was wildly inaccurate. So the clips I saw, Antonio Brown was 20 feet over his head, or Shiloh was dragging, like he was in the Iditarod, dragging Antonio Brown from behind after he got beat. And Shiloh stands were trying to say look at him versus old man Antonio Brown. Yeah. Right. But he went and ran routes with Shedeur and Shiloh.
With him. Yeah. So that'll be the third time that that Deion's reached out to him, and in 2020, that he was helping out. That he's helped the Sanders kids. Same trip in 2020. This is where it gets juicy. fishing with Dion, one of his hooks stuck in my toe. Buddy talking, no shoes on. I'm not going to say the words he's using, the nouns he's using. This person, different noun, took the hook out my toe with pliers. So Dion, I guess, removed the fish hook that was embedded in Antonio Brown's toe with pliers.
Yeah, okay.
You ain't need help, and you sure never help no one. Person never asked about my toe once till this day. Wonder where your toe went. Oh, now that's harsh. For those who don't know, Dion's had to have at least one or two toes amputated.
Yeah.
Don't say I'm your dog ever at Deion Sanders. Hashtag CTESPN.
Hard for me to side with Antonio Brown in this one. It sounds like, as has happened with many people in Antonio Brown's life, I think there's people that have had a relationship with Antonio Brown and maybe tried to help him out or gotten help from him at some times. But for Antonio Brown to expect anybody to maintain a relationship with him at this point, Antonio doesn't quite understand Antonio. Like, what exactly about Deion with right now?
The fact that there's nothing to do with football. It was a fishing hook got embedded in his toe.
Deion took it out.
Took it out with pliers.
Pliers. I'm not clear whether that he's mad about Deion taking it out with pliers instead of taking him to the emergency room or what.
I'm not either, but he's clearly has an issue that Deion has never called him in the 5 years since to check and see how his toe is feeling. Now he's making fun of Deion's amputated toe. He's making fun of the toeless Deion. Yeah, well, even though since 2020, Antonio Brown had participated in NFL games. Is there really a need to check on his toe over these last 5 years?
Yeah, it's probably all right. Let's ask about what about you? And what are you doing with your feet, Antonio Brown? This is the second foot mishap I've heard with you.
Oh,
he did the cryo in France with no booties on and burned his feet.
There was another story circulating last week that Antonio Brown had taken a couple of sex workers to Dubai with him.
Oh, goodness.
And promised them that he would pay their rent, take them shopping and pay their rent. And one of the sex workers posted a screen grab of a text conversation that she's having not with Antonio Brown, but with somebody else, where she's explaining the situation. He told me coming out here he was going to bring me shopping and pay my rent, and he didn't either. Now it's the first, and I'm stuck here with no room and no clothes and no money. I'm bleeping pissed. And then so she's trying to figure out in this text. Got no money. Antonio, she had not. This is what I would tell any sex worker or anybody in any profession looking to get into business with Antonio Brown. Run a credit check on him first.
Or just a Google search.
Yes, he does not like paying people for things at all.
It feels like Dubai is pretty strict with their moral codes and whatnot, are they not? Yeah, I feel like that would be the last place you should also accept the job to fly over to provide services for.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a black market and underworld everywhere you go, but I don't know.
Yeah, Antonio Brown's on everybody's bad side right now, man. He's the Sanders family, sex workers. Yeah.
So Antonio Brown, I think the biggest thing as far as just him, remember what he did with Tom Brady's trainer? Remember Tom Brady? Yeah. He had worked out. He had paid in advance for services, and then he ended up getting Alex Guerrero. Yeah. So Antonio Brown got cut midway through that season when he did the jumping jacks off the field. He sent a text to Alex Guerrero saying, "Hey, since I didn't end up using this, I'd like a refund." Alex Guerrero replies, "Sure, no problem. Where should I send it?" And then Antonio Brown put that text conversation up as evidence that Antonio Brown was getting screwed. Mm-hmm. And that's the level you're dealing with here. Like, he lashes out at anybody and everybody, even if they're trying to do right by him. Mm-hmm. So I stand with Deion in this one.
I do too.
I don't think Deion needs to somehow be checking in on him. Left a few exchanges out of this situation.
Yeah. And I thought it was an unnecessary swipe at his somewhat toeless foot that Antonio Brown took. That was, pray for the foot, really, more than anything. It's funny. Here was Josh Jacobs was on the Pivot podcast, I believe, and was talking about what the experience was like playing with Antonio Brown in Las Vegas for the brief time that Antonio Brown was a Raider for like 2 months.
He would be one of them guys, man, he be in meetings, he on his phone. And he ain't even hiding that he on his phone either. He like on his phone, but then be the only person to go out there on the field and never mess up a play.
Right.
And the hardest worker, the only person I can really compare him to is that work as hard as him is Max Crosby. I've never seen nobody work as hard as AB on the field. He gonna run 100 yards, come back down, and line it up again. I ain't like the way you threw it. Run it again. And then he gonna come back to the ball. He gonna finish every time. He gonna be the hardest worker on the field.
Yeah, that jives with everything anybody said about him. As far as he's not, the work ethic was never the issue. It's just everything else and all the craziness that comes with him. That whatever's going on with Antonio Brown, I wish we weren't in an era where you can monetize all of your mental illnesses or what have you, because it's hard to motivate somebody to go get help when they're probably making at least 6 figures on social media, being just themselves and putting everything out there. It's tough because it's preferable to being broke, but it's probably motivating him to get help with whatever issues he has.
No. Someone said you can side with Dion if you want. Okay, first of all, I love that voice to text spells Dion like Dionne Warwick, not like Deion Sanders. Dionne. You can side for Dion if you want, but this is a good point. Who in their right mind calls Antonio Brown to come help with their children? That's so true.
I know. Okay. All right. Good. Excellent point. Okay. You know what? I got to remember the first thing I say a lot of times. You don't have to side with anybody in any given situation. It's okay for there to be two sides where you're like, no, nobody's in the right. But yeah, my son is having an issue with what was he doing? Fighting, and according to Antonio Brown, Shiloh is
fighting and rapping. He said, yeah,
fighting and rapping too much. Apparently,
I'll read you.
Yeah.
I tried to take these Antonio Brown tweets and at least sort of paraphrase so that they're complete.
Yeah.
I will read you exactly what he said about Shiloh. Shiloh came Pittsburgh that summer, was fighting in trouble, purple devil emoji, rapping AB got the flight, Dion said help. No punctuation, capitalization of said for no reason. Let me read that again. Shiloh came Pittsburgh that summer, was fighting in trouble, purple devil emoji, rapping AB got the flight, Dion said help.
Okay, of course. So Antonio paid for the flight, and Dion said help. I wonder if Dion said help like when he found out that AB was like flying out on his own dime to go help his son. Called Antonio Brown, being like, "Hey man, I just not quite sure how to handle Shiloh here. Do you got any?" And you feel like Antonio Brown. Okay, you go to a guy that's had troubles himself, and maybe he's got some insight. And then all of a sudden, AB's on a flight out to talk to your teenage son.
The funny thing is, like, I can hear AB like, Shiloh came Pittsburgh. That summer was fighting in trouble, rapping. AB got the like with that low cadence where AB turns the whole sentence into just one long monosyllabic or polysyllabic word.
Who's the last person? Who's the last person at Sports Radio 610 that you would call if Sammy or James had trouble and they needed help?
Oh, and they needed help?
You worry they might actually lead them astray.
The last person.
We don't really have any train wrecks right now on the station, really.
Probably. I would say and only because he's the youngest would be like Reggie. Reggie would probably be it, only because I need to answer the question. It would probably be Reggie only because he's the youngest and doesn't have as much life experience to impart on them. Yeah. And yet if Reggie were the person available, I would call Reggie and say, hey, man, because I think Reggie's got his bleep together. You know what I mean?
I would worry that Lopez would just, in forming a relationship with my son, would start telling a few too many stories about the good old days and the stuff that Lopez used to do. and my son would be thinking like, oh, this guy's done all right for himself. Yeah. I could just go act like you could get away with in the 1970s as a teenager. Yeah.
I have a feeling if I put Lopez in a room with let's say put him in a room with Sammy, and then they come out of the room and Sammy's got 3 crates of OG sauce. Like that's it. Like what the hell? I don't know. Like
spent his school loan on OG sauce.
Did he help solve your problem? No, but he sold me these. He told me I got to buy these 3 boxes of OG sauce. Yeah.
And I say that while also feeling like I think Lopez might be the first guy I'd call.
Yeah, for sure. We got a good crew, man. We got a good crew. We got a good crew. All right. Final segment coming up. We've talked a lot about the Rockets. What to make of James Harden? We'll talk about the Rockets in this final segment, too. We're getting some of your texts. What to make of James Harden? Now, some of the numbers, at least we can revel in the fact it isn't our problem anymore. We'll do that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just want to get a gauge on where people are on their anticipation and excitement going into next year.
You've won 10 games 2 years in a row. You've been in the second round of the playoffs 2 years in a row.
From the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of suggestions coming in as to what the Rockets need to do. We got a lot of fantasy GMing going on the text page. We'll get to all that. I think the thing, they lose in the first round, Seth, and yet I feel like hope is still very, very high. It would have been nice if they won this series, and I think if they won this series and then, even just went to 6 or 7 with Minnesota, who was in the conference finals last year, people would be feeling extra good about it. I think generally that's probably the Twitter poll to do is just how you feeling about the Rockets? What's your hope level right now? Because I think it's really hard to look at the regular season and this 7-game series with the Warriors and not at least feel good about the direction of the team. What you think their ceiling might be, then that's fair. And if you feel like they need to make some changes or some tweaks, I can't disagree with you on that. But I think it's hard to look at the totality of the season, the way they battled back in this series, and just the simple things. If they did better, they probably, like shooting free throws, they probably win that series and not feel good about at least that the trajectory is a green arrow moving up right now for them.
Yeah. There were some of the missed opportunities for just the simple stuff. Is in hindsight, it really, really hurts, and yet at the same time, you see how close you turn that corner. It's not just you win this series. It's wow, you're actually a real threat in the playoffs.
Yep.
But as it always is in life, sometimes the simple things aren't quite so simple to attain.
No. I think the similarity, maybe there's a similarity with the Texans. This team really seems to like each other. They like being around each other. We've heard the Texans talk, they got 30 guys in the building because guys just like being in the building.
No, and I think that's worth just if you bring up just to think about the contrast when whatever the frosty relationship between Harden and Dwight Howard was.
Yeah.
Where they were cordially incordial or however somebody described it back in the day.
The Rockets would go into more off seasons like this asking themselves, who do we need to get rid of because they can't get along with James, as opposed to who do we need to bring in to supplement what it is we have. I'm trying to remember, I think it was Tari Eason's post-game availability I was watching last night after the game. And it really hit home because he was like, man, I just wanted to keep playing basketball with these guys. I just really like coming to the building every day. What was it like in the locker room? A lot of hugs, we really enjoy each other's company, this group, the vets and the young guys.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought in that element to it because I think there's a chance that the Rockets basically just run this back with some minor tweaking and don't bring in any huge names or what have you. People are going to be uncomfortable with Jalen Green's performance and wonder and worry about what exactly is he and what can he become. But I do think that I am very open to, because of everything that we just said, some of the simple things than role players or guys that are waiting in the wings. If you get that cumulative effect of, man, you look at the Warriors and at various times in their history, a Looney or a Buddy Hield or guys of that ilk have ended up being a huge factor in the playoffs.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that this team is loaded with guys like that.
Yeah, I think so too. And just as a contrast, as long as we're going to use James Harden here and talk about him, like I said, Tari wasn't alone. There were a lot of guys just bummed that they're not getting to play more basketball with this group. That don't want to see any substantive changes with this core either. They like playing with this group. Now, they may not get their wish, but maybe as a contrast, here was Kawhi Leonard asked after getting blown out in a Game 7 in Denver. They were losing by 30 in the fourth quarter in this game, and James Harden had one of his classic Game 7 just no-shows. Here was Kawhi Leonard being asked about, is there any hope for you and James in getting to the mountaintop?
I don't know right now. I guess we still playing at a high level in a sense. But it's a hard question to answer right now.
Okay. So it's like Kawhi. And you're right. It's right after a game.
Yeah.
That's a tough thing. That's a tough thing to answer.
Plus, it's Kawhi. I don't know. Kawhi could be
man of few words. Man of few words.
Kawhi, you just spent 2 hours talking to Jesus himself face to face. How was it? Well, it was transformational in a lot of ways.
Yeah. James ducked the media these last few games of this series. He was 2 for 8 from the field, scored 7 points. And the fun James Harden facts, since 2020 in Game 7s, he's averaging under 14 points a game, 27.5% field goal percentage, 16.7% from three in 42 minutes. Like, so he's playing practically entire games.
He's out
and
there
is abjectly terrible for these games.
He's giving your team for 42 minutes a game in those games 27.5% field goal shooting percentage.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, that's the one. You look at even the points per game, you might hear that and think, okay, well, clearly teams are focusing on him and he's just distributing and what have you. Like, nope, not it at all. He's just completely not showing up.
Yep. Last 5 elimination games. So each of the last 5 years when James has been eliminated from the playoffs, 13 points per game, 19 of 61 from the field, 7 of 34 from three. So again, shooting percentages that are around or under 30% from the field and around or under 20% from three. I mean,
Yeah.
it's bad.
It's awful. I wonder if he's ever spoken to a sports psychologist about this.
That's a great question.
It's just so it's so obviously consistent.
Yeah.
And it's in those moments that he just falls apart.
Yep.
Like that's clearly to me like it's something mental or emotional or whatever it is. Like he's got to feel well, maybe he won't.
Yeah, I don't even know how motivated he is to figure it out.
I would advise him that he should try to figure it out.
Yeah, I would too. Well, I think, the number, if we're just kind of unpacking the forensics from the game on Saturday, Seth, the number that's most interesting to me is he only shot the ball, period. Just shots, not three-point shots 8 times in the game. He only took 8 shots in the game. That's indicative of somebody who's afraid to shoot in these situations. You know what I mean? He's 8 shots for James Harden in an elimination.
It is honestly, I'm so glad that they had the good sense not to try to get Harden back here or accept his inviting himself back to Houston or onto the Rockets. It didn't make any sense at the time, and I know a lot of people really wanted it, and I get why to a point, but you can't ignore all of this. And not to mention when you've got these young guys that, especially after watching this season, are on the right path and learning how to play basketball the right way. Everything else, what about James Harden being here would have made it a better offense on paper, and yet it wouldn't have done anything for you in Game 7.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have taught any of those guys anything about playing with flow or anything else. All those issues they have right now would still remain in terms of the actual core structure of your younger players.
Yeah. Okay, you asked who the last person in the 6'10" lineup that we would have give advice to my kids or anybody's kids. Someone texted in and one that wanted to fight Seth Payne and thought he could whoop his ass.
Yeah,
that's probably the last guy I would say.
He'd be like the guy that was he would just start telling my kids I'm overrated and I'm soft.
Yeah.
I kick your dad's ass. You know why your dad called me in here? Because he's scared of me.
That's
you know
right.
why? Because I've got grit. I've got toughness. Bigger they are, the harder they fall. That's what I say.
You should fight him. That's what he would say. You should fight him. You could whoop his ass.
Well, Sean would honestly tell Seth's kid, this is how I would whip your dad's ass.
Yeah, that's Bijani would? Right. Yeah, advice. Exactly.
Oh, and then beat my kid. That's how he's going to rope me into
beat
the
up
fight.
the kid.
No. Beat up Seth's
Oh, I
ass.
got you.
Dang, man.
So James Harden has now lost a Game 7 for four different teams. He's the only player to ever accomplish that. So
really?
Yeah. That surprised me a little bit. That there hasn't been some rando that Sam Cassell played for half the league. He wasn't on 4 Game 7 losses at some point.
Seems like the kinds of guys that get to a certain number of Game 7s would usually be on the same team.
Well,
it wouldn't be on that many different teams.
He's never missed the playoffs, James Harden. In his whole career, he's been on a playoff team. He's like the Mike Tomlin of football players. You know what I mean? He's or basketball players, I should say. His
next contract needs to be strictly regular season.
Yeah,
you gotta he's just with ships.
Yes,
they have they have harbor captains or whatever they're called, harbor pilots, I think, where the main captain gets the ship to the port, but then the guy who's local expert takes over and gets you into the harbor.
Okay.
Some team needs to hire James Harden as the guy. He's fine on the open seas.
Right.
But don't get him near any other vessels or anything.
I didn't know about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a Josh Hader coming in and closing the deal. By the way, I should point out, Mike Tomlin did win a Super Bowl early in his career. So then maybe it's the recent.
He won that
recent
Game 7.
Yeah, he did. He did win that one for sure. What's up, boys?
I'm very impressed with Seth's knowledge of Harbor Masters.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a man that's on the open seas from time to time. Hey, Reggie, how you doing as well?
You know what, John? I read it in some book somewhere once. It was in some novel, and then I Googled it and did my research afterwards. So,
yeah.
I didn't learn it the real way, the way you have. With actual
Out on the open
experience.
seas.
Out on the water, baby.
Yeah.
Out on the water.
So John's back today. Mm-hmm. And how we feeling today, boys?
Not great, Bob.
No, man. Not me either. That was disappointing last night.
Yeah, especially for me on the backdrop of Game 6. I was looking at Game 6 and I was like, oh, okay. So Game 5 wasn't just a game. It felt like they found some things. So I was like, okay, this is
You
going
went on
to
the
translate.
road, you know?
Yeah, I was like, this might translate to a Game 7 in one of these moments, and no.
You know what? Hey, you know what? One of our listeners earlier had texted in something about like, hey, do we know that does Jalen Green work hard all this? And basically, yeah, there's plenty of stories of Jalen Green going to work on his shot after a bad game and all this stuff. Like people look at him as a pretty hard worker. But I almost wish this is one of those situations where I almost wish he wasn't, because then you might see like, oh, wait a second, the light, and maybe this will see the light, or sometimes with a young athlete that maybe has drug and alcohol issues or something, you're like, oh, okay, if they can clean themselves up, my God, he'll be incredible. But I don't think any of those are an issue.
That's what I was going to say.
That hope for the room for improvement.
Yeah, like conversely, well, we just got done talking about James Harden. There's TMZ videos out the wazoo of James Harden being out on town, bumping into cars and things like that. Like there's plenty of evidence of James Harden at the strip club right after there's zero evidence of Jalen Green. I mean, he's only 22, so he doesn't have a big swath of his life where he can legally be out doing those things. It was just weird. That listener, that was a strange text because it was like the absence of workout videos was the proof to that particular texter that Jalen Green has work ethic issues,
Right. Yeah, where like, okay, I kind of admire people that don't have to put everything on Instagram.
Correct.
And like there's people have always talked about Jalen Green as a hard worker. I don't know. Yeah, is it at the same level as Kobe? I don't know. But there are plenty of players in the league who are better than Jalen Green right now who don't have the Kobe or the Michael Jordan work ethic.
Yes.
So it's not like that's the one only thing that's missing. I don't know.
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. What's the question of the day, fellas?
Oh, we got it nailed down.
Settle on. There was two of them you were kicking around before.
We combined the two, and I think it's going to be a lot more fun this way.
I don't think we combined the two.
Kind of.
Okay.
Draymond Green took advice from his barber.
Okay.
In terms of entering Game 7.
Yeah.
Where's a strange place you get advice or inspiration?
What was I hadn't heard this story. What was
advice from a lot of different places, his friends, his barber, about keeping the intensity but under control.
Okay.
And he was, to his credit.
Yeah.
He was. I do question why it took a whole intervention for him to realize that he was being a
So where do you
jackass.
where's a weird place you get advice or inspiration?
I'll tell you what, okay, not an inspiration, but advice. And it's not advice necessarily, but I've realized as I've gotten older, there are certain things that I thought were more acceptable in life than they actually were because of comedies that I watched growing up. And you don't realize, like, when you're a young man or a teenager, you don't realize, like, okay, it's funny because this is not the way to act. And I would point to Seinfeld. It's like people, all the characters on Seinfeld were awful people.
They were jerks, yeah.
But I didn't realize that necessarily until I was older. I was kind of like, oh, all right, Jerry did it. Yeah, George did it. Whatever. This is the way to act.
That counts. Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah, you're
That's
mimicking
role models.
Yeah, you're mirroring there. Yeah.
Sneakily poor role models.
I'm going to tell you, mine is it's very current. It's any tweet that looks like some sort of self-help string on
you fall for those?
Oh, for sure. I read all 12
fall for those
tweets.
is the right term.
Yeah,
fall for those is the right term.
Yeah, like this. These are the are you having trouble finding sentences to use in social situations?
Oh, don't do it.
I read them all, man. I read them. No, I don't enact all of them. I don't say here's my new playbook or anything like that. But I don't ignore all of them either. Yeah.
I like the ones that start, they tell you.
Oh yeah,
professionals don't actually tell you.
Yeah,
and then they'll go and they'll argue why the medical professionals are wrong for telling you something that they don't actually tell you.
Yeah,
God, I hate those.
I'm a sucker for those.
I hate.
Yeah,
those.
no, I've got like 5 of them bookmarked. Yeah, right now.
How will you know until you try them?
That's it. That's exactly it, man. That's exactly
Productivity hacks are the worst. Don't ever get into productivity hacks, kids. You know what? Just do the reps. Do the reps.
I read one.
Those are boring, Seth. I need tips and tricks.
I read a string last night that was about like advice on how to disengage from your phone for X amount of time per day.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And I read like all 8 tweets of the string, and they
on
were
your phone.
I'm like, on my phone, yeah, on my phone. I'm like, yeah, the irony is I would not get this advice if I were taking your advice, yeah. But in the end, I'm like, okay, it was really just like, you know, put a password on your phone so that you actually have to make an effort to get on there, like, you know, block certain apps and things like that. I'm like, I guess this is good advice, but so anyways, yeah, that's mine.
The little timer, you know what, on your phone, using the timer that you can put a limit on how much you use your social media, that actually helps me a lot.
Yeah, I think that was one of the pieces of advice, yeah.
You get to a point where you don't realize that there's times where you're wasting hours in a day on social media.
Yeah.
So it's nice to get that, and you can override it.
Yes.
But like sometimes it's a wake-up call. You're like, what the hell am I doing? My to-do list is still way unchecked.
I feel like, you know, I get that little ping every Sunday morning that tells you how many hours per day you averaged on your phone every Sunday morning. And even when I make an effort every week within like 30 minutes of the average, you know,
really?
like, yeah, I'm pretty consistent. I am pretty consistently not present for those around me. Yes.
But you're also doing it for your job.
That's right. That's a great
bookmarks
excuse.
and audio and what have you. Yeah.
Reggie was ready to defend me on this. I like
look
that.
at it that way. It's like, look at all these hours I worked.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Look at all these hours I worked.
And that's why you don't look any deeper as to which apps it is or anything like that.
That's what happened the other day. That was my reply to Amy, because Seth was bringing up what did Amy bring up that I hadn't paid attention to? Oh, the shrieking woman.
Oh, the shrieking woman during the Rockets game 5.
Yeah.
You acted like you were acting like I was making a big deal out of something that must not be a big deal at all.
No, I didn't. I just said I hadn't heard it. That's not true. I just said I hadn't heard it.
You said, Seth, this is dumb.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Everybody, I was the only one that didn't hear it. So I'm like, man, I just didn't hear it. I don't know what was up. And I get a text from Amy, who was listening. She's like, I literally mentioned this woman as I was sitting next to you on the couch. I literally mentioned it, and I'm like, yeah, but if I wasn't on my phone, I wouldn't be so successful.
This is true.
All right?
This is true.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I'm out here making money.
Yeah.
Look at all this. You like these things?
That's right. That fast food you're eating right now? Yeah. All right, boys. Well, let's have a good one today. John, welcome back. It's good to see you.
Ready break.
Yes.
Thanks for coming back to a loss.
That was.
I'm blaming you for some reason.
I'm kind of mad we didn't get to dig into Game 6 with it being on a Friday.
You said that before the show.
Yeah.
And also, real quick, John, I don't think you were listening. I did. We asked about which guys at Sports Radio 6 teenage son. I said that you would be the first guy, but that you were also the most likely to lead him astray.
Yes, both.
So,
yes on both.
Yes
on both.
As long as they walk away with 3 crates of OG sauce. That's the good stuff. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and lower social media usage to you.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck with that. All right, we are done. We are out of time. You are listening to KLT. Oh, did I mention the Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Lease?
Once prior.
This is me getting better, man. You are listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, good morning to you. Happy Monday to you. Let's do it. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Monday. John Lopez, the OG, is back. How you feeling, brother?
I am feeling well. I'm feeling great, except for a couple little downers here and there, namely last night.
Yeah.
All good. A little resurgence personally, just to get out on the boat, finally use it and run it and catch a couple fish. Not as many as I like, but it was fun.
Okay, very good. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig.
I work when nobody's watching. Huh? As opposed to what they were talking about with Jalen Green.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about that. Rockets lose. Rockets fall in Game 7. They make it to a Game 7 after being down 3-1, but it was ugly. 103-89. There wasn't really an opportunity or an instance where you felt great about that. I don't think at all really during that game. Game 7. What went wrong in Game 7? 7-1 text. Also, there's the Mo Karam injury lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on YouTube, Sports Radio 610, and Twitch, 610 Houston. But yeah, man, what went wrong? How are we feeling on this Monday, and I have a feeling I have an idea to some degree what that second answer is. But I'm interested because, like, if you have gotten to the place, right, because everybody deals with losses in sports differently. Some people push themselves very quickly to that 30,000-foot view. And if you've gotten to that place quickly, I actually envy you because you come back and you go, this was a rousing success of a season. I'm still way too close to this where there's a lot of frustration for me.
Yeah.
Especially, as we just talked about, the backdrop of Game 6 where you had a Rockets team that pretty resoundingly and down the stretch in this game found a way to withstand a storm from Golden State on their home floor. In a elimination context, I thought that this Rockets team had found something. I thought that they were figuring out how to play in these confines with what they have and the limitations that they have to where when they return home for Game 7, that they would have a much better effort than the effort that we saw in a 103-89 loss.
I'm glad you mentioned Game 6 because it did feel like they found something, right? I mean, but at the same time, Fred VanVleet was just shooting out of his mind. Out of his mind.
Him by himself was a bellwether for this series because the first 3 games, we know Fred VanVleet was not knocking down. In fact, Game 1, he was taking a whole bunch of shots that seemed ill-advised. The difference in Games 3 through 6 for this Rockets team, especially with Jalen Green, with his struggles and everything, I think it primarily started with Fred VanVleet recognizing they're playing off me. I'm going to take these pull-up three-pointers, and then from there, we're going to be able to execute offense, moving the ball quickly, being deliberate, him running the point in those pick and rolls. Like that was a huge boon for this offense and for this team, especially with his experience in the playoffs. And you just didn't have that in Game 7. I mean, he was 3 of 6 from 3. But that volume was low, and you could tell that the Golden State Warriors were gearing up for him so that it was going to be okay, you've been good. We're not letting you do this. Can anybody else give you what you're looking for?
So that's my question, because did they really – it felt like it, but did they really find something, or did they just find a guy that was just white hot? Especially a lot of those threes were pull-up, leaning, in transition. That's not necessarily finding something if you really think about it. That it's good to have the transition, but it's a guy that just was lights out. I mean, just lights out. So,
but for three games,
but he was doing the same thing. He was extremely hot. He was extremely hot. And I'm really, it's more of a question than anything. Did they really like X's and O's this thing, to death to get back into the series, or was it, hey man, good job, keep making those shots? Because then,
so you're going shot variance here.
Yeah, because yesterday, the shoe was on the other foot, quite literally. Buddy Hield played the role of Fred VanVleet. They won that game because Buddy Hield made a bleep ton of shots.
Yeah, the Buddy Hield game in which on 12 of 15 shooting, 9 of 11 from 3. I mean, Buddy Hield got up 11 three-pointers, whereas the Rockets got up 18 as a team.
So that's my question. I'm so glad you brought up Game 6 because I felt the sime way. I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't think that they were kind of onto something, but when you step back and look at it, it was like, they were just lights out. It wasn't like Ime Udoka finding an offense. And I know they were emphasizing transition and all that and giving him the green light. And so that's a little something. But it wasn't like, inside-out game. Their cuts are so much better. Their
cuts were better.
They were better.
Because there's one person in particular I can point to when it comes to the cuts. You were saying, though?
Because it was really more so the shots going down, number one. And number two, the Golden State Warriors could not throw it in the ocean in the fourth quarter. Is that finding something, or did they lose something? You know what I mean? I mean, they were awful in the fourth quarter. Just awful.
Yeah, I don't know that we talked about this enough during the course of this series, and it makes sense, right? We are here in Houston. We've been following this Houston Rockets team for a long time. That's where our focus is going to be. The Warriors got in this weird space in that stretch of 3 games where they did not utilize their zone that much. And some of it was you were shooting them out of a place where they had to kind of get out and guard you on the perimeter. But Game 7, they returned to that place where they, remember in Game 1 we saw where they were like, look, in the paint here, you're not going to be able to do the things that you want to do. And I think that hampered Alperen Şengün in Game 7. That hampered some of the other guys part of defense. Like they were not able to do that nearly as successfully and as easily as they had been, as evidenced by you shot something like 40-something%. You shot in the 40s in towards the paint, in the paint area in this series, or in Game 7 of this series. That's not going to work, especially for a team where you weren't shooting very well. You're not an offensively inclined team, and your path to victory is getting offensive rebounds and putting shots in. Even if that's the case, you're getting offensive rebounds. 40% is not enough to win a playoff game against a good team and a team that's shooting.
So back to their very first question you asked, what went wrong? I think what went wrong was they were counting on those shots falling. They didn't fall. I thought they bailed on the double bigs a little bit too much, too soon. And I don't feel like Ime Udoka really trusted his bench players enough.
Okay, let's talk about it.
I really don't. You got 30 combined minutes from Jabari Smith and Tari Eason. I thought they were positives in this game every time they were on the floor. And you didn't trust them enough. You stayed with Jalen Green. At some point you have to win the game that you're playing. You have to win that game.
Right.
We can talk, and we will talk about Jalen Green individually a little later. But you can talk all you want about, well, is he young? Is it, can he get better? You can talk about all that you want. You had to win Game 7. You had to win Game 7. And I texted you guys this, and I even felt a little, weird about texting. Because like, why was Jalen Green still in the game?
No, I saw the text, and I don't think I responded directly to it, but I was as I've been pestering B. Scott with text to lighten you guys' load in the group chat. I hope that you guys appreciated that. Was an oddity that I noticed as we continued through the series, and I want to start by prefacing this with the disclaimer of I understand that plus minus is a stat that does not tell you nearly as much as sometimes we want to pretend it does. It is simply when you were on the floor, was your team more advantageous or less advantageous when it comes to the scoring. Continually through this series, especially as Jalen Green was having these lackluster points games, he was on the higher end of the plus-minus on this Rockets team time and time again. And that continued in Game 7, where he was a -6, which was the second best on the team, only to Fred VanVleet, a -5. Again, understanding the flaws in this statistic. Jabari Smith Jr. was a -9 in his minutes, his 12 minutes. Tari Eason was a -12 in his 16 minutes. And I don't necessarily know what the genesis of that is, right? Because I can't point to anything within Jalen Green's game specifically saying, oh, well, he was clearly being a scorer, or he was clearly being a distributor. He only had one assist in this game, or I don't know what the things are that I could point to, or he was locked down defensively that assisted. Just when he was on the floor, and it continued not just in Game 7, but all through the series, they tended to play better when it comes to relative to the Warriors. And I don't know why that is, and I do wonder if that was something that was sensed by Ime. But I understand that is a really heady perspective of it. And if you zoom back out, you just go, Jabari Smith Jr. has looked like he has been better with the minutes that he has been given. Tari more of the energy, the opportunity to get out and transition, and they did not go to that much. It just feels like this was a dance with the ones who brought you, and not necessarily just this series, but understanding that Jalen Green has been impactful for you, and he's grown a lot over the entirety of the season.
And I think that's what went wrong. You mentioned the plus-minus, how it can be a little bit of a gray area there. We know what we saw. We know what it felt like when those other guys were on the floor. And Jalen Green, not really – they might have been, had a less of a minus with him on the floor, but not asserting himself, not forcing – himself into some better shots or looks or whatever it might be.
Which I don't know how much you wanted him to force, because we saw games earlier in the series where he forced, and it felt like it was more detrimental.
No, and I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. Why was he on the floor if you weren't getting that, and the other guys just felt better? And then there's a lot of people are going to be talking about Şengün. He didn't have a great game, no matter what the numbers say.
9 of 23 isn't really particularly helpful, but 21 of 14 is probably what you're pointing, or 21 and 14 rather, 21 points, 14 rebound.
That looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It didn't feel okay.
Well, especially when he seems like he's the only one out there, with all due respect to Amen Thompson's 24.
Missing a lot of easy shots, bunnies, and everything else. But I felt like Ime Udoka should have trusted his instincts in that game a little bit more, and that was kind of for me what went wrong.
I feel that feels like his instincts there, though. His
instinct was to stay with the ones that brung him.
But
that brung him here, and I feel like he should have worried more about winning that game. You can rehabilitate Jalen Green if you want to. You can try to offseason or in the next series had they won or whatever it may be. I felt like they weren't really trusting the hot hands, so to speak, the best rotations, etc.
Yeah. Some of the other things that were there with Tari Eason, it is worth noting. He had the couple of blocks. That's something that he brings, but he did have the turnovers. He didn't look all that settled in the game. And yeah, 2-8-1. They said they love Tari, but he didn't look good in Game 7. Not a lot of guys did. From the 832, do you agree with this sentiment? Getting eliminated by a 7 seed is still unacceptable, all caps. Hey, Rockets, how about some offense? What should have been done is Buddy the heel should have had his nose and arm broken. So they're going with the physicality. How did you feel about that portion of it? It felt like this game actually took a little bit of a step back in some of the physicality aspects of it.
Yeah, they didn't, most of their physical nature in the series was almost in response to what Draymond Green and the Warriors were doing. Well, they toned that back a little bit, and the Rockets didn't elevate theirs. And so maybe there is something to that. But I also feel like, in terms of like what the Rockets could have done offensively, it just wasn't, in terms of just basic sets, looks, getting the ball inside, out, etc. It just was a little stagnant, and it just wasn't. They never led in this game, did they?
That's a great question.
I don't think they ever led in this game.
I'll have to double check because I don't think I ever checked for that in particular.
They were somewhat passive the whole time. They made a brief run to get get it to 3, missed a couple of free throws, which was awful, and then that was that.
Yeah, so a 103-89 loss for the Rockets, and like Warriors, this is where the experience and the coaching showed up, but you didn't help it. You didn't help it by just not scoring very well, and they did lead for a quick moment at the end of the first quarter.
Okay.
And I think that was probably, 20-19 or something in that realm. But that was the only space in this game that the Rockets led. And it was the thing that the questions that were raised about this Rockets team once you were nearing the playoffs. Would they have the offense, particularly in the half court? And in this instance, they didn't. It was all the things, right? It's missing bunnies close, maybe not being as good at the free throw line as you wanted to. Definitely not having shooters, and how that affected various guys, including Fred VanVleet, who had been your best shooter, but then the Warriors making it very abundantly clear, we're not going to let you pull up, and we're going to force you to get the ball out of your hands in these instances, and all those things came to roost, in addition to, unfortunately, a little crack in the defense. Like, if the defense was not going to be elite, you weren't going to be able to win this series, and Buddy Hield had a lot of open looks. Even Steph Curry early in this game had a lot of looks
he didn't
put down. And then when they started going, it was night-night.
But that's a product kind of like they didn't respond. They didn't bring it themselves. They were waiting to respond to the aggressiveness and everything that the Warriors brought, and they didn't bring it. And by the way, I mean, you got to just obviously tip your cap to Steph Curry. What he can do on both ends of the floor, what he was doing, fourth quarter in particular. I mean, it's experience. He's been there. It's unflappable. It's all that, and at some point you just got to give him
that brother was playing defense.
He was doing everything.
I'm like, is that Steph Curry?
He was doing everything.
He was there. I mean, and that is of a team that's been there a whole bunch of time and also knows that their window is closing and that they needed to make sure that they won this one, and they did. So the Rockets season officially over, but there's still tons to talk about. As we know, this team is in a very interesting space where there's a lot of things to dissect, and we'll continue doing that today and as we continue on through this week. But it is a Monday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We will talk plenty more about what the Rockets are going through and how you continue to look at what this team is dealing with and how they get better. Coming up next, let's circle back to the Astros, in which the thing that you thought never would happen, Lopez, actually did happen on Sunday. The Astros did lose, however, but what were the encouraging portions of the day and the weekend? We'll do that next.
Yeah, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and
610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. As there's a little bit of sadness in the air. I feel it. With the Rockets with the immediate pain. How many hours? Like, we're not even 12 hours away from this going official that your season is over. So I imagine as we continue to move further away from that, we'll be able to really look fondly at what was a huge leap of a season. But as of right now, that's kind of there. And one of the things that, usually in a sports city, if you have a season kind of in that way, you can just go, well, let's on to the next thing. The other thing that is floating our boat, especially in a successful sports city. And right now, I guess the question I have is, does it feel like the Astros are that for you?
Yes. At least today. How does that sound? Because
that doesn't sound all that convincing.
Today, the answer is yes. Today, yeah, and the reason is, like, the Astros lost yesterday, obviously 5-4. Which, don't get me started on rainouts.
I was so pissed off.
No, go ahead. I would like to hear it.
Rainouts are the dumbest thing in professional sports.
Okay, I think this is a bad take. I'm just going to start and let you know. I think this is a bad take up front. However, I'm willing to hear you.
All right. Hear me out on this. You are playing a professional sport.
Correct. They pay them for it, yes.
They pay you to play the game. And after 6 innings, they go, nah, we're good. We're good. It rained. 80-minute delay. We're good. In what other sport?
7 innings.
7 innings, whatever it was. In what other sport do they just nah, we're good? I mean, outside of a stadium collapsing or something in football, or something like that, where they just say, we're good. Just find, number one, everybody play in a dome, or number two.
Well, that ain't happening no time soon.
Also, I don't think I would want that to happen for everyone to play in a dome. Like, I understand logistically that would be great.
It definitely should be some type of retractable roof or something.
And there's another part to this, too. Yes, a retractable roof. And the second thing is, find a way to play the game, because they can call it after 5 innings. 5 innings, barely half the game.
The crazy thing is, I felt like the White Sox knew it.
Yes. Oh,
yeah. They was trying to get them runs in. Yeah. Like, once we get the runs in, then we can call this game. They called that game. It felt like immediately.
I can't imagine, no other sport do they say, nah, we're good, man. That's enough. That's enough.
No other sport are they playing damn near every day, and the schedule is hard to make up.
NBA.
We're literally double the amount of games here.
Figure it out. It's
easy to say figure it out, man. They ain't really places to put all these things.
To me, I just don't I get where you're coming from, Lopez.
It's stupid.
Just imagine playing the game and you almost done with the game, and he said, nah, it's over, you lose.
Yeah.
It's like, man, we had time to come back.
We were just getting started.
We was getting grooving. And then now it's over and I lost?
Yeah.
Like, no tie or anything, just a loss?
The things that
if you didn't want to lose, score more runs, dog.
But all that you say, it's hard.
We still have time on the clock.
You say it's hard to kind of make up for it. It's not impossible. They have the box score. They know who played and who didn't. Then you can figure out an off day. You can figure out a road trip, or play on the road, instead of the home. If you next time the White Sox, and figure these things out.
You're doing a lot.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Brother.
Hell, during the hurricane, the Astros played up in Arlington. I mean, figure it out.
The game ain't started yet. The game done started. We done played most of it. It's fine.
You have the box score. You know who shouldn't come back in, what pitchers have been used and all that. Play the next 2 innings, whatever. Do it. This is professional sports.
There's enough of them where it balances out. It evens out.
No, I get where you're coming from. Yeah. I side with Reggie a little bit. Mm-hmm. I get it. That's the part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, it was a 1-run game. This was a 21 skunk.
Oh, by the way, some gamblers might have a thing or two to say about this too, and we know professional sports really like to take care of the gamblers.
Yeah, but this is where it's nice that you're not trying to implement the rule right now. That it's been there.
Yeah.
Because if you came up right now, like actually,
hell no.
That's one of those places that I like thinking too. Is just like, what are the things that we're used to that we have, but that if we were bringing them up brand new right now, that would be like absolutely the bleep.
Hey, I got an idea. If it rains, we'll just call the game.
We'll just be done.
The hell you are.
But yes,
the hell you are.
Unfortunately, the Astros lose the series to the White Sox. 2-1, and of course. That was hurt because of the, as you mentioned, the rain out that happened yesterday, 5-4. But within it, the most encouraging thing, or was it encouraging for you, seeing Lance McCullers Jr. for the first time since the 2022 World Series, getting up on the mound, 3 2/3, which really felt like it should have been the complete 4. Felt like that final pitch that he threw was a curveball high in the zone that felt like it fell right in, that he was not given the benefit of the doubt for. But officially, 3 2/3, he had 4 strikeouts, 87 pitches. So you're really, you're seeing that, that a decent amount of pitches thrown. And it seemed like he had pretty good the curveball at least looked good. That's the calling card for him. Like, how did you feel about it? Were you encouraged seeing Lance McCullers back on the mound?
No, that was the most encouraging thing, but I don't think that was the only encouraging thing.
Okay, what else you got for me?
By any stretch. First of all, with Lance McCullers, and I pulled a Reggie and I dug into some some pitch stats.
This is dumb because I don't hold the copyright on stats.
You
do on this show.
Yeah, you do on the. He threw like 54% changeups against left-handed hitters, and he's usually at about 20, 25.
Yeah,
he's actually gotten better stuff after the layoff in terms of his changeup. And that's big.
He's had a lot of time to work on.
He's had a lot of time to work on the old change. But no, so that was encouraging. Just him in general was encouraging.
Which is going to be great. Like having a pitcher that is going to really hurt
against lefties. Yeah,
is going to be because I mean, right now I think it's probably just Hunter Brown that you have when it comes to the rotation that you go, lefty's going to have some trouble today, right? And so having McCullers in that space as well is going to be great for you. I think.
Yeah, no, I think that was encouraging. Everything about Lance McCullers. Obviously healthy, knock on wood, all that. But here's the other encouraging things. They lost, but look at the standings. How much do you trust the Mariners and the A's, who are now in first place and second place in your division, while the Rangers are cratering?
Yeah, the Rangers, and we'll talk more about this later, Rangers are cratering to the point where they fired their hitting coach. Don't get no ideas, Astros fans, but they did fire their hitting coach and they just went ahead and released one of their guys as well, just straight up. Man, here's the tough thing about it. The Mariners are hitting.
They are hitting now.
And so that was always the thing. It was like the pitching is great for the Mariners, not good, great for the Mariners, but they can't hit. Ha, 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 you can't hit. And all of a sudden you look up, and obviously they made some moves. Like last year I thought they would be able to hit with the moves, some of the moves that they made, especially like bringing in someone like a Randy Arozarena and stuff like that. I was like, oh, man, maybe they'll hit, and they didn't. And that maybe got you to the place where you went, oh, they're just never going to hit. Seems like it's coming around now. That's the one that I'm afraid of. The A's, I don't know what to believe. They did spend some money this offseason, right? Which I guess you have to give some level of credit to the ownership, even though I will not, for doing that. And it seems like that is benefiting them. But I think that the Mariners are the ones that I'm a little bit more intrigued by. But even then, like, they're not running away with this.
No, and they're the Mariners. And they're the Mariners. And I think last year they were ahead of you for a while. And they're always going to be looking in the rearview mirror. They're not to be trusted until they can prove otherwise. So
I think that they are 4th in the AL when it comes to scoring runs.
Okay,
thus far.
So I'm encouraged by that, and the bullpen spit the bit yesterday. That's where the Astros lost the game, but it was
including Gusto, who slid to the pen, which was a little uncomfortable after him having such a solid stint as a starter, which I think he might also return. I think they were talking about that on the Space City Home Network broadcast yesterday. He'll return to the rotation here soon.
But it was also, they didn't perform well in the midst of this really, bad rain. So there was a kind of a mitigating factor there that may have
the cold and the rain.
The cold, and there was 40 degrees. It was 40 degrees in Chicago yesterday and raining. So I'm not real worried about. I was actually pretty encouraged. And then the other thing is, they've got the Brewers and Reds and Rangers upcoming, although they do play the Royals in there at some point. This is not a daunting part of the schedule, even though they're playing a lot of games.
Yeah. Yes, you are right. Retro Ren on the YouTube page. There was also another encouraging thing, which was Jake Myers on Saturday going absolutely ballistic.
How many bases? 13?
Yes. Which ties a franchise record.
13 bases.
So-
yeah. So you lost, but it was actually today. I'm encouraged.
Okay, that is good.
We'll talk again tomorrow.
Unfortunately, you did lose the series, and I don't know. I was about to say quiet as kept. It was not quiet. Jordan missed a couple of games, kind of nursing a little bit of discomfort within his hand. So you hope that's not a major thing, or do you think that's a major thing, or do you all right? So because the Astros have a reputation,
yes, they do.
Do you think that this is either a thing that they are soft pedaling? Is this B? Not a thing, but they're just trying to find, this is a small thing, but enough of an excuse to try to give him a little bit of time to help reset because he's had a rough month. Or C, just none of the above, and it's just like, hey, it is what it is.
I think it's D, something else.
Something else entirely.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. He hasn't been hitting very well. So how long has there been something going on with his hand?
Ooh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe this is something from spring training, from early in the season. And it's just, I'm not saying it's like a season ender by any stretch, but maybe something's been bugging him. And maybe that's.
Does that make you, is that possibility more encouraging or less encouraging that the Jordan that we have seen, assuming that there was something that was ailing him, that was what was affecting his ability to, slug?
I think it's slightly less encouraging, but I don't think it's like one of those things like, oh my gosh, he's going to end up on the IL. As the Astros are wont to do. Oh, he's got a little soreness, and then he misses 10 weeks. I don't think it's that, but I think it is D. I think it's probably something that he's been trying to work through with his hand, and they're just giving it some extra time.
All right, well, the Astros back in action in Milwaukee versus the Brewers over the next 3 days. They start at 6:40 tonight. See if the Astros can get their offense going again. Indoors, though. So there you go. I'm happy.
Oh, good. They're going to play all 9 innings.
That's right. I know
concept.
I know that matters a lot to you. There,
what
Lopez.
A concept.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by Draymond Green. Yeah, I know. He seemed to have just a little bit more coof, although he did backhand someone in the course of this game. So that is all relative. It seemed like he had a little bit of calm to him, and apparently advice from family members and his barber told him to kind of rein it back in. What is a strange place that you get advice or inspiration from? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Credit to the Rockets for fighting back to.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Where's a strange place you get advice or inspiration from? 713-572-4610. Inspired by Draymond Green, unfortunately, after the Rocket Game 7. So damn close, it feels like, to getting that comeback, that 3-1 comeback, honoring the 2015 Rockets and such. But unfortunately, weren't able to do it. And one of the things that helped the Warriors do that was Draymond Green, obviously continuing to be the player that he is, with the respect to the player, even though he can be a little bit of a jerk, an understatement for sure. But he found a way to keep that in check. Somehow not being ejected from any of these games. Still can't believe that, but
barely.
Yeah,
barely.
Really and truly. I mean, he got that flagrant one pretty early in Game 7 as well. But after the game, Draymond was talking about this game and how he came into it, and he said that he had some heart-to-hearts after Game 6. He said his wife, one of his closest friends, his barber was is also one of his closest friends. He talked about Coach Izzo. He said he pouted way too much in Game 6. Spent the 2 days afterward embarrassed just at what he gave to the game, what he gave to the world. And so, he wanted to get back on the floor and do better. You could determine if you think he did better. I'm not here to parse that because I don't really have time.
I wonder what made him think now.
That's the thing that gets me. Well, because
I've been in the league for so long doing this BS type of stuff. So now I'm like,
I'm a new man.
Right.
I need to change. I need to listen to more R&B.
The fact that he used embarrassed there, I was like, just now?
Yeah.
Not when you was kicking people in the kids?
Yeah.
Now you was out here knocking people's heads into the floor out?
Yeah.
Yes.
So now he like, you know what? I was embarrassed.
I'm gonna listen to my barber.
This series.
I'm gonna listen to my barber and do that. Actually, it made me think of my wife. She got really mad at me the other day. When
I'm not surprised.
she was
Why am I not surprised, John Lopez?
She was talking about her friend who does her hair, and I said, "Oh, you mean the friend you pay $125 to every couple of weeks? That friend?
I'll be your friend for $125 a couple weeks."
That's what I'm saying. She's like, "No, she's my friend." I said, "She's paid to be your friend."
Oh man, come on, man.
She got really mad, and that's kind of what, like, a barber and hairstylists, as people who give you advice and you really listen to. It's just because they're available. It's just because you're paying them and they're there for an hour.
I don't know about this one, man.
No, like in no other context.
You got to go to the right barbershop. These barbers be thinking they know everything. It be
thinking they know everything.
They be sitting there talking so much. They be thinking they could get on ESPN right now.
Yes,
and debate, man.
Thinking they could,
which is the best version, to be honest. Let them talk about sports rather than the other stuff they might talk about.
Yeah,
but you're taking advice. And from just someone who happens to be there that you spend a lot of time with. So where's the strangest place you get advice or inspiration, if you will?
From the 832 Penthouse Forum. First and foremost, is Penthouse still doing that?
I don't know.
Like, that feels like a little bit of a dated reference.
Yeah.
And not that I'm judging. I was just like, immediately had the thought. Which actually, you know what? I have the internet. We can find out. But yeah, I guess in a way, not even somewhat similar. But I had always fought this, but I have come to utilize it, which is you go Googling for stuff, and now, especially with the associations with Google and the AI stuff, all that. Don't want to get too deep into it, but Reddit starts popping up, and I have taken more and more to that crowdsourcing of, hey man, all right, what they saying in here? Let me go. Now I don't just take everything wholesale, but I'll be jumping in there like.
That's kind of the streets now, man. That's the new street.
Which is real scary because there's nothing substantiating any of this. Like, there's no editorial process, but I just be jumping in there like, maybe they got something to say.
You know where I'm a sucker and I take bad advice, or maybe it's good, but far too easily, is like from salespeople. Like, if I'm in the market for something.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's really this, and this. And I'm like, it is? Of course, you're not trying to sell me something. You're being honest, right? I'm like, really? It is?
Which is something I don't want to think about because, okay, let me see.
Yeah.
This is actually as of relatively recently, 20. Oh, never mind. That's not right. But yeah, when it comes to salespeople, you think that, all right, I could tell that this person is being genuine.
Some of them are
but also
good.
some folks are just really good.
They're really good at
really
it.
good at selling.
It's like, oh, you mean it is a good time to buy a car? Oh yeah, I would have thought no.
Yeah, that's real nasty work.
I think the best advice I got from I actually got the best advice from a crackhead. He told
See, they got nothing.
He said, "Hey, you don't want to end up like me, young man. Hey, don't do drugs. Stay in school." That's the best advice you could get. I didn't really under, but now I'm like, man, I don't want to end up like you.
Sometimes you get advice from people like that clearly they're sort of like introspective and they're kind of taking stock of all the mistakes they made, and they're like, listen.
Yeah. No, that's some good advice though, man.
Yeah.
Like, stay in school, don't do drugs. Because you're going to end up like me.
But also, like, sometimes...
With 8 teeth in your mouth.
Sometimes we think... You counted them? Sometimes we think that the folks that, like, have things going right with them are the ones that have, like, the opportunity to give you experience or give you game. But a lot of times it's the folks who have made the mistakes. You learn from their mistakes so that you don't have to make them. And then, boom, you are off to the races. Like, I think that is a fair way of looking at it. Absolutely.
And sometimes people who are, like, into something, like, let's say, just in my world, like fishing. If anyone says anything about how they caught a fish, you're buying it. You know, like, oh, they caught a fish. Oh, I got to try that. Or they, it couldn't, not necessarily just fishing, but
just
like
the copycat nature.
Yeah,
of
like,
it.
oh, they had success doing it, and they could have just been dumb luck. And you're like, yeah, I'm gonna try that. You know, whatever it might be. It can get kind of silly sometimes.
That's interesting. I do wonder if that tracks. If it's just like areas of little success, right? Like, obviously. For me, that immediately made me think of like golf because
That's a perfect
I am
example.
an incredible golf novice.
You know, if
like,
you
I'm
move
not
your
that
hand
good.
just a little bit, you can drive like that. But it's different.
Yeah.
You know?
Although I'm not inclined to take that. Like if I'm at the driving range and somebody's like, hey, bro, you should, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I'm all that inclined to take that. But if I'm on like Instagram and somebody's like, make sure that you're hitting straight and whatever, I'm like, let me save this. Let me save this reel. Let me come back around to this one.
What about, do y'all look at any TV shows or movies that you get, like, be like, man, that's a real good life advice?
I would like to say no, but hey, man.
To me, I think the one TV show that I'm like, man, they be having some good stuff at The Wire.
Oh, what, The Wire?
They be having some.
That's church.
Some real, yeah, that's true. But they be having some real stuff in there, man. Sometimes I quote some stuff. The game is the game.
The game is the game.
The game is indeed.
Denise from Pearland is mad at me. Lopez, our hairstylists can be our friends too. They have bills to pay. You owe your wife an apology followed by a thoughtful gift. I'm guessing Denise pays her hairdresser a lot.
Well, yeah. see, I disagree because
Team Mrs. Lopez.
See, my hairdresser, that became my friend. It wasn't my friend when we started, and then we became friends to the point she started giving me. Sometimes she looked the other way. She's like, don't worry about it. Like,
but you pay her.
No, sometimes I don't. Sometimes she said, nah, don't worry about it. This one's on the house. That's a friend to me.
Okay.
Sometimes she call and check on me without
Lopez,
all that stuff.
You out the barber game. That's the problem.
Like, that's what it is.
No, that's
game.
like the 832 says, Lopez, black barbershops are town halls you got to experience. I've experienced it. I have definitely experienced it.
Not in a long time.
Not in a long time, but I get that they're town halls. That doesn't mean they give good advice. That does not mean they give good advice.
Sometimes they do, though.
And who says my friends give good advice anyway?
Everything.
Yes, that's kind of my point.
So he probably like, man, Draymond, you wilding too much, man. You just got to stay calm, listen to some R&B, some 90s R&B. You be good, man. Y'all going to win Game 7.
That's probably exactly what he said to him, if we're going to be completely honest. That was probably it. To a T. And finally, someone on the text line said, I get advice from my boss. Oh, wait, they pay me as well. So, yeah, that might not work. From 281, one of the best quotes from a TV show was Andy Bernard in The Office. I wish there was a way to know you were in the good old days before you actually left them.
Yeah, that's a good saying. And it's absolutely true.
Yeah, so, I mean, sometimes it's just the writing is clever enough to where it sticks with you and it ends up being advice. The thing that I thought about when you said that was Hitch. That nice and simple, that two-step. When you're in that space, hey, you don't need to do a lot. Just keep it simple and try and look cool out here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including Bill Belichick Seems like he's coming to his senses, trying to get outside help. We'll talk about that more next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog, one of the absolute best places to make picks during the basketball playoffs. Yeah, they're still going.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in loop on Sports Radio 610, where before we do that, I guess, we were talking about the advice that you might get from places that you would not expect, a la Draymond Green. And somebody said sometimes fortune cookies give advice that is useful, like enjoy life, and it's better to be happy than to have a wise one or something like that, stuff like that. I feel like we're beyond the time of getting anything close to advice in fortune cookies.
Yeah.
They just have like these milk toast platitudes, and you're just like, why is this even in here? Don't even put paper in my food now.
Yeah, it just be some basic. Today is going to be a great day.
Yeah.
It just be something basic. Man.
I remember when they were actually pretty cool to look at.
Right, like
we used to break the cookie open just for the message.
You didn't think you would actually get anything out of it. You were just like, all right, I want to see. And now I know damn
what's in my pocket.
That's right.
Just in case.
Save it. Put it on your little dashboard or something.
Just in case.
Yeah.
All right. We go around the NFL, and let's start still breaking down, the results of the NFL draft, interestingly enough. One of those being the slide that Quinn Ewers supposedly took. Because, we obviously were all so infatuated with Shedeur Sanders, but Ewers was the final quarterback taken in the draft, pick number 231. Obviously, that was in the 7th round. And, some teams had him rated higher than that, but ultimately he does not go highly. And, of course, that doesn't end up being as big of a deal as Shedeur, because it feels like when it comes to the realms of where you started, quote unquote, seemed like Shedeur was in a much higher stratosphere. But Quinn Ewers' agent, who was Ron Slavin, told Todd Archer of ESPN.com that the day after the draft, he reached out to, quote unquote, half the league to find out why Ewers slid that far. He said, quote, they thought he was a 3rd or 4th round pick, too big of a name to be a clipboard holder, which I think is chicken bleat. How do you feel about the assertion that, Quinn Ewers slid a whole bunch because his name was too big to be a backup holding the clipboard?
I think there's a little bit of something to that.
Really?
A little.
I think that was the reason why Shedeur slid.
Maybe.
Like, that's too big of a name to be a backup quarterback.
Yeah, because that's the thing that people came to with the idea of, like, distractions. And it's, I guess, but really going to is, like, the ways in which he'll get a lot of questions, and then his father will get a lot of questions, and that'll be covered in a lot. So, in a game where even if he's not the starter, if the starter doesn't play well, then, there's this secondary kind of conversation happening that you don't necessarily want.
Yeah.
Does that happen with Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, well, I didn't think that was like that with Quinn Ewers.
And that's why I said a little bit. He does have a very big name. I mean, he was a brand. He was a big-time forward-facing quarterback in college football.
Most of the quarterbacks that are getting drafted do, though. Like, I feel like if you're doing that,
the playoffs and and all that, and having been the starter at a place like the University of Texas for so long, I'm not saying that was the reason. I think he's by and large he's off there. I think that Quinn Ewers did not have what NFL teams deemed worthy of a 1st through 4th type round. But I think there's a little bit of that because we've always lived in a world in the NFL where the most popular guy is the backup quarterback. It's more so now. If a starter struggles, they want to see, the average fan wants to see the backup on the field. And when they know that backup's name and they've seen him on TV and they've seen him make plays, they want it even more so. That's why I said I think there's a little bit of to that.
Yeah, but I hear where you're trying to come from here, but the problem is this has to have existed forever in this, and even in the recent history where even if your assumption is correct or your assertion is correct that we're getting to an era where dudes are like folks just generally are less patient. That's been the case. Like that has been the case in recent history when it comes to dudes who have a big name as college football that is almost as big as the NFL. I feel uncomfortable saying that, but I guess you guys can parse ultimately what that means to you. But yeah, man, like I really just think Quinn Ewers isn't really that good. And when I say isn't really that good, I need to be careful about
level,
this.
Yeah.
I think, yes, it's for an NFL player. And then also, like, I don't know that there's a lot of development to be wrung out of him in addition to that. I think that's the added element of this, where if you're getting a guy who is there, I don't know what else you're getting at him, but the idea that he is too known to be a clipboard holder feels kind of nonsensical as an ultimate landing point, and an agent trying to find a way to console a dude who teams, I guess, maybe did not feel all that highly about in a draft class that was not all that great for quarterbacks to begin with.
Let me put it this way. This is the best way I can put it. Let's say the Texans, and I don't know this, but let's say the Texans had Graham Mertz and Quinn Ewers graded about the same.
Okay.
All right? It's a lot easier to draft Graham Mertz than Quinn Ewers. That's the best way I can put it.
I agree.
Right? Graham Mertz, who's he? He's a backup. Quinn Ewers? Oh, that Quinn Ewers?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
I think that's probably the reason why they did take Graham Mertz, because that's somebody, like, we have no questions on him trying to get on the field or anything like that. He's an afterthought at this point.
Yeah.
But if it was Quinn Ewers, like, even though CJ's job is safe, of course, but it's still going to be that buzz of, Quinn Ewers, Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best way I can put it.
That is very interesting.
To be honest.
Of course it is.
But
Yeah.
I think that's how they thought. I think that's the reason why Shedeur kind of slid too, because these teams that do have a quarterback that's like he could lose his starting job at any moment.
Yeah.
They probably wanted to stay away from that type of stuff because as soon as he throw an interception, then they're going to pan the camera over to Shedeur.
Yes.
Now, the one thing I will say, though, that and maybe it works in the opposite way with Quinn Ewers, is you have him back there, and because, like, he is not all that good or what have you, at least in my estimation, I don't want to put that as a blanket. Maybe you are open to receiving more criticisms because people are, I guess, somewhat people have seen more of his game.
Yeah.
But even then, all of that reeks of a situation of, like, allowing the public to force your hand on a decision that does not feel all that strong. If people did indeed believe that, which I don't necessarily buy, because I still think this is an agent trying to craft a narrative.
No,
that
I think that's by and large
makes his client feel better and is able to kind of spin what happened there. All right, some other things around the NFL, and I guess this isn't really still NFL, except he's widely respected as one of the greatest, if not the greatest, to ever do it in the NFL coaching-wise. His name is William Belichick. He is now at UNC, which I'm sure that they are rethinking to some degree. But it seems like Bill Belichick at least has taken the last couple of weeks and looked around and be like, hey, this is not good. So let's find some other things. According to multiple sources, Belichick has been talking to at least one experienced PR specialist in the hopes of boosting his book tour. Obviously, the thing that gave him the explosive interview in some ways. And then also the overall interests of the North Carolina football program, which has the handprints of various NFL experts and his girlfriend Jordan. So it seems like there's conversations to possibly get a experienced PR circumstance to have the assignment that encompasses working with North Carolina directly for their football program and helping him on non-UNC matters like the book tour.
I have a question. Is this to rehabilitate his image or hers?
Yes.
Because if this outside firm is hired, I got a hunch that Jordan had the biggest voice in hiring.
All right, so you're doing the thing where you're making her Yoko Ono.
She is.
Nah, I think you're pretending like she has so much autonomy over everything in a way that I don't think she does. Like she's had her hand in a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, but like I think Bill Belichick can look around and be like, "Hey, man, this isn't working. I want to have better for myself and for my book." I think you're making it as though like she is puppet mastering everybody in a way that feels unfair. I mean, while also acknowledging that she is messed up. Like she is absolutely.
You've read the stories.
Done a lot of messing up here.
You've read the stories.
Or I think it could be a situation where she's probably having a fit, probably pissed off, and he's trying to make it better. He's trying to smooth it across. Like, man, my lady. I take care of this. Let me hire this so we can kind of smooth our little, relationship over and make you look good in the
Did you see the Dunkin' Donuts thing? Did you see the Dunkin' Donuts news that the New York Post reported?
I missed that.
The New York Post reported that Jordan Hudson forced her way into the commercial, the Dunkin' Donuts commercial that started at the Super Bowl and has been airing. Like, she was not in it. Like, she was not planned to be in it. You mentioned Yoko Ono. She's like, oh, no, I'm going to be in it. I'm going to be in it. According to the New York Post, who, by the way, is it Marchand?
Andrew Marchand.
Who's one of the best in the business. I believe it.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about Yoko Ono. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, we are. We kind of are. I mean, if he's reporting it, I think it was him. It might have been another reporter at the New York Post. But, like, they had this commercial all set up, and she says, nah, I want to be in it.
And closed mouth don't get fed, man.
Nah, but you got this like she's writing all the statements for all these circumstances.
Well, I didn't say that, but I think she's definitely.
Nah, her shadow looms large.
She's in the mix.
Her shadow looms large, which again, like, I am kind of amazed that Bill Belichick got to this point. The dude who, notoriously wants to be in charge of everything has gotten to this place where he's like, you know what? Not even just like, and I understand there are facets of this that make it a little different. But can you imagine 70-some-year-old Bill Belichick knowing what we did with the Patriots and everything, going, you know who I think is good enough to make some decisions instead of me?
Yeah.
Any 20-something-year-old.
Yeah.
Any 20, like, I don't know that Bill Belichick respects any 20-something-year-old to this point.
Yeah.
And here she comes.
Yeah, but she's fine.
I wonder how this would have looked if he was still the head coach for the Patriots.
Oh, terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
And it would have been even more issues because I feel like college football works differently where the authoritative kind of standpoint of being the head coach is singular. In the NFL, I know that he was maybe in those places where it was kind of close to that, but there's enough people around. It's like, hey, dog, this is not going to work like that. Like this, there's other, including Robert Kraft, his homeboy. And of course I say that tongue in cheek because he didn't get a shout out in the book. So we'll see what that ultimately comes out to. But yes, that's going to continue to be something worth watching. Talk about being a distraction.
Oh,
talk about being a distraction.
Yes. And that's one thing that he hates,
Apparently not enough.
Yeah.
Apparently not enough. All right, some other things around the NFL. Cleveland Browns, a linebacker for the Cleveland Browns, his name is Devin Bush, arrested on charges of simple assault and harassment in Pennsylvania yesterday. Apparently the Browns are, quote, aware and gathering more info, as is kind of the typical way that this goes. He was drafted by the Steelers in 2019, played for them for 4 years, went to Seattle, and now is in Cleveland. And God, Cleveland's got to have the worst luck of any NFL team. And that's saying something because NFL teams don't necessarily be getting out here just like squeaky clean by any means, but they are just, wow.
They never had a smooth off season.
Not
a long time.
Like, it feels like, how many years would you say it's been since, like, part of the sports radio, like, staple was around this time of year, we just all get on our police. Main content was who got arrested. Yeah. Like, it feels like it's been like a solid decade since we've evolved as an industry, as a society, away from, and maybe just as a league also, not having nearly as many of these incidents. But man, here you go. Like, it makes it more evident when one of these folks pops up with these issues.
They should change their name from Cleveland Browns to Florida Man, because it's like every time you see Cleveland Browns in a headline, it's like Florida Man. You're like, okay, this can't be good. This is not good.
What's crazy is the brother didn't even play a snap for him yet.
Not yet.
No.
He just got in the building. He got in the building. He signed the contract immediately. Them spirits hit him.
He was in Pennsylvania. He wasn't even in Cleveland. Like, dude, the brother got a house there yet?
That brown stink go everywhere.
Man.
Apparently. Yeah. I appreciate all the many people pointing to the very thing that you need to point to with the Bill Belichick thing, is that there's that one thing that's undefeated, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
And it's happening for him, I guess. So you typically, as we continue around the NFL, we typically would look at in that same division, the Baltimore Ravens, as being a good organization that handles things well, except for maybe one particular area. And it seems like that's an area where you might have reason to continue to question them. John Harbaugh, the head coach of the team, in talking about the Justin Tucker situation and the investigation that has continued. The league is obviously still doing that. They drafted a kicker in the 6th round. Of the draft. His name is Tyler Loop. That's kind of funny to me. But according to Harbaugh, as you know, kicking everything, got a chance to talk a little bit. I would just say from the standpoint of the investigation and all that, we don't know anything. We haven't been given any information as it should be. It's all done the way it's done. We don't know anything along those lines, so we can't make any decision based on that. Every decision we make has to be on football, close quote.
Yeah, look, you know, what are the odds that Justin Tucker is going to be the starting kicker for the Baltimore Ravens?
Ooh, okay. Are we doing it? I'm going to do his percentages because odds be messing me up.
Yeah, percentage is fine.
I will put that at a 15%.
I'm gonna say 25%.
I'm going to say less than 5.
That I wanted to go there, but I was like, what are the odds in a circumstance that maybe, just maybe, the NFL investigation, remembering the NFL doesn't have subpoena power and all those things, that they get to a place where they can't really come up substantiate anything, and he get out here understanding that historically he has been one of the greatest, if not the greatest kickers in the NFL. I know he's kind of stunk recently. If he gets out here kicking better and he wins a debate, wins that battle, then, but I feel like a lot of things have to happen in order to get.
See, that's the thing. Like I put 25% because I don't think they're gonna look at the situation. They want to see if he can squeeze out of that situation. And if he's really good, if he's still good, if he stinks, then it's like, nah, we gonna move in a different direction. But if he's still good and he come out of this thing clean, then I don't see them just moving on.
I do.
Just for morals.
I do. I think 2 plus 2 is always, and he had a bad year. Plus 2. They used a draft pick on a kicker.
6th rounder.
A 6th round kicker is like a 2nd round everything else, or first. The fact that they used the
shout out to Bobby Aguayo, 2nd round pick.
That's right. I was trying to remember who it was.
Roberto Aguayo.
Yeah, but like you use a 5th and 6th round pick on a kicker, that's like a 1st or 2nd round pick. I mean, you put 2 plus 2, man, it still equals 4. I can't see Justin Tucker being the kicker.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's slim pickings, but I can see a small path. But yeah, it just feels like they're done there. But they're really leaning on, we're not going to be the ones to do this. We're letting the NFL take any bullets that may come from.
Do you think he make it to camp?
Yeah, probably.
Like he gonna go through camp, preseason, all that
now
stuff.
That you mentioned that, maybe not.
That's what I'm saying. Like if he can make it to camp in preseason. Then I think that might be a strong chance for him, unless he stinks.
Yeah.
Unless he really is out here looking bad, then I think it's a high chance he might survive this.
I feel like the NFL would like to have this done and buried before they get to that circumstance. Because I don't know that you want a potential like news of the actual story, like or whatever they come up with their investigation, being running in that same time period where people are talking about a lot of NFL, or maybe you do, maybe that's the time when you have other things that might drown it out.
Sure.
But then like him, if he ultimately does get cut or whatever, all of that storyline, just like where is the place where you could bury that most? Is that in the doldrums? I guess as you're kind of going through camp type stuff. That or
distractions?
Is that into the point where you're in training?
Because I'm wondering too, like maybe it could be a contract thing, but why didn't they cut bait with him now? It seemed like they just waiting on that process to kind of.
They don't want to be too hasty with it. I don't think.
Well, I think they don't want to carry the onus of responsibility, which again makes it so that I don't want to hear y'all get out here talking about zero tolerance. Right? And I understand that might be kind of unfair because we live in an American society where the expectation is innocent until proven guilty. But you get out here, people love pounding their chest on the zero tolerance and everything that implies, but don't necessarily actually act in that space. And I'm like, I understand why you would not be zero tolerant. However, I don't think that you can gain the benefit of being out here beating your chest on that. And from 713, if Justin Tucker does get cut, the Browns will definitely sign him. They said they are sex offender U. Sex offender U is the worst thing that I've ever heard in my life. What?
Sex offender U.
That is crazy. That is wild. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there was a trade rumor about Christian Kirk. It can't be real, right? And even if it isn't, do you want to talk through what that would possibly mean? We'll do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just want to get a gauge.
came up just short with a Game 7 loss. The series and the season are officially over. Ime's young squad grew up fast and should have plenty to build on heading into the offseason. Congrats on a great year, fellas.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, you ever had one of those aha moments in life? You know, you finally did something that you'd been considering for the longest time, and you loved it. And then you thought, how did I get along for so long without this new thing? We've all been there. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing want you to know that 20% of new car loans in the United States are now at 84 months, according to recent articles. 84 months. Where will you be in 7 years? Probably upside down if you sign an 84-month contract. If you've been listening to me for years, it's time for your aha moment. Call today and get much lower payments with short terms that make sense. We'll give you such a great experience that you're going to say, yep, aha. Join 50,000 satisfied customers and go with D&M Auto Leasing. It is the only way to go these days. 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000 or dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy.
Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics. For over 8 years now, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients across the country, I'm telling you, this is a game changer. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free. Shoulder and hip pain, gone. Clint Stoerner here, y'all, and I'm telling you, QC Kinetics is the real deal. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable, man. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in those achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in those aching joints. It's powerful and it's potent, y'all. It's a way to give those joints new life, repairing old tissue. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there's no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. The patient satisfaction reports, they're through the roof, y'all. Imagine doing all the things that you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by that awful joint pain in your knees or in your back. Call QC Kinetics right now. Right now is the best time to get started. 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. That's QC Kinetics.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-624-8811. 800-624-8811. 800-624-8811.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crisp chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Find Mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Can't jump off sides if there's no hard count. It is Cinco de Mayo, first and foremost. Hope that everybody is having a good Monday to that.
And happy birthday to Ron.
That is right. Ron Hughley is another year older. I was about to say how old he is, but I realized I actually don't know how old he is. So, yeah.
Did he crack 40?
Is he 40? We'll find out later. Put your guesses in. How old is Ron the Show Hughley?
No, he's over 40.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta be. Been married, didn't he say 16 years?
Is it 16?
15, 16 years, I think.
She put him with him that long?
Yeah.
God bless her, man. Courtney is a saint. But yeah, we'll see what that. I bet if he's hearing this right now, he's gonna come in with that patented smile, looking at me crazy through the window. All right. So yes, I hope that at least your Cinco de Mayo can help ease the pain of a Rockets Game 7 loss to the Golden State Warriors. That one was 103-89. Real tough go of it. Your leading scorer was Alperen Şengün, but a really inefficient Alperen Şengün. Just as a team, inefficient. Weren't scoring very well in the paint. Weren't able to get up very many shots. Buddy Hield went insane, knocking down shots. Osita, I don't think that he's 49, dog. I don't think that that's.
Oh God.
I'm gonna say 42.
42. You locking into 42?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 41.
I'm gonna say he's 39.
All right.
Say that. I'm probably wrong, but anyways. But yeah, a tough loss to the Golden State Warriors, and so that sends them to the offseason, where now we will have all of the offseason conversations, including where they are. We'll continue talking about some of that, how that series unfolded coming up next. But some other things that happened this week. A fun weekend of various stuff. I guess salute to the Houston Roughnecks getting a victory, and condolences to the Houston Dynamo losing to LAFC on the road. Some news that is coming out. Actually, before we get there, I do want to point to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
Which I did not watch. I will admit, I did not watch.
Guess where I watched it?
On a boat. You spent the whole weekend on the boat. I'm surprised that you're still here. I thought you
did. Did you actually sleep on the boat?
No. But
you should have.
I could.
I don't think he got that kind of boat. I don't think it's the boat that you sleep in.
I was like, oh, Derby's on. So I pulled up to an island. I sent you a picture. This little island. Just parked my boat. Watched the Derby on my phone.
Good for you. Yeah, I watched the Derby on my phone as well. Yeah. On social media, I was like, I can watch the race itself in a couple of minutes. I cannot deal with all this. Yeah. Although I did miss Xavier Leggett. I always say his name wrong. Just cutting up and being his incredible self. He's a big horse guy, as you know, being a Carolina dude, and so he wants to eventually get into that. But a lot of people did watch the Derby somehow, some way. It keeps doing this. 17.7 million viewers. Which is the largest television audience for the Derby since 1989.
That is amazing. 17? That's a playoff game.
And somehow it was a loss for journalism.
Okay, you're going to do that too?
Yeah, I'm so happy you did that.
That's how I found out who didn't win the Derby.
Sovereignty beats
these days, if we're going to be completely honest.
This is true. And I can't believe
surprising win for sovereignty as well.
Figgy got the low-hanging fruit.
I'm proud of you. I thought you would be proud.
Yeah.
We had a our question of the day.
To do it.
Our question of the day on Friday was, what is something that you were shameless about? And we were like, this is a Lopez special. It was kind of a problem, and that's one of those things that I figured you would be shameless about.
Yes.
But yeah, shout out to Sovereignty winning the Derby. The owner, Godolphin, and jockey Junior Alvarado, in addition to the trainer William Mott. These are names that you don't need to know, but they will know that they will share a winnings of $3.1 million for that, and they move on in the quest for the Triple Crown.
And that $3.1 million is going to probably turn into about $40 or $50 million.
Because with siring, which
that's where they make all their money.
Yeah, once you get the prestige of winning these, especially if you win, multiple in the Triple Crown, you get to go and sell. You get to do the sperm races, right? You get to sell, and that's funny enough. All of these participating horses in this Derby, all descendants.
Yeah,
of Seabiscuit.
Well,
was it Seabiscuit?
Sovereignty is a descendant, a great grandson of Secretariat.
Oh, Secretariat.
Yeah,
I say Seabiscuit.
Yeah,
that's the name. Secretariat. There you go. So yeah, but that's they all got that siren done. So yes, they're gonna make even more money there. All right. Speaking of money and the making of it, the Texans are trying to get. I mean, we've been talking a lot about what they've been doing when it comes to trying to get a new. That the field is adjacent, if not connected to it, is getting their operations out of the building itself and having it somewhere else. That we got a little bit of insight into with the Texans charity golf event happening. right now. And so Cal and Hannah McNair are talking. D'Amico Ryan says there's some quotes that we're getting there. And Cal and Hannah McNair have discussed the considerations of a new practice facility / headquarters, potentially being somewhere else in the greater Houston area. Obviously not being there at an NRG Park there or wherever else you might even consider that a park would be built. So this has legs, and we kind of knew that to some degree, but now we have confirmation that this is something that they could very much and that they feels like they are considering doing.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
And this is what raised my eyebrows. And, when this whole conversation started, one of the things I kept saying is, like, I can see them working. They're going to start out with, hey, Reno, and we want to be here.
Oh, you say this is the soft pedal?
And then gradually add, and they did. They added maybe move our offices, out of NRG, put a little more pressure on the county, etc.
You think that's pressure?
Yes. Absolutely, that's pressure.
I don't view it as such. Can you explain that to me, please?
Because they're saying we don't need you. You don't give us what we want in terms of being able to fix our own stuff and make our own decisions and not have to jump through all the loopholes and red tape of going through the county just to get plumbing fixed. Yes, it's putting pressure on them. And then there's this, which Will Kunkel just tweeted.
Shout out to Will. We got to talk to Will.
We got to talk to Will. Just a few minutes ago, Texans owner Cal McNair says they're willing to move out of the NRG area for a new stadium.
Okay.
They'd like to stay in the greater Houston area. Okay, good, thanks.
Yeah, great.
I appreciate that.
I would like to stay in the greater Houston area, but if ain't nothing in there.
So now
what are they going to move to Brenham? What the hell?
So now they're not just moving their headquarters.
You're talking about the stadium.
A new stadium. We could see this coming. It's ratcheting up a little pressure.
And the operative portion there is the greater Houston area, because you're saying the I don't need you.
Mm-hmm.
Where I can hear you is the I don't need you for,
they want control.
You'd have to get out of the county in order to do that, right? Which I guess you could. There are places that you can get out of the county.
Well, you have to get away from a county-run facility.
Well, you'd have to get away from this county-run facility.
Yes,
you could get another county, like say Fort Bend County or whatever. You can maybe see if you find somewhere nearby in the suburbs that with a municipality or county that is willing to float you.
No, but you can also work with the city.
That is fair.
Like Dyken Park has nothing to do with the county. They're working with the city.
Right.
So what I'm saying is they just they're putting some pressure to get away from that, and I frankly, applaud that, because all they want to do is run their own stuff.
Yeah,
right, and that comes with obviously the maintenance, but also being able to build like an entertainment district and real estate development there, and generate all the income that comes from that. So that was a very interesting kind of thing that came out there in this continued space that we're watching. Another thing that came out, of course, in addition to great, he in good spirits, is also. D'Amico Ryan said that rookie Ariante Ursary will begin his work with the Houston Texans at tackle, and the vision for Ursary is at tackle. So the conversation that we've had about the 6'6", 330-pound behemoth that is Tay Ursary, and the possibilities of, could you see him kicking inside the guard and using that size and strength in the confines of that guard space as opposed to being out tackle, has kind of been scratched out. So now that really puts you back in the place of who are your guards, which is a conversation that I imagine we will continue having here on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, we will, and I think it definitely leans more heavily into Titus Howard. He's going to be your left guard.
That one I already felt strong about.
He's
but
going to be your left guard.
Who's your other guard between, do you go the Juice Scruggs route, which was the last guy you saw before Shaq Mason, who's no longer on the team, or is this a Laken Tomlinson type beat, right? Is this... I was about to say something mean. I'm not trying to. Is it Eddie Ingram? Right? Like, where are you going with that other guard spot?
Nick Broker. Don't forget him.
Yeah, I can't forget Nick Broker. Apologies.
Yeah.
All of those are in there when we start talking.
Did you say Laken Tomlinson?
That was the first one I started with.
Yeah.
He feels like the leader in the clubhouse to be the other guy, doesn't he? The other guard? If you had to put a leader in the clubhouse.
I would say Juice.
Okay.
As the guard?
But I think it's arguable. Yeah, but I think it's arguable. You know who I think this puts a lot of pressure on?
Who's that?
Blake Fisher. I think puts a lot of pressure on Blake Fisher.
Because it feels like Cam Robinson is set, so the other tackle.
Yeah. You got to work for this job.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Trent Brown, I think, is going to get a little benefit of the doubt, but he's clearly saying he wants Ursary at tackle. So
yeah, very explicitly saying that. Speaking of Tank Dell, did you see the full leg sleeve tattoo?
I did.
That he was able to get.
I want to look it up. I want to look at it again because I was on my phone when I saw it.
I thought it was kind of fly,
but it was kind of dark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is because it's got a lot of kind of horror elements from he's got the Scream mask on it. He's got oh my gosh,
Jason.
Yes, Jason. I was about to say Freddy, and I was like, I know that's not Freddy. But it's got Jason in there. It's got Michael Myers on there as well. It has kind of the drama faces of laughing and crying, which I don't necessarily know how to interpret that. It's got Chucky on it. I didn't realize he was a horror fan like that. And also, I don't know that I would do anything near that if I would like. I hate to sound like somebody's daddy, but I just imagine 50-year-old.
How you gonna look when you get older?
Yes, dude. Yes, that's exactly what I'm wondering about.
That is a lot.
It's a lot of ink, baby.
He had to go under anesthesia for it too.
I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's a lot of black and red on there.
No, he did.
It was a lot of black and red on there.
It looked like it was about 6 people working on that tattoo at the same time too.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, somebody posted it. Yeah.
I don't know about this, man. That is a lot.
Yeah, man. But I guess if you're real passionate about it, that is cool. But yeah, I know that me
Grandpa,
personally.
tell me about that tattoo on your leg. You know, when he's a grandpa. Well,
I feel as a society, we're just gonna have enough of that conversation where people are just gonna be like, yeah, people do that.
See, I'm fine with what he put on his leg. The only one I have an issue with was the Scream mask.
That's gonna scare.
Really? Of all the ones, why is it the Scream mask?
I feel like that one. I don't know if people talk about Scream as much as far as like horror movies. Because I feel like Chucky, I feel like Jason, Michael Myers, I feel like all of those you can put on today and then kind of understand what's going on. Scream, I don't know if that travel well with time. I don't know if that travel well with time.
I don't know. This is bizarre to me, man. That's a lot.
Well, I mean,
I think it looked fly.
You do?
I wouldn't get it, but it looked fly.
It did look like well done work. I will say
it was great.
It did look like well done work. So I'll say that. From 346, do Cal and Hannah still have horses? Do you have any?
Well, Bob was the big horse guy. I don't know. Bob McNair had a horse that raced in the Derby back in the day.
What was his name?
I can't remember.
I bet you could.
Actually, that's what the first place I ever, not met, but had a conversation with Cal was way back in the 90s.
You went to the Derby?
I went to the Derby.
You would go to the Derby.
And I think largely because of Bob McNair.
I think I despise the Derby now.
Because of me?
No. Don't flatter yourself.
But yeah, and so I would guess he probably still dabbles, but that would only be a guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said Jeepers Creepers. Reggie going to get inked up with anime. How did this go? What are we doing here? How did this happen?
100%.
Would you get a tattoo?
No. I always say that there's nothing I feel so strongly about.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah.
And I'm not like opposed to the tattoo itself. I'm just like, yeah, I don't really got anything that I feel like I wouldn't in a couple of years be like, damn, why'd I do that?
Yeah.
You know, and so I wouldn't do it. But shout out to the folks who rock with it, including Nathaniel Tank Dell. I know he don't like going by Nathaniel, but you know, it's a cool name. And for the really cool ink that he got. Like it you're right. It did look
good.
But yeah, I was surprised about that. All right. And Figgy, by the way, someone said you would be surprised how much people love Scream. Aren't there like 20 of those? Like there's a lot of Screams. Like they don't keep making those because they make no money.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I never go to Scream whenever I'm talking about horror movies.
Okay.
Like classic horror movies.
Yeah.
So he went with Chucky, Scream.
He went with all of them.
Michael Myers.
Yeah.
So yeah, he went with some classics. He went with some classics.
Yeah.
I will say that. He ain't put no Leprechaun in there or nothing. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Rockets and a man that we had not talked, I don't think enough about in this series, Ime Udoka. What does he have to improve coming out of this series? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents Impez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Cinco de Mayo to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, we're getting in the weeds in that break. Thanks to a fantastic question on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. And I won't tell you the question because I'm going to be completely honest. It will take over this segment. So we might circle back around to it because it's a really interesting thought experiment that I actually...
Jordan or LeBron.
No, God. Let me tell you, it's definitely not that. I retired from that.
Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame?
That one I have not retired from. You know, sometimes you just got to keep things in your back pocket in case you need them. But no, I've retired from the LeBron Jordan. Have you retired from that debate?
Oh, I think it comes up. It's kind of hard to. People won't let you.
It is what it is with that.
Oh, God.
I feel like people, even when they bring it up, if you do go, actually, I don't care. They're like, okay, fine. That's fine. We don't have to actually fight. Mm-hmm. Like, they get ready for it, but they're like, actually, you know what? I don't want to have that conversation. A conversation that I do want to have, however, is about Ime Udoka, a very good head coach. And you saw during the course of the series him do some very good things with it. I think that there was obviously some places where I think the fan base looked up and they had some questions for how Ime Udoka handled it. Mm-hmm. One of the first ones that I'll bring up for me personally is, hey, man, I know it's not him in particular. I think it's the staff. But the way that they use their challenges just in this series, because I don't think that he was like a bad challenge user over the entirety of the regular season. But this series, the challenges were weird. But where does Ime Udoka have to improve as a coach? Because, I mean, there's going to be lots of conversation about how they have to improve. The easy one to talk about, because let's start with the basics. Ime ain't going nowhere.
No, God, no. Nor should he.
This season is a feather in the cap of Ime Udoka of how he took what was kind of a listless group of talented but not really cohesive young players and wove them together into one of the better teams in the league that played incredible defense, had a hard-nosed style of basketball, and found what they needed to when they did. And individually, you can see the growth that's happened developmentally for a few of the players on the team. But I mean, I think that we just like is always the case, you need to look for the opportunities to grow and develop. And I think Ime there's probably some things that he could do better just coming off of the series, but to continue his growth for this team as they try and push towards being a championship level team.
Yeah, I think obviously the number one thing is offense. Offensively, I mean, when you say describe the Rockets' offense, you can come up with 2 or 3 different answers. Şengün to me has established himself.
So are we about to play word association? Is that what we're about to do here?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Describe. All right, word association, Rockets offense. Yeah. The word that immediately comes to mind for me is simplistic.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The thing that I immediately think of is oftentimes there is a first action, but there's not a secondary action. There's not a lot of off-ball movement except for like maybe a 45-degree cut or a back cut, which oftentimes is Amen Thompson or what have you, which I think is good. But oftentimes it allows team defenses to kind of sit and watch. And if they handle that first action, they can cut in front of them, especially when you also consider there's not a lot of shooting to also threaten. So it ends up being kind of simplistic. I know some of that is because of the personnel that they have, but I think some of it is it could afford to be more impactful.
I think for me it's non-committal.
Okay.
But they have a hard time committing to how they're going to run a half-court offense. Now, obviously, it was taken out of his hands somewhat in this series because Jalen Green, and that's what bothered me a lot, with Jalen Green in particular. And it's unfair to compare him to Steph Curry for so many reasons. But in terms of like the headspace that Curry was in, oh, you're going to take away my 3? Well, I'm gonna ball fake. I'm going to go to the right and I'm going to drive, and I'm going to force something to happen. I'm going to make the offense happen. Jalen Green wasn't doing that. That might be and probably is more of a Jalen Green thing than an Ime Udoka thing. But when they were committing to Şengün, and they did the whole series, and I know Sean Pendergast has gone on and on about he hasn't been that good. He was what you had, and he was good for stretches. He wasn't good last night, and even though the numbers looked okay, 21 and 14, I don't feel like he was good last night. And I think part of that is kind of they're not committed to really starting everything with him. And they're not committed with really finding a place for Amen Thompson, what he can do in the flow of an offense. His is all flow of the half that particular half court set is where he gets his things, gets a loose ball. Their offense.
It's very rudimentary in my mind, and I think some of that is necessity because of the lack of shooting. And you don't have like great playmaking, so I think that some of that is the limiting factors. But I think that there's still things within that I would like to see elevated, and I think that it's fair to ask. One of the things that came that is being talked about, and I think you talked about it. You talked about texting the group chat that we have about this, which is kind of the way that he handled his rotation and his roster in this playoff. Like, what is your gripe here with the way he handled it?
Well,
going really tight with the rotation, going 8-man, and really that within that 8-man rotation, really being gentle with the ways that he used a couple of those guys off the bench.
Well, and very strict in the minutes. Jabari Smith and Tari Eason, I felt were very, very much engaged and very much aggressive. And they got a combined 30 minutes. Those two guys. You had to be able to, maybe another part of it problem is the adjustments. Like, because when you talk about the adjustments that were made in games 5 and 6, it was really just dependent on, I hope you guys make a lot of shots. I hope Fred VanVleet can really knock it down tonight. And he did. Pull-up jumpers in transition. Transition is a form of offense that you can emphasize, but it's hard to say that's our offense, is VanVleet knocking down 8 3-pointers in transition and pulling up. That's just counting on him being good.
At the risk of cloud details, I wouldn't say it was transition. Like, it was half court coming off of screens.
A lot of them, it was in transition. He'd pull up.
But I think also, the pull up is there because the Warriors were sinking into the paint. They were sinking off of him, and in those instances, rather than you already are in a place where Jalen Green is not able to handle, getting downhill into those condensed paints or really handle the blitz that they were throwing at him as well, passing out of those in order to create looks on the backside of it. So Fred VanVleet needed to be on ball, and when he's on ball, coming off a screen, he doesn't have the size to go and play in the tall trees.
A lot of them were really in the secondary break, man. I mean, it was just like he's coming off the half-court line, pulls up, and knocks down a three, that's not an offense. That's hoping he makes shots, and he didn't make them last night. Can't blame him. I mean, that's going to happen, and that's not an offense. That's I hope he makes a lot of shots. That's where he needs to improve. He needs to improve in the rotation, trusting, and be a little more committed to winning that particular game. This was a Game 7. This was an elimination game and must win, game as we've often kidded about. And you just stuck with Jalen Green out there when really he shouldn't have been out there.
Yeah, this is something I've go back and forth with because whenever it's like, all right, this is the move that you need to make, I try and play through, game it out, right? So Jalen Green, you play him fewer minutes. I'm guessing those minutes go to who in your estimation? Is it Jabari or Tari are probably your only options, at least when it comes to the rotation that they have used?
Probably Jabari at this
point. Okay, so Jabari Smith Jr. The things that I've noticed with Jabari in this is that Jabari, obviously, when he gets he's playing more confidently. In fact, Jabari talked about that last night in his post-game availability, and I do like that about his general development over the entirety of this season. Did you get the same sense I did defensively with Jabari? Jabari typically is, I mean, he's 6'10", and he does a good job of staying with guys, but it feels like when he was in perimeter, he got blown by a lot.
He did, but he also, he helped a lot on the backside.
He did.
Yeah, and that was a plus.
When they were in zone circumstances.
Yeah, when they were in zone circumstances. But Jalen Green was not going to happen, and they were force feeding it. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't. It was one of those moments where you said, okay, we'll try to rehabilitate him for the next series or in the offseason, but it ain't going to happen now. And that's on Ime.
Yeah, I think
that's why you get paid the big bucks.
I think they utilized some Tari to try and do some of those things. Tari had some turnovers as well himself, and I feel like he wasn't able to replicate those things. And I don't know that Jabari replicates those things guard-wise for you. So if you were looking for another guard or another guy kind of in that perspective to give you that, I don't think that you really had it. And I think that was one of the issues that arose. But
he got away from the double bigs pretty quickly too.
He did, and
that was a little bizarre.
There was also instances where he was using double bigs, but they went man with the double big, which felt like that was not a good look. Now, I don't think he did it for a long time, and that feels like, hey, searching, like, hey, let's try this for a period of time and see if this will work. Okay, it didn't. Let's try something else. But it did feel like he went away from one of the things that felt like it had worked for the last few games in the series, and I don't know how much that was recognizing that your offense was not different stuff, or if that was just kind of trying to respond to the game, especially because when you were in the zone, that's where they were able to kill you on the backside with Buddy Hield knocking down shots.
Yeah, and to be fair, you mentioned Buddy Hield. I mean, the Warriors just got an incredible game. They got a Van Vliet game out of Hield, and that was the reason they won. But where does Ime Udoka need to improve? He needs to improve in the half-court offense, as we've been talking about.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where I do wonder, and I guess I'll ask the question of you: do you feel like that's, and this is a question that's going to be asked in various different perspectives with the Rockets, do you think that's an internal development, or is that something where they might need to add a consultant or maybe even additional coaching to the staff?
Well, actually, where I was going to go with it, that's where you need to make the decision of figuring out, and we'll dig into this, tomorrow for sure, if not today, where is your offensive firepower? If you're a little bit
take stock of the armory of sorts.
Yeah. If you're a little skeptical of running it through Şengün, I get it. I thought he was your best option, but if you want someone else on the outside, it's not going to be Jalen Green. And the whole conversation, is he done? Do you write him off? You don't write him off, but I think this is what I'll say about Jalen Green. He wasn't the only cat out there that was playing in his first playoff series.
No.
Jabari was in his first playoff series. Şengün was in his first playoff series. None of these guys wilted like Jalen Green. Obviously, Amen Thompson was in his playoff series. None of the other cats were wilting, and Jalen Green did. You got the answer on Jalen Green. He's not going to be a productive NBA player, but he is not going to be your guy.
Yeah, I think it's about time we stop forcing that.
Yes,
that he's the guy.
And that's on Ime too.
Yeah, I think at this point you got to work around it and try to find the best role for him, and not forcing him to be the guy that's going to carry your team.
Right.
So I think that ultimately the big thing for going forward is just where do you find offense? I think, and not just like when you talk about the players level, like from Ime, like coaching wise, where do you find offensive identity? How do you draw it up? and get easy buckets for a team, because it's even more necessary. We talked about this going into the series. It becomes even more necessary when you don't have guys that can generate it on their own to be able to generate it, at least from time in instances with your clipboard, and it feels like you didn't get enough of that. So that's the thing that I'm hoping to see as we move forward with this. But there's more kind of things to kind of discuss within this that I want to get with you.
Yeah, we will. But you mentioned the clipboard. I mean, you need an offensive coordinator, man. You need an offensive coordinator. There is such a thing in basketball.
Yeah,
and he needs to rely on that.
Just like their defense coordinators. I always remember fondly Kelvin Sampson's time as the defensive guy for the Rockets, right before he took the job at UH. And so, the equivalent on that side. I kept looking at this staff, and I don't want to knock the staff because I think the staff has done a great job. I just have wondered where is that on the staff, and it feels like there's still at least room to grow in that regard. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Dig into over the next few days for sure as they fall in Game 7 of the first round of the playoffs. But coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do those next.
The Rockets' comeback came up just short.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
How's everybody going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo? How are you going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo?
I feel like I need to go and get margaritas for real this time.
The confession is, it always frustrates me that people don't know what Cinco de Mayo really is.
I was about to say the thing that people typically say, but I don't want you to think I don't know. I know it's not Mexican independence.
It's not Mexican independence.
Because that's September, ain't it?
Yeah, that's el 16 de septiembre.
See? I know some things.
You do, and you're the exception.
Celebration of Battle of Pueblo, is it not?
Puebla. Yeah,
Puebla.
From France. It was a big victory on the way, and it's not that big a deal. It's just I always have to. Like I said, the confession is it just kind of, I guess.
You got to be actually.
No, it's not even that. It's
like you got to know so that now we can go get fajitas and margaritas.
So when he sees somebody celebrating, you know what it really means.
No, he doesn't tell them first. He quizzes them first.
Yeah, do you really know?
Yeah, you got to ask him.
You guys are celebrating.
Well, the thing is, I get it in a way because it sounds like 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo.
I mean,
right?
that's what it is.
Yeah,
it is the 5th of May.
The 4th of July is independence. Cinco de Mayo, just because it has the same tone and it's just in a different language, is not.
But sometimes I don't need to know what we celebrate, and I just need to know that we celebrate.
And it's also become one of those, it's become one of those holidays that who cares what it is?
It's St. Patrick's. It's like St. Patrick's Day.
Who cares what it is? We're drinking and we're eating.
Hell yeah. All right, 832. Come on now. Somebody said I'm going to Taco Bell. You live in Houston, Texas, and you celebrating Cinco de Mayo at Taco Bell, I will fight you. Like, really. Because you should love yourself more. Like, there's way better ways to get this done.
There is that aspect of it. It really doesn't matter. It just always is interesting to me that people
you're right.
Put it like, oh, it's independent.
See, I know. So now let's go get some margaritas and some fajitas. That's I'm
Cheese
down.
Cheese enchiladas, man. Let's go.
Ooh, enchilada.
Cheese enchiladas sound good.
A lot sounds good right now. It is lunchtime confessions, and I'm just making myself hungry.
Yeah.
I didn't go get margaritas for my birthday. I will get margaritas. I just need
You're darn right.
Where are we going? Where should I meet up? Y'all let me know.
Now, when you get these margaritas for Cinco de Mayo, do you have to go to a Mexican spot?
Well, sure.
Or can you just go to like a bar, a sports bar?
I feel like you should. I feel like you should invest in the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because some of these bars be pumping out, hey, Cinco de Mayo, we got some margaritas.
Hey, if you want to have some fun, go to the go to the ones like in, like on Cavalcade or one of those like they get. Go to the one on Airline. Go to the one, I think it's on Cavalcade.
You about to have everybody in 610 over there.
Yeah.
Somebody said punching with this Taco Supreme. Going to La Michoacana and getting 3 pounds of al pastor meat.
Oh, that would be good.
And some Estrella Jalisco. Okay, I see you. And then Rob, good point. Fair enough. Said avoiding all Mexican restaurants and bars because it's amateur hours.
I thought about that. That's why I was like,
they get packed.
Yeah, no, I thought about that. I'm like, man, maybe
ain't that the point? Hey, we celebrate. I get family.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I'm like, man, if you really want a margarita, man, just go on to the American Sports Bar over there.
Yeah, get a margarita.
If you want to celebrate.
We're going to Chili's to get a margarita.
I mean, that wouldn't be the worst decision in the world.
Yeah. I'm like, if you want to drink and you don't want the big old crowd and all that stuff, let me go to Hank's Bar or something.
Speaking of which, just real quick.
Okay.
I spent the weekend down in Aransas Pass, small town, whatever. It always tickles me because the Chili's conversation got me thinking about it. When they just open a new restaurant that's a chain, it's like, hey, we got a blah, blah, blah. Aransas Pass got a Olive Garden. And
okay.
And when you're there, you're family.
And I haven't been, and I haven't been to Olive Garden in probably 15, 20 years. And I was like, oh, really?
My wife,
Oh, really?
No, my wife did that one time. It was a place where we used to stay. They opened up a new Chipotle.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Ooh, they building a Chipotle." I'm like, "Girl,
we haven't
5 of them down the street. You could throw a rock and hit a Chipotle."
An Olive Garden in Aransas Pass? Hell yeah, let's go.
Funny thing though about like context, because if you in some places you like, oh, that's nice. Look, and depending on your situation, I'm not trying to poo-poo nobody, but you in Houston, Texas, you're like, Olive Garden, word?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
Well, they just opened up a new Whataburger.
Well, let's go.
Good eats.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, I'll give you the basketball one since you went non-sports thing.
Okay.
I have to admit, I never thought Jalen Brunson would be anywhere near this. Jalen Brunson is a bad man.
Yep.
Like, I've always loved his ability to play in the mid-range. Like, that's one of the things I really miss about older basketball. That's the type of thing that makes me feel old, is the guys that can really operate in the mid-range with the good mid-range pull-up or floater, a la Tony Parker, stuff like that. And he has that. But, like, I saw him when he was, a second-round pick, and I was like, all right, he might be a good, like, nice backup point guard. And he got better. I was like, oh, he might be like a good starting point guard.
Then what happened?
Maybe like a third or fourth option. And he is a bad man where it's like he will play with tall trees and he will dance them around and he will knock down shots. And I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And I feel like he is now NBA Josh Allen.
Yeah. That's a good comparison.
Because for me, I also did not see this with Josh Allen. I was like, big dude, all the talent in the world. Y'all don't see this thing that's a limiting factor. Like, there's a huge limiting factor in that he is just inaccurate as hell.
Yeah.
And then boom, the magic happened. I was like, oh my bad, I was wrong.
Yeah.
He is cold as hell. He is so cold.
Do y'all feel like he's the greatest Knick to ever?
I was about to say no, but I was like, the answer is no. But I was about to be real dismissive about it.
Yeah, because
and we think of the Knicks as a big organization. They've had kind of some sadness for a very long time.
For years,
for stretches,
man.
yeah,
for years, for a long time. I think the last great Knick was, I guess you could say, Carmelo Anthony. That was probably the last great one. We already at Ewing.
Yeah,
I mean, Clyde.
No, but you said greatest, and I'm like, no.
That's what I'm saying.
Clyde's gonna be up there. I know I'm forgetting some.
Walt Frazier.
I was about to say Bernard King, but that's a little much. There.
Yeah, because I feel like the media, especially the New York media, was after that shot, after that dagger on the Thompson twin.
Yeah,
I feel like everybody pinned him up there as the great, the best New Yorker or the greatest Knick. I'm like, damn, really?
Willis Reed. That's a great one.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did All-Star so dirty. He made that brother touch earth.
That brother was on Mars. I don't even know if he got back yet.
Like, legitimately, I was in that moment. It was so good. I wasn't even excited about the play. I felt bad for All-Star because, like, in sports, you have those plays where you go, damn it, man, be better. And then you have those plays where you're like, damn, what were you supposed to do about that? Yeah. And that was very much the latter. I was like, I don't know what Asar is supposed to do. I mean,
Asar is such a good defensive player, too.
Yeah.
That's going to make him better. But that brother went to the moon. He was out the camera view and everything.
Yeah, so I just didn't anticipate that you would have Jalen Brunson in a place where he could be reasonably considered one of the legitimately best in the league.
Yeah.
And that's where he is.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I got my backyard done. Well, I went on and got a grill.
Hey,
baby! I've been wanting some grilled food for so long, and this is where I kind of missed the apartment living because there was no community grill.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I might have to pull up the Lopez house and borrow the grill.
You should have done that. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
I'll be back here.
Get my plate. Hey, can you fire up the grill for me, man? Let me just grill these couple steaks, and then I'll be out your way. But yeah, man, I went on and got a grill, man. I'm happy I did it. I was a little disappointed at first because I'm like, man, I wanted to get this backyard done.
Yeah.
By the way, if y'all can install some turf for me, if you know somebody out there,
I'm sure we can help you with that.
Yeah, let me know, man.
At the Figgy Fig on social media, let the boy know.
Yeah, hit me up. But I was a little disappointed because I'm like, man, I wanted to get the backyard done first, and then, save up for the grill I want.
Man, get the grill.
Yeah,
you already used it, haven't you?
Yeah, I used the same day I got it.
Of course,
the same damn day I got it.
Yeah,
and I'm glad I got it, man. I feel good about it.
Oh yeah.
These are my confessions.
Grown ass men and fire, it just goes together. I mentioned this earlier, but it has to be mentioned again. I realized yesterday that the dumbest thing in professional sports is rainouts. Like it makes me so angry when you can play 5 innings, then it rains for an hour and a half, and they're like, all right, that's the game. Like, what? That's the game?
That's right.
There is no other professional sport where they'll just say, no, we're good. I know you have basically another half to play. about just under a half to play. But that's the ball game, boys. That's the ball game. We're done. So the Astros played 7 innings, and they called it at 5-4. By the way, it wasn't like a blowout either. It was 5-4, man.
You were up. What was that?
Yeah, 4-1, 4-0. Yeah.
No, once they tied it, I'm like, oh man, they might be pulling to just get one more run so they can rain this out.
I with so much on the line, and especially the gambling aspect of it, which we all know is such a big part of all professional sports, all sports now, and just to say, all right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. That's just the dumbest thing ever.
But I mean, that's how it worked with the very particulars of baseball and the diamond and making all that works. And I mean, also the schedule, man. It's one of those things that I've acquiesced to. I feel okay about, especially because I don't know that you really need to be going out here contorting yourself, bending over backwards to make up some of these games. We got enough of this in, man. There's a whole bunch of these. It'll even out. It'll come out in the wash.
But see, the part I don't get about that point is like if they only went 4 innings. They will wait around for 10 hours until that rain clear out.
They'll suspend it,
or
and they'll find a way to pick it back up, which kind of shoots that whole concept of, the schedule's so tough, you got to make it up. If they suspend a game, they'll find a way to finish it.
Why not call a game after 4 innings then?
Yeah.
Because you want to play a majority of it, though.
So if you suspend a game, they'll find a way to finish it. If it goes 5, they said, we're good.
Yeah, we played most of it.
So 3 more outs, and then we could call a game. But if they don't.
You got enough chances. It's cool.
Imagine
we're done here.
Imagine remember when it snowed and was so cold in Kansas City for a playoff game. Imagine after the 3 quarters, the referees go, it's just too damn cold. Let's just call it 3 quarters. Chiefs win. What do we do?
The circumstances are just a little bit different.
Yes, but that's kind of what they're doing. It's just too cold now.
Yeah,
let's end it.
I mean, I was trying to find the analog in football, and I don't think there is one that's
the only one is lightning.
Exactly,
lightning. They will suspend the game.
But here's the thing: how long does it have to lightning for? Because it can rain for hours. It rarely does. Do you get a lightning storm that's like, hey, we not coming back for the next 4 hours, so we're just gonna have to be done here. Yeah. You know what I mean? I feel like that's the issue here is that you can end up with a space where it'll throw you off entirely, and you're like, hey, man. Most is better than all. Is it not? I feel like we can move this along because there's enough of these. Hell, in a situation where I would very much like it if some of these leagues reel back the number of games. Don't go and give me a third of a game 3 weeks later. I'm good. I don't need it that much. You're giving me plenty, baseball. I don't need any more. You're doing great. There you go.
These are my confessions.
One more for you here. As yesterday, I think I learned something about myself that I did not realize. Is I've been trying to make the foray into wearing tanks a little bit more.
Like a tank top.
Like a tank top.
Like a Pat McAfee.
Say it. Don't really love that particular comparison, but yes.
Don't wear it with a sports jacket?
No, I'm not doing that. I find that to be kind of weird for me personally. But yeah, I mean, I got a cool one that has Jesse Owens across the front. I really enjoy that. But yesterday I was wearing it and I was like, I need to run outside real quick. I switched shirts. I don't feel comfortable. I still don't feel comfortable in public in a tank. And I'm maybe I just need to work hard. I need to get the muscles up to where it looks like, I'm carrying weapons on my arms.
Some guns.
Maybe that's it. But I don't feel comfortable. I feel weird wearing a tank in public.
I gotta confess too. I'm the same way now. I'm the same way. Back in the day when I was
Did you wear tanks?
Oh man, I used to wear the hangs, just a plain.
Yeah.
I want to say
just the train undershirt.
Yeah. I used to just walk around like that. But now I'm like, man, I feel like I'm a little too doughy. And I don't want to look like the Pillsbury Dough Man.
Yeah.
I just or what's the
Pillsbury Doughboy?
Yeah. Or I think it was, I don't know if this is local or national, but it was a tire.
Oh, the Michelin Man.
Michelin Man.
Yeah, I don't want to look like that, man. I don't want to look like that.
I feel like those types of shirts, they just kind of send a weird message when you're out in public. I don't know,
that's the thing. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
Whether you're fit or not, it's just what's that guy wearing that for?
Is that kind of the idea, especially with sleeveless anything?
Now, sleeveless and those are different to me. Like sleeveless, at least it covers kind of to your shoulder. I think part of it is
if you out here with a sleeveless hoodie,
thing is a little dicey.
You out here with a sleeveless hoodie. with the guns out, do that kind of send a different message too?
Yes, I think it's different than,
Does it?
than that.
I feel like any time that you are very intentionally showing your arms, there's a certain undercurrent that I can't really put my finger on.
Me neither. Yeah.
Yeah, text it if you know, because it feels like it's there, but I can't figure it out quite.
Yeah.
And maybe if I unlock this, I'll get to the issue as to why I don't feel comfortable. Because I wear it at the house; it's comfortable.
You're good there.
Yeah. But I just, for some reason, I crossed that threshold. I'm like, it doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
There you go. Lunchtime confessions. I never said that they all made sense, but they do happen at 12:20 every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's talk about who were the winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. If you have somebody from the world of sports or otherwise that you believe was a winner or loser, let's discuss those next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. I appreciate y'all helping me try and work through that
Somebody
tank
said
thing.
Train with me.
Yeah, they're like, well, clearly the issue is your arms just aren't big enough. So let's work on
skinny arms.
I
mean,
don't have
you're not
skinny arms.
exactly,
Well,
you know.
I got long arms, so they kind of end up lanky. But I'm also not jacked, right? Like if we're talking about dudes,
but it's not like
with physiques
toothpicks.
at Sports Radio 610. I'll let you decide whether it's Sean or Clint. But them two dudes are handling the business, and then like after that, I think you got a few people before you get to me. Not that I don't have no strength in them. I just got long arms, so they're little skinny.
Who is third?
Third as far as what?
Like upper body
physique. Yeah, the upper body physique. Yeah. As we're getting into winners and losers of the weekend, we'll shoehorn
Who's
this
the winner
in.
for third?
Exactly. That is how we'll shoehorn this one in. I don't know.
It might be you.
Me?
That's
crazy. No,
Reggie.
Oh.
Yeah. No, not you, Figgy. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
probably.
Maybe Bijani.
I'm
Bijani strong.
Bijani be working with his hands, man.
Oh, what am I thinking? It is absolutely Bijani. 100%.
Might be.
Y'all talking about strength or just kind of
cut?
Kind of both in a way.
Okay.
I don't know. I realized I didn't have
it take me about 3 weeks, and I'll be looking too buff. I actually don't like it.
It's Bijani.
What a beautiful humble brag. He's like, just a couple weeks and I'll look brolic.
I don't, man, because I look too much like a T. I don't want to look like the letter T.
All right, so winners and losers of the weekend. Yes, 8-3-2. I think you hit one of the big ones for me. Winners, comebacks in the playoffs. The NHL playoffs in general, we could probably just put as a winner on the weekend. Man, I realized that I mean, thankfully it was just the end of the first round basically, but I realized I have not really tapped into the NHL playoffs. I tapped in at just the right time because you had on, what was that, Saturday night in a Game 7 between the Colorado Avalanche and the Dallas Stars, a game that the Avs went into the third period up 1-0. They score in the third period now, and it feels like the Avalanche are going to do this and move on to the next round. And here come the Stars. They score 1, they score 2, and they win in comeback fashion, including a 3-goal hat trick, right? And these are on power plays, mind you, that the Stars are scoring really quickly into the power play. So the Avs got to feel real sick because they're the ones giving the penalties that are allowing the power plays that the Stars are capitalizing on quickly with their special teams. And it finishes off 4-2, or I think there was one open net goal where former Av himself, Mikko Rantanen, had a hat trick. So like that was really tough, I imagine, if you're an Avs fan, where you go, the dude that left us is over there finishing us off in comeback fashion. And you pair that with that would have been enough.
And then there was last night.
Were you watching this live? See, I wasn't watching this live until we got to overtime.
Yeah.
But the Winnipeg Jets were down in the third period of their matchup there, and I can't remember who they were playing against because I just everything became Winnipeg at that point. But they score a game-tying goal with 1.6 seconds left in the third period. They were this close to being bounced from the playoffs. They score that goal. They go to overtime. They go to second overtime, where they win the game and move on to the second round of the NHL playoffs. The NHL playoffs have just delivered.
Look at this. This is the video that I was watching. There was a men's league game, like a tournament game in Winnipeg. All nice playing hockey, but the Winnipeg game against the Blues.
That's right. It was St. Louis.
Was on like a screen. The game stopped. The referee started high-fiving players. They were all jumping around on the ice. And this was a men's tournament game or whatever, league game. And they're watching that. It went berserk. Absolutely berserk.
This made me really want NHL in Houston. Because, can you imagine? And it would have been it would absolutely tie my stomach in knots. I feel it right now just thinking about the idea of playoff hockey happening right now, as playoff basketball was happening right now, as the Astros were going around. I'd be torn to shreds. Also, you know what that would mean? Either you trying to watch 2 games at once on the same night, or you not getting no rest. Because every night you would have one thing going on. Give that to me, though. I want to be a mess at this time of year.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Gary Bettman, you listening? Go ahead and award it. Give it to Houston. I need it. I need to inject it into my veins. I am a sports junkie, and I need it.
You would think, but everybody has been teasing about it. It just hasn't happened.
Yeah. So other winners and losers of the weekend. Did you see? And I should have gotten the audio of this. My bad. But you know what it sounds like. Winner is NBC. Because I think that they put up one of the best promos. Now, I did mention, I told you, I didn't watch the Kentucky Derby, but they did, first and foremost, scored really well in the ratings for the Kentucky Derby. I'm amazed that people watch all 4 hours of the broadcast of that. People really do. But you would have seen Xavier Legette, in his tuxedo, his Canadian tuxedo, as they call it, right? The denim on denim look and everything. He was out there doing a love announcing of sorts, all those things happening. So they got really good scores, and then, of course, wasn't journalism, but it was sovereignty that gets the win out there. But then on top of that, during the broadcast, NBC brought out the round ball rock for a promo for NBC or NBA on NBC, right? They're getting ready for that, them to take over some basketball rights next year. And they had various NBA players and NBC Universal Properties people on those singing the iconic round ball rock song. And that wins every time, man. Like, is there a more iconic like sound in sports than the round ball rock that like it hits.
You can't beat it, and they're going to have to use it, right? I mean that's a sign that it's going to be.
Yeah, they've gotten which
that's a sign. They're not changing a damn thing.
No. And look, I tend to be someone as my I can be a little bit of contrarian when it comes to the NBA, like the round ball rock, where I'm like we might be getting to the place where we're overhyping it. Man, I saw that promo hit and I was like, damn, I'm right back there.
And it's nostalgic.
Right back there.
Everybody gets nostalgic on the NBA, especially that type of that NBA. I mean, that was Jordan.
Yeah.
That's where it just hits even better.
Yeah. I'm really excited for that. But speaking of a loser, though, on the weekend when it comes to the NBC of it all, Mike Tirico.
Yeah, I didn't know about this till you told me this morning. I missed all this.
Mike Tirico nearly got taken out of here. If like Mike Tirico, he works for NBC Sports, used to work for ESPN, and he'll football. Obviously, I think a lot of people know, but apparently he had a big scare at the Kentucky Derby that forced him out. So he announced Saturday, as he did the broadcast, that he had to deal with a nut allergy that knocked him out of commission. Right? So he talked about this a little bit on the Today Show. He said, quote, I ate something that had a nut in it and had a nut allergy, causing your throat and your nose and all that stuff to kind of clog up and swell. It affects your breathing a little bit, so I wasn't feeling well. Couldn't go on with the show. Took an EpiPen shot, got treated by EMTs.
Man.
Felt better about 8 or 9 o'clock, came along, but it takes a long while to get out of your system.
That's one of those those terrifying, especially like when you have kids. And you're not sure.
Just peanut allergy, period.
Well,
because
you're not sure if they are even allergic to anything.
Yeah, but even if they are, it's so much stuff in these foods. Like you would have had no clue it was peanut or anything in it.
Yeah, or peanut oil or something like that. No, that's a scary thing.
Yeah, just the idea that you can be taken out that easily,
man,
kills me, man. It's like, all right, I'm chilling.
He is Italian too.
That is true. The Italian stallion.
They might find a way.